This is Audible.
Crossroads, an Ashford Creek series novel, written by Carrie Ann Ryan, narrated by C.J. Bloom and Jason Clark.
Chapter 1. Bodie. The hoppy brew slid down my tongue, and I swallowed, doing my best to hide in the shadows. It was where I needed to be, because if I stepped foot into that light once again, I'd catch the attention of others. I was done doing that. I didn't need the light of whatever harpy needed to stare at me. I liked my brother's brewery. Hell, it was one of my favorite places to be. It was slightly out of the way, though sometimes a little too people-y for me. I much preferred my cabin in the woods. It took a four-wheel drive truck to traverse the mountain roads, so I rarely had to deal with strangers. But the brewery wasn't that bad. After all, they needed to be near some form of civilization to actually get customers in for events like this. Callum made damn fine beer, and with the way that he was practically beaming over at Felicity, he looked like a completely different man. I ran a hand over my chest and took another sip of my beer. I knew that look. I knew it happened when you found that one person who was everything for you, and you knew that no matter what occurred or came at you, you would weather through it, because you would have each other. And you'd face the future, waiting for whatever happened next. But what happened when that person wasn't there anymore? What happened when the weathering took its toll and brought them along with it? I downed the rest of the beer, put the bottle on one of the side tables, and reached for another one. I could have two, along with some water, and be fine to drive. But I wasn't sure I could handle this many people for long. It might have been an event to celebrate Felicity and Callum making a go of it and finally being healthy after all the shit that had come at them recently. And while I knew nearly every single person in this building, it was still too much. And how much of a wimp and a dick did that make me? Disgusted with myself, I popped the top on the other beer bottle and took a big gulp. I was a pussy, and everyone knew it. Although, what was that saying? Why was weakness called being a pussy? Because a pussy could take a pounding, and a dick was way too sensitive. My lips twitched at the memory of the first time I had heard those words. The way she had practically growled them at me, leaving both of us in tears, laughing far too hard. It bothered me that I couldn't get her off my mind. And it bothered me that she wasn't constantly there. But sometimes I had to close my eyes and drift off, letting those memories come back so I could still see her face, still see their faces, smiling up at me, even when Callum had said it was just gas. I knew when my kids smiled at me. A dad always knew. I took another swig, wishing it were something a little harder. Why couldn't Callum distill something other than just beer? Then again, I'd probably end up like the old man, pickled and bitter and the murderer everybody thought I was. I cursed under my breath, set the bottle down, and reached for my water. If I were going down that path, I needed more water. No good could come from the M word. Callum and Felicity laughed behind the bar, pulling drafts for family members as they milled about, and more townfolk drifted along, some of them still judging. After all, the age gap between the two wasn't that small. In fact, the significance of it might have made other people raise their brows as much as they were. But our family was no stranger to being the talk of the town or doing some shit that made people sneer. My sister Briar was getting married after she had gotten pregnant. Well, that had just been the tip of the iceberg. My own twin died in a fiery crash, and some still mumbled under their breath that it could have been drugs. Stupid fucking people. Malcolm hadn't died of drugs, at least not on his end. I rubbed my hand over my beard, wondering what I looked like underneath. After all, that's what Malcolm would look like. He always liked to be clean-shaven, and perhaps I'd been somewhat the same. She'd liked me with a beard and without. But she was gone, and I was too tired to care about anyone else. I'd be the selfish asshole that people thought I was. I ran my hand over my nose ring, twisting the hoop slightly. I always did that when I needed to get out of a certain situation, needed space. Tegan usually called me on it, but she was too busy laughing at something Finian and Sterling were saying. Each of the twins had one of Finian's girls on their hips, bouncing them around and making the girls giggle. It was like a cut straight to the heart. Bile coated my tongue. I loved my nieces, all three of them, and when the rest of my siblings began to have kids, I would love them. But seeing them hurt, because my kids were supposed to be here. My kids were supposed to be alive, and laughing, and joking, and giggling. My eldest was supposed to be the oldest cousin, watching over Briar and Finian's kids. And the baby wouldn't be a baby anymore. I blinked away tears, pissed off that I had let my mind go down that path. I needed to wall it up, to force myself to just breathe, because if I didn't, I would hurt those kids, and I refused to do that.
Wait, I know you.
A stranger blinked at me, her bright red hair flowing around her face as she leaned into one of the townspeople that I couldn't name. I said, not bothering to do anything.
Wait, you're not him, because he's dead, right? That drummer of that one band? But no, I know you.
She snapped her fingers.
Oh, you're that guy who they thought killed his wife and kids. But they ended up being wrong, right?
The room went silent as the drunk girl teetered on her heels. Sorry, man, the nameless townsperson muttered, and I set my water down as ice shivered down my spine. It was better than the flames that had once licked there. The scars on my body twitched, a stamped memory of my failures. What the fuck, man? Sterling whispered as he tugged the guy away, hopefully taking the girl with them. And now here I was, the center of fucking attention, and all I wanted to do was get out of here. Why did people have to fucking be here?
Bodie,
Tegan said as she came forward, hand outstretched. I shook my head, drained my water, and turned on my heels. I knew where the back exit was. Hell, I always knew where the exits were. I didn't need their pitying stares or their judgments, because nearly every fucking person in that room who was not related to me by blood or by heart had believed. They called me a murderer. They called me by my father's name. And they hadn't even for a second thought that maybe somebody else had done it. I bumped into a hard wall of muscle as I turned the corner and looked into Thatcher's eyes. We were the same height, same build, and while Thatcher had a few scars, mine covered most of what was unseen beneath my clothes. Bodie, let me walk you to your truck. I shook my head. I'm fine. I only had one beer and a couple of sips of another. I did my peopling. I paused, a sourness filling my mouth. Just let the others know I'm fine, okay? I'm not going to lie to them. Then tell them I'm shitty. I don't care. Your kids are in there. I know your parents brought them, so go hang out with them. You don't have enough time with your kids, Thatcher. My friend winced, but gave me a tight nod. After all, we used to be closer, until he hadn't been fast enough to save my family. Just like I hadn't been. Footsteps sounded behind me, and I knew exactly who they belonged to. "Bodie, son." I just shook my head and stomped my way out the back exit. Mr. Carter, Felicity's dad, and the former fire captain gave an audible sigh as Thatcher, the current fire captain, called after me, but I ignored them, jumped into my truck, and headed up the mountain road where I'd find my solace. The home I'd raised my babies in, that I'd made love to my wife in, no longer stood. But on another lot over, I'd built another cabin for myself. It wasn't large, but there was a place to sleep and a place to eat. And the barn in the back was immense enough that I could do all of my work and store it. I had bought enough acreage. People wouldn't bother me. I could keep my bees and just breathe the mountain air without having to deal with people. There were a couple of other small cabins on the property, ones that I didn't use, but I guess if I ever felt like having company, they could stay there. My lips twitched. That wouldn't be happening. I rolled down the windows and let the mountain air fill the truck cabin. It was summer now, with the heat of a Colorado sunny day doing its thing. Though when we were this far up in the mountains, summer wasn't exactly the same as it was down in the mile-high city. But my bees were happy, even though keeping bees at this altitude was a technique all on its own, but I was learning. And it was something I could do without dealing with people. It was really the best of all worlds. I pulled into my driveway and frowned as I spotted a light off in the distance. "What the fuck?" I mumbled under my breath. There was a light on in the closest cabin to my place. Who the hell was squatting on my property? I growled, jumped out of my truck, and went into my barn. I had a gun, but I wasn't going to use it. Instead, I pulled out my axe and figured I'd scare the teenager or whoever was using my cabin as a place to hook up. That had to be it. After all, the person who used to try to squat on my property was dead, and I didn't even miss the old man. Hands fisted, I stomped my way towards the cabin. Without another word, I banged on the door, growling, "Whoever the fuck you are, get off my property!" No answer. I banged again and reached for the door handle. Unlocked. What a fucking idiot. I slammed open the door, axe in hand, and blinked as the woman in front of me screamed bloody murder. She held up a bat, eyes wide, and when she finally quit screaming, she bared her teeth.
A fucking axe murderer? Could you be any more cliché in the mountains?
"Kira?" I asked, aghast. The light from the fire she had set, even in the summer heat, not only filled the room, but glinted off her septum ring and her brow ring. She was covered in tattoos, from what skin she showed, and her eyes were swollen. So damn swollen that I was afraid she'd not only been crying, but someone had hit her. "What the hell are you doing here, Kira?"
So glad that you remembered my name.
She dropped the bat, her chest heaving.
If you could maybe let go of the axe, that would be wonderful, because you're starting to scare me.
I looked at the axe in my hand and let it fall to my side, careful of the blade. "You didn't answer my question. What the hell are you doing here?"
Tegan said I could stay. I just need a moment. Can you let me stay?
She asked, her eyes filling with tears. I didn't know Kira well, but I'd never seen her cry. Not once. And I had no idea why a world-famous, Grammy Award-winning artist and drummer in one of the biggest rock bands in the world would be hiding in my cabin. Yet all I could think, even with the fear on her face, was that she had taken my dead twin's place in the band. And if my brother were alive, she wouldn't be here. And I had no idea what the fuck I was supposed to do with that.
Bodie, can I stay?
And with no other good answer to that, I shook my head and sighed. Fine. But you want to tell me why you have that bruise? I asked, my voice cutting. And that's when Kira West, the one woman who made my dick twitch after all these years, burst into tears. What a great way to end this day from hell.
Chapter 2. Kira. I should have known this would be too good to be true. Of course, the moment that I had tried to feel safe, and even pretend that word meant anything, it would be thrown back into my face. It wasn't Tegan's fault. I knew that. It was my own for trusting the idea that I could have time to breathe. Fine. But you want to tell me why you have that bruise? I swallowed hard and nearly pulled my gaze away from him, but couldn't. Kira. It was odd to hear my name on Bodie's lips. I wasn't even sure Bodie had even said my name ever before this. No, that was wrong. He had. When he had been growly at me. Angry for some reason that I could never fathom, Bodie Ashford did not like me. I was used to people not liking me, yet for some reason the idea that he didn't hurt something deep within me that I'd rather not think about. I barely resisted the urge to touch the bruising on my jaw and the ones that slid down my back and spine. No, I couldn't think at this moment, not when everything hurt. People didn't like me. I was too brash, too loud. I played drums when I should have been quiet. I was covered in tattoos and colored hair and piercings. I had a piercing that one of my exes had blasted to the tabloids about, and that had caused thousands of people to learn what a triangle piercing was. I loved women and men and tried to live life to the fullest. I wore sundresses and leather and tried to be my own contradiction just because I could. I was used to people hating me. My parents had. My sister did. Only I didn't know why Bodie had, or why we tended to rub each other the wrong way. Yet with the way that he was looking at me right now, I wasn't sure where that hate was directed. I'll just gather up my things and leave. My voice sounded hollow to my own ears, and I wanted to take the words back. I needed to smile, to laugh it off, and to walk away. It would be better for everybody if I just walked away. I'd sounded so sure of myself only moments ago, but I'd used all of my remaining energy just to hold the bat up in the first place. In the face of this particular Ashford, I couldn't hold my bravado any longer. Bodie took a step further into the cabin, and I flinched. He froze, his gaze narrowing as he studied the bruise. I knew he was probably taking in every other mark that he could see on my body. I'd worn a large hoodie, but still had shorts on, meaning he could see the handprints that had been left on me, the handprints I'd wanted to forget. But it was summer, and though I had a fire going because I had wanted the heat, I was still hot. I should have just stayed away, found a place to stay and hide that had nothing to do with people that I cared about. You're not leaving. My spine stiffened even further, and I swallowed hard. This man loomed. I wasn't sure he was aware he did so, but everything about him spoke of presence. I wasn't sure I'd be able to find my normal here, or maybe I was so wrong about that I'd fail along the way. You're going to want to walk away, Bodie. I'm sorry for intruding, for trespassing. I'll go, but you can't make me stay. Bodie studied my face again, then cursed under his breath. The tiny hoop in his nose glinted under the light, catching my gaze. You're not going until you clean up the blood on your lip. I frowned, wondering what he was talking about, until I lifted my hand. When my fingers came away with blood, I realized I'd cut my split lip once again, and shame coated me. Crap, I thought that was already healed. Cuts on lips and bruises on your face tend to last a bit longer for some. Come on, let's clean you up. He held up both hands, moving slowly towards me as if I were a baby bird he was afraid was going to leap off the ledge. Maybe he was right. My heart thudded, and all I wanted to do was curl up under a blanket and hide. I was not weak. I did not hide, and yet here I was, doing that exact thing. Nothing made sense, and I just wanted to go home. But where was home? I didn't have one anymore. I could afford anything, and I didn't even have a home yet. That was what happened when you trusted the wrong people. I should just go. Bodie shook his head and moved closer. I didn't back away this time or flinch, and I counted that as progress. There was a reason that I wasn't staying at one of my bandmates' homes. They wouldn't be able to stop trying to mother me or take care of a situation, and then they would know about the decisions I had made. They would see that I had failed in my own judgment, something I had once been so proud of. And with everything that had happened to them in the past, they didn't need the publicity or the stress that came with realizing that I had brought terror and damage onto all of us. This would all go away once he forgot about me, and he would. The drugs would do that. He would forget, and we would all move on, and I wouldn't have to cry anymore. But first, I just needed to heal. I know you keep eyeing that door, and you can walk away if you want to. I'm not going to force you to stay here. It seems to me somebody already forced enough. I pressed my lips together, ignoring the sting. I didn't like that he could see, nor did I like the idea that his words were spoken with such a lack of emotion that it nearly worried me. Bodie Ashford had always been an enigma to me. His sister, Briar, was one of our songwriters and was married to our lead singer, Gabriel Wilder. I had joined the band Wilder years after they had become a success, when their drummer, Malcolm, had died in a bus crash that had nearly taken Gabriel and Briar with them. Others had died in the band and crew, and I had come in a year later or so, trying to fill a void that I would never be fully capable of doing. But I had been known to stand in when they had needed someone, and we meshed well. I would never be Malcolm Ashford, Bodie's twin, but I was Kira West. I had won a Grammy with them, gone platinum multiple times, and done 3 world tours, all in the short amount of time that I had been part of the band, and yet I was always the new one, the one that had taken Malcolm's place. And as I looked into Bodie's eyes, the same eyes that Malcolm must have had, I couldn't help but taste the bitterness on my tongue. I was a replacement, one that had the largest shoes to fill, and I would never do. I wonder what Bodie saw when he looked at me in that moment. A broken doll who couldn't take care of herself, an interloper, and the one who could never replace his twin. I wanted to shake myself just then, because I wasn't one prone to maudlin thoughts, and yet here I was, surrounded by them, because I didn't have anything better to do. "Do Gabe and the others know?" he asked, his voice low. I swallowed hard, not bothering to pretend not to know who he was talking about. "No, and I don't want them to know. We're on a break, trying to relax and live. Everyone else is spending time with their families and taking a breath for the first time in years. I'm not going to put that on them." Bodie pursed his lips before moving past me to the kitchen cabinets by my side. I didn't flinch, but I didn't move an inch either. "Briar said she would be visiting soon because she wants to show off Maisie and spend time with the family. But I didn't know the whole band was taking a break." He paused in the act of pulling out the first aid kit I hadn't been aware was even there. "She might have told us, but I don't remember." I heard the sadness in his tone, I had always known that Bodie was set apart from the rest of his family, though I hadn't known why. Briar hadn't spoken on it, and I had always figured it was because he was Malcolm's twin. Losing a part of yourself in such a way had to be devastating. But for some reason, I didn't think that was all. There seemed to be a shattered aura surrounding him, a cloak of pain and grief that ebbed as he breathed and tightened when he tried to step forward. Maybe I was seeing too much, or perhaps not enough. Bodie Ashford confused me, and always had. And here I was, taking space when I shouldn't have. He clearly didn't want me here, and yet as he searched through the first aid kit, I had to wonder what the hell he was thinking.
Here's one of those ice packs, but from the look of that bruise on your thigh, you're going to need to see a doctor. Have you?
I frowned and looked down at my thigh, my mouth parting. I hadn't realized that the bruise had spread as much as it had. It was larger than a handprint, and it was already turning a mottled blue and purple, and that wasn't even one of my worst. I'll be fine. I'm sorry for taking your time. The woodenness in my tone wasn't lost on either of us. Bodie just shook his head, seeming at war with himself in a case I couldn't understand.
How hurt are you, Kira?
He asked. He stepped forward then, hand outstretched. I flinched, but he didn't stop moving. And when he cupped the side of my face that wasn't bruised and tilted my chin up, I met his gaze, my breath quickening. Panic seized me, but I kept still. Afraid, always so afraid. I hadn't let anyone touch me like this in over a year, not since I had broken it off completely with Jeremiah. It had been a year since I had walked away and thought I had found peace, but he had found me anyway.
When did this happen?
Bodie asked, his voice low, dangerous. 2 days ago. I whispered, startled that I'd even spoken a word. Bodie cursed again.
With the way that your eyes are tracking, Kira, I think you need to see a doctor.
I closed my mouth, my heart racing. No, someone would find out. They always found out. His hold tightened a fraction before relaxing. Why did that calm me?
You don't have to leave. You can stay, okay? I'm not going to make you leave. I think you have a concussion, which is why you're tracking so slowly.
I'm fine.
Just don't lie to me, okay? You can say what you need to. You can yell at me, curse at me, but don't lie.
Tears threatened, and I had no idea why. I didn't know this man. All I wanted to do was hide underneath that blanket, and yet I knew it wasn't going to help. I think it's a mild concussion. I still drove here.
And that was stupid.
The words sounded as if they had been wrenched from his throat. Anger that I hadn't felt in far too long surged forward, and I pulled my chin back from his hold. It was what I needed to do. Tegan said I could stay here for a week, but I'm sorry for stepping onto your property. I didn't know that you didn't know.
Tegan left me a voicemail, and I should have listened to it. I don't care that you're here. Now that I know. I'm going to get Kellen to come up here, though, okay? I know he's not working and probably with the kids, but you need to see someone.
With the way that he choked on the word kids, I had to wonder if maybe Bodie didn't even like them. But then again, it wasn't my place to ask or deal with. I just wanted to go home. And I kept telling myself that, even though I knew I didn't have one. This was a mess of my own making, and I needed to figure out how to fix it. Yet in that moment, not having to do it alone felt like a miracle. That's how I knew I needed to take a step back.
Don't go.
I don't want to take your time or your friend's time.
You asked Tegan to stay. That means you reached out for help. So just stay. I don't use this cabin anyway. Rest, breathe, and maybe tell me what the fuck happened.
I once again flinched at his tone, but it didn't scare me this time. It was just a little shocking. I cursed more than anyone that I knew, and yet hearing Bodie continually doing so while so close to my face felt almost protective. That concussion must have hit harder than I thought. Okay, I just don't know what, and I hate not knowing what to do. In that part, we're alike. I'll get Kellen up here to check you out. He's a friend, and our town doctor, meaning anything you say will stay with him. He paused. Just tell me what happened. I just made a mistake. Don't. You don't get to put this on you, because I'm pretty sure you didn't beat the shit out of yourself. My mouth dropped. Eyes widened. Seriously? Who taught you bedside manner? Bodie looked at me then before he laughed, though there wasn't much humor in it. If you only knew, girl. I'm not that much younger than you, Bodie. You don't get to play the old man card. I don't think you know exactly how old I am, he growled before shaking his head. Just let me know one thing. I met his gaze, knowing I had to be grateful, and yet terrified of what he would ask. Okay? Are you safe here? Will whoever did this follow you here? I held my breath, trying to formulate an answer, before my shoulders finally sagged. I don't know. I don't think he'll follow me here. Who is he? I swallowed hard and looked down at my hands. My ex, Jeremiah. We broke up over a year ago, but he didn't really believe me. I take it Tegan gave you the security code, he asked after a few moments of silence, and I looked up at him, surprised that was what he had said of all things. Yes. Okay then. Keep the alarm going. And I have cameras all over the property. Then how did you not know I was here? I asked, confused. He ran his hand through his hair, his biceps flexing as he did so. Because Tegan must have given you the main security code. That wouldn't alert me completely. I'm going to have a talk with my sister about that. Don't be mad at her. I asked for help, and she gave it. And I'm sorry. I'm not mad at her, Kira. Bodie whispered, his voice so kind that it made me want to cry. You sure sound like it. I'm always angry, so I always sound like it, he said honestly. And that confused me even more. You'll be safe here. Safe as I can make it. Thank you. I paused. I don't like asking for help. You're not the only one. But just breathe for a minute, okay? That's all I can do for now. Thank you, I murmured. Don't thank me. Now put this ice on your face, and I'm going to make you something to eat. You're far too pale. He studied my face a little bit longer before pulling out his phone and heading towards the other end of the kitchen. He pulled out a pan, and then bread and cheese from the fridge, and I had to wonder if he had known that was there or if he had just guessed that Tegan would have filled up the fridge with a few things. I did not understand the Ashfords. I never had, but Bodie? He confused me more than the rest. I watched as he moved around the kitchen with such efficiency that it surprised me. He pulled up his sleeves, and I saw the ink there, as well as the burn scars. So many burns. I held back a gasp, wondering why I truly couldn't notice them before. Then again, he always wore long Henleys or flannels when I was around, but this was the first time I'd seen him in a warm environment. Whatever had happened to him must have hurt, because his burn scars were thick and yet fully healed. I wanted to reach out, just to make sure he was okay, but that was stupid, so stupid. I wasn't a safe space, and it was just now dawning on me that perhaps I never had been, and it scared me that perhaps Bodie had never been able to have a space of his own. And for some reason, the idea that this grumpy asshole of a man wanted to keep me safe without saying the words let me relax for the first time in too long. I wouldn't stay in Ashford Creek for long. I couldn't. It wouldn't be safe for long, and I needed to face the real world soon. The paparazzi would find me, they always did, and when that time came, the world would know that I had failed, that I was weak, that I was exactly what they had called me when I had first joined the band. A female drummer, a girl, with the wrong voice. And then Bodie Ashford put a grilled cheese with tomato in front of me, and an ice water and didn't say a word. He just glared at me until I picked up the sandwich with one hand and took a bite. Flavor burst on my tongue, and for some reason in that moment, I finally felt safe to do the one thing I hadn't. Tears fell, my shoulders shook, and Bodie just stood there, staring at me, arms folded over his chest, and glared. I let myself cry, because in that moment, I was safe.
Chapter 3. Bodie. As a rule, I tended not to go to town often. I made the trek at least once a month in order to pick up groceries, check my mail at the post office, whatever couldn't come up the path to my cabin, and run a few other errands. Online delivery was one of the best things ever invented for a man who truly did not want to be forced to leave the house or deal with other people, especially in a town that had turned on me so quickly. I parked my truck in front of the hardware store, my list in hand of tools that I wanted to get locally versus online. I might hate part of Ashford Creek for what they had done and how they had left us behind, even when I had been too young to understand, but I still was going to support a few of the places that hadn't turned on us. Old Jessup from the hardware store, who hadn't been that old when I was a kid, still ran it, though both of his sons and their wives did most of the actual day-to-day running of the store these days. The old man used to sneak us candies, and even an apple or two when we had been too young to fend for ourselves. Our mom had been gone. Her death ruled accidental, even though we all had known that wasn't the case. Of course, it wasn't until recently that our dad had confessed to killing her, to taking the life out of her after he had truly tried to do so for so many years prior, even if it had just been her energy and thirst for life in general. Before he'd gotten married again and subsequently chased off that wife to her death, he'd ignored all of us kids. And though my youngest brothers, the twins, Sterling and Finian, had been babies, we'd done our best to take care of them. And the townsfolk who hadn't turned a blind eye to what our father had been doing to us had taken care of us. And old man Jessup had been one of them. I got out of my truck and ignored a few glances from people I did not want to pay attention to. My wife and children had been murdered, killed when they'd been asleep, and I hadn't been close enough to save them. And while that guilt would forever dig its way into my soul and bury me beneath the tides of time, their stares had nothing to do with that loss, as much as everything to do with their own pain and guilt. I tilted my head at two of them, a sign of acknowledgement. I wasn't going to hide from their stares. Not anymore. I had done so the first year, when the suspicion of my family's death had been draped over my shoulders. These two people, who had gone to church with my mother, who had been in her gardening club, had thought I had been the type of man my father had always been. These two women had never stepped up to protect their so-called friend, my mother, and had never once tried to spare the child. Instead, they had ignored the signs of abuse and hatred and had moved on with their lives. After all, Ashford Creek was supposed to be a small town of tourism and happiness, the bread and butter of America. There were no dark shadows and lurking secrets to take that away from them. And if they washed away their sins with each passing sunny day, then they could move on and pretend they hadn't been part of the problem. Not only had they allowed families to die, to rot, but they thought I'd killed my soul. They thought I'd lit fire to my own house to watch my wife burn in our baby's rooms. My wife had woken up to the smoke, and the smoke detectors had been disabled. She'd crawled to our babies, and that's where Thatcher had found them. My wife's body, covering our children, as if her slight frame had been able to protect them from the worst. My children hadn't been sleeping when the fire came. They had cried and screamed. And though I hadn't been able to hear those screams, at least not in real life, I had in my dreams, in my nightmares. I had run back into the flames, had shoved my way through the fiery abyss, and had failed. Just like Mr. Carter had failed. Just like Thatcher had failed. My burns had been my sign of guilt, my brand of disloyalty. Those two women had proclaimed my guilt even before I'd been questioned by the authorities. There hadn't been one single thread of evidence, just circumstantial, and yet they knew. They absolutely knew that I had to have killed my family. Both women visibly paled as I greeted them, and then I pushed them from my mind. I wasn't going to hide from those who thought I was guilty. No, that wasn't why I liked my isolation. Not that I was too isolated anymore. It was hard to be alone when a woman was breaking down in a cabin not 20 feet from your house. I had tried to ignore Kira's cries, at least the first time, but then the second time, I brought food and a blanket, leaving, knowing I needed the space just as she did. The third night, she played music while cooking on her own, and I'd walked past, ignoring the sinking sensation in my gut. Courtney used to sing. She had loved music. My baby had sung, even the littlest one, with little babbles. I didn't play music in my house anymore. Kira hadn't known that. And my own destruction didn't need to taint whatever healing Kira was finding. I walked into the hardware store, ignoring another glare. It didn't matter that the person who had murdered my family was behind bars. They had marked me as guilty, and to assuage their own consciences, they couldn't find forgiveness. I didn't have anything for them, so they could wallow in their own self-hatred while thrashing it in my direction. My family, my siblings, and I had already had enough directed towards us when it came to that. And that's when I faltered, reaching for another set of screws. Maybe it wasn't the murder they thought of when they stared at me. Not anymore. Odd to think I'd almost forgotten. Almost let myself believe that I could breathe again. I hadn't been the one to kill my father. Yet I had been the one to push him back from trying to kill my brother. To kill me. And when he had fallen back on his own knife, he'd been the one to cry out, that blade sinking into his belly and chest like hot metal into butter. The man who had tortured us, who had killed our mother, was dead. And while I had technically killed him, some of the town had marked me as such. Well, hell, I muttered. Everything okay? I turned as a familiar man lumbered towards me, leaning heavily on his cane. I tossed the screws into my handbasket and moved forward. Hey, I thought you were staying home for now. What are you doing out? I asked, noticing that Jessup's face had grayed considerably in the past couple of weeks since I had seen him. He had survived a stroke in the past year, and the fact that he was walking at all was a miracle. But I hated to see it. Jessup just growled at me. I'm fine, boy. And just like my son's, always hovering as if I can't handle things on my own. You look like you could keel over at any minute. Not quite sure what you're handling, other than your pride. When Jessup grinned at me and barked out a laugh, I knew he'd understood the barb. I wasn't that much of a jackass. I was just damn worried about the man, just like his sons were. I looked over his shoulder at Jesse, who was staring at his dad with worry etched on his face. I'd made sure the old man got back to his son, and Jesse trusted me with that. None of these family members had ever once thought I was the worst of the worst, and that was why I still shopped there, because they deserved my support. And afterwards, I would pick up groceries and head back up to my place, doing my best to ignore the world. It was easier said than done, I knew, but I didn't have any other choice. "I hear you have a visitor," Jessup said, and I paused, my hands stiffening. Nobody should know Kira was at my place. Not unless one of my siblings was talking, and while Tegan had messaged me about Kira ahead of time, a message I had promptly ignored incorrectly, she wouldn't have told anybody. She protected our privacy, especially here at this moment. "Oh?" I asked, my tone harsher than I had intended. "Briar and Gabriel are in town, right? And they brought that baby girl of hers. Of course, she's 5 now, not so much of a baby." Something flashed over the old man's eyes, and I realized he was thinking about my kids. The fact that they would be older than Maisie by now. I pushed that thought away and let my shoulders sag in relief, be it infinitesimally. I didn't need anybody to catch on that it wasn't my sister that I had been thinking about. "They got here last night. I haven't seen them yet. I would. It wasn't like Briar would let me be for too long. She and Tegan constantly took care of their brothers, because it wasn't as if we'd had a mom around to do so. I wanted her to thrive, because it wasn't Mom's fault, or our stepmom's fault, that they hadn't been able to survive the torture that was living with our dad. But they had done their best by us, and I would never hate them for that fact." "Well, you say hi to them, and you make sure they come and say hello to me." My lips twitched. "You know they will. Briar loves you." "As she should." His gaze darkened, and I looked over my shoulder to see who he could possibly be glaring at. Dread pulled in my gut, but I ignored it. I wasn't surprised Nathan was around, lurking, but it still annoyed the fuck out of me. "Why don't you get your things and go out the back? No need to deal with him. He doesn't get to own this store or my time. Don't worry." Jessup gave me a look, but nodded, conceding. I sighed, gathered the rest of the things on my list, and made my way to check out. "Well, look at you," a sly voice whispered from my side. I turned to see Nathan and shifted my head. "I don't want any trouble today. I'm not in the mood." And I needed to get back to Kira. I didn't have enough food for her, and there was no way that I was letting her come into town. At least, not yet. Honestly, with Briar and Gabriel here, the town would be able to focus on their celebrity and then turn ranks so they could protect them from any onlookers. Maybe they'd figure out how to do so for Kira, but she didn't need the attention of paparazzi or the public, not on everything she had done. Not on everything else that was happening to her at the moment. "Hey, asshole, did you hear me?" I turned and frowned at Nathan. "It didn't seem like you had much to say. At least, nothing worthwhile. Didn't feel like answering." The dumbass glared at me, but immediately stopped when not only Jessup, but his 2 sons stood behind the counter, tapping their fingers on the granite. I didn't like being taken care of like this, or having backups that could get hurt, but my brothers and best friends would always do the same for me, even on my darkest days. And sometimes I needed to remember that. Without another word, I paid and pushed past Nathan. The man didn't move a step, instead creating a wall that I had defectively smashed into, and when Nathan shoved his shoulder into mine, I ignored it. I moved 2 steps towards the door, and then Nathan was on me, pulling at my shoulder. "Fuck you. We know you're a murderer. You had to have something to do with it. How dare you walk around town without shame? You let Courtney die." Anger wrapped with shame as I sucked in a breath. "You're going to want to keep your hands off of me and my wife's name from your mouth. You didn't deserve Courtney. You never did." He shoved me, putting 2 punches to my kidneys, and I let out a grunt. I shouldn't have turned my back to him, but honestly, I hadn't thought he'd hit me. That was my mistake. I whirled, dropping my bag of tools, and without thinking, let my fist smash into Nathan's face. Nathan whirled back, and I kept going, soul-tired, weary, and exhausted from trying to be a better person. I was tired of holding back, of not fighting. I was tired of letting Nathan and his ilk take the lead because I was the one who tried to have the upper hand. Well, fuck that. I moved forward again, even as Nathan took a swing. I ducked it and went to punch back when somebody held me. One of the sons restrained Nathan too, and I looked over my shoulder to see it was Thatcher gripping my shoulders, throwing a muscled arm over my chest. My friend, the man who hated himself as much as he thought I hated him. How could I hate him when I could only hate myself? My friend let out a deep breath. "Don't do this. You know he'll sue." "I don't really fucking care right now," I growled, hands shaking. Thatcher pulled me further from him, even as Nathan began to cry out, words and threats that had no meaning anymore. I pushed Thatcher slightly, turning away. He just stared at me as if I had kicked him in the gut, and I despised myself because I didn't blame Thatcher for anything. I couldn't, but the small part of me wanted to, for him being too late, and for me not being enough. I'm fine. A lie. Always a lie. "One day I'll hold him down for you," Thatcher said honestly. "But not here, not today. You know better than that, Bodie." And I wanted my lips to tilt up, but instead I shook my head. "Don't bother." Thatcher sighed, and I moved away, ignoring the crowd that we had amassed in that short period of time. I tossed my bag into the truck and then walked to the grocery store, ignoring the whispers, the stares. I shouldn't have punched Nathan. I should have let him take me, do what he wanted, and then people would stop talking. Though I knew that was a lie, too. With a sigh, I picked up a few things that Kira might like, although I didn't know her enough to figure it out, too. And then I made my way back to my truck, knowing I was done with town for a while. Frankly, I had been here for too long as it was. Nobody said Courtney's name anymore. My hands fisted. My hands tightened on the steering wheel, and I swallowed back the bile that threatened. Nobody said my wife's name. I didn't even anymore. Back when we had been in high school, Courtney had been everything. She had just been Court, a blonde-hair, blue-eyed beauty who had somehow let me love her. It had made no sense to me. How could she love a dumb jock and jerk like me? But she had. And we'd had the perfect family. In middle school and high school, however, Nathan had such a crush on Court. That had been awkward, to say the least. Court and I had dated for all 4 years of high school, and every prom Nathan would ask her out. And I had been forced to be the bigger man by not punching his lights out. Court had wanted to handle it, so I had let her, because I loved her. And Nathan had never understood that. He called me weak, even though he was the one who was trying to steal my girl. He was just lucky I had only knocked him out once. Maybe twice. Of course, Callum had taken care of the third time, but that was for another reason. With a sigh, I pulled onto my property, went through all the alarms and locks, and parked in front of my house. I pulled out all 3 bags, set one of them in my workshop that I'd deal with later, and then went to the cabin. I knocked on the door, noticing the lights were on, but couldn't hear music. Thank God. When Kira opened the door, I swallowed hard, wondering what the hell I was doing. She wore another sundress, her hair flowing in waves around her face, her bare face at that, and other than the piercings and tattoos, wore nothing else. I could see every bruise, every cut, and I wanted to find that man and end him. But then I would just be the monster they said I was. "Here," I said, handing over 2 bags. She blinked at me and then smiled softly before taking them.
Thank you. Though, I don't know what to do with the fact that you continue to take care of me. I was going to ask if I could order something for delivery, but then I didn't know if you do that, and, well, I'll just say thank you.
I can get some things delivered out here, but not everything. You got everything else you need? I asked, my voice rough. I did not want this woman, and yet when she bent down ever so slightly to set something down, my dick noticed, and I cursed myself. After so many years, you would think I would have figured out how to ignore a woman like this, and yet I couldn't. Not with her. What the hell was wrong with me?
How much do I owe you?
Don't do that, I snapped.
What?
Just rest, heal, do whatever the fuck you want, but you're not going to pay for anything. Her eyes widened.
What's the matter?
She asked, and then her gaze went to my hand and my knuckles that weren't bloody but marked ever so slightly.
Bodie, what's wrong?
Nothing.
Don't lie. Please, please, just don't lie.
Nothing you need to be concerned about. Everything's fine. Just let me know if you need anything else.
I need you to tell me what's wrong.
She met my gaze then, her chin raised, so defiant. That fire that had been missing this past couple of days. That I can't give you. And so much more. And with that, I turned on my heel and closed the door, hoping like hell she locked it behind me. I worked in my workshop until I tired myself out, thinking about what I would do. I did not want Kira West. There was no way that my body would want her. I refused to be with anyone. That was my penance. But the part of me that I had long since buried, the part of me that cared about anyone, wanted to see Kira smile again.
Chapter 4. Kira. Rain falls down. The tears slid through memory. Heartbreak cuts deep. Yet the world stands by while I fall. I strummed the last of the notes, my fingers aching, my voice slightly brittle. Rain on Me was one of the biggest hits from Wilder. At least it had been before I had joined the band. Echoes of Goodbye had also been the band's #1 hit, all while Malcolm had been the drummer. I set my guitar down and rolled my shoulders back. The bruises were fading through the past week, but I still hadn't left this cabin enough, other than to walk around in the forest, to really gauge how my body felt. The band had stayed away, and the Ashford women had done the same. I knew Tegan was chomping at the bit in order to invade Bodie's space. I knew she was worried about me, just like everybody else in my life seemed to be, but nobody knew the truth. Honestly, I was afraid I didn't even know the truth at this point. The idea that Bodie, of all people, would know more than others should have surprised me. But then again, when it came to Bodie Ashford, I felt like he excelled at being the unexpected. It might seem nice if I thought about it too deeply, but I was scared. There, I said the words. I was scared. I ran my hands over my face and winced once again as I touched a bruise. I wasn't like some who could handle pain. Yes, I liked my piercings and tattoos, and had multiples of each that people couldn't see unless I knew them intimately. But I wasn't used to other types of pain, the kind that would break you when you weren't paying attention. I didn't want to be easy with pain or feel as if I could handle it. When Jeremiah had hit me the first time, I had walked away. I wasn't going to become a spotter for the paparazzi so they could once again belittle me and tell me that it was my fault. I arched my back, putting my hands at the base of my spine, stretching. I spent hours behind my drum kit, practicing, putting my heart and soul into my music. Being a female drummer wasn't a novelty. There were thousands of us. We just didn't tend to be the norm when it came to the bigger stages. Of course, women in any form of band, unless it was the senior songwriter type these days, didn't get that attention. One of the people that I loved the most, Lark, was a singer-songwriter and was actually married into my band, in a way. She had married Gabriel Wilder's cousin and, therefore, had even sung a song with him that I had been part of. I did background vocals and I played the drums. I was the beat, the steadiness. I was the one that any one of my bandmates could rely on to find their home, their place, and yet I couldn't find my home, couldn't find my own steadiness. Maybe that was why I hadn't been able to write or pick up my drumsticks in far too long. Each one of our bandmates wrote for Wilder. Gabriel did most of it, because he was brilliant at that. But I helped. I wrote songs along with them and worked on the harmonies, as well as what the cadence and beats needed to be. It was my talent, and I loved the cohesiveness of our work. We had been touring for years at this point, and I knew that the band wanted some time off, not apart, no, never apart. The fact that I had even been away from my friends for this long was a testament to how tired we all were. Gabriel and Briar wanted time with their family as well as their daughter, Maisie. Joshua, who was on rhythm guitar, was seeing a new girl, that new woman that he was absolutely head over heels with, and they were taking time together. Rocky and her wife were headed towards the World Cup, since it was that time of year again, and the USA soccer team was kicking ass. So Rocky would be able to attend most of Mandy's games, and if I could ever leave this cabin without having a panic attack, I would join. David, our final bandmate, was on a camping trip with his entire family, and I couldn't help but laugh at that. David, the once rocker who never washed his hair and had more needle marks than anybody I knew, was now firm and proper, albeit with a few tattoos, and was going camping in a tent. I snorted before standing up and beginning to do some of my stretches. I had a feeling that David and his wife would be in a hotel with the kids before long. In fact, they were probably already there. I hadn't been checking my group texts as much as I should have. This break should have been for relaxing. I had told everybody that I would go on a road trip, find different places to stay, and get inspiration. Each one of them had offered for me to join their trips, their families, because they knew the only family I had left wasn't one I wanted to be part of anymore. I loved them. I truly did. My sister was bright and shiny and so funny. At least, she had been. Just like our parents, she had fallen into the crowd that had taken her grandma and refused to let her go. And now I was avoiding her just like I avoided everyone else. There was a knock on the door, and I stiffened for only a moment before I realized I recognized that knock. I went to the cabin door, unlocked both deadbolts, and took a shaky step back. Bodie had added another deadbolt one day when I had been out on a walking path. He clearly didn't need it, but had wanted it for me because he'd known I wanted to feel safe. I did not understand this man because he had done that without saying a word. He just did things. As I opened the door, I swallowed hard once again at the presence of this man who once again held groceries for me even though he'd already done so before. He was beautiful, and yet rugged and jagged in a way that belied that beauty. His dark hair was a little long for him, covering his face slightly, and I knew he had to pull it back every once in a while. His beard was longer than I had ever seen in photos from Gabriel's section of the tour bus, and he seemed to live and die in those flannels. Not that there was anything wrong with that. I could see a peak of ink on his forearms, and I knew that he had full sleeves, but the burn scars on his side and arms were present as well. I wouldn't ask about them. I couldn't. But I knew whatever had happened had to be terrible.
"I brought you food,"
he said abruptly, and held out 2 linen bags. I blushed and realized I had been staring at him like an idiot before I took the bags from his hands. They were surprisingly heavy. Thank you. Seriously, I really need to get to town and do things on my own. I let my voice trail off, and Bodie did that unnerving thing where he studied your face, and you felt like you're the only one in the world. He always did that when he spoke to me, as if he truly paid attention, even though every ounce of him had wanted to be anywhere else but here.
"You don't have to go down there if you don't want to. I don't go down there if I don't want to,"
Bodie said after a moment. I looked down at the bags in my hands, then up at his face once again. "Just let me know how much I owe you for all of this?"
"I don't need money."
I smiled, but I wasn't sure it reached my eyes at that point. I have more money than I know what to do with, and that's not bragging. That's just facts.
"Then pay me what you want. I don't really care. I just figured you shouldn't starve to death."
I pressed my lips together and then couldn't help but smile. Oh, good. That's nice to know. I guess it would be a lot of paperwork if I did.
"The paperwork is one thing, but there'll be people on my property. People I don't want near me. And that's just annoying. So just don't starve to death."
As long as I don't inconvenience you, I can make sure I try my best. I swore his lips twitched. Or maybe I was just seeing things that I wanted to. Anyway, thank you. Seriously, I'm going to go down there myself next time. I promise. I need to not be a recluse in this cabin. Bodie merely raised a brow at me, and I blushed. Well, I mean, there can only be one grumpy cabin person at a time, and I suppose you already have that down? This time, his lips did quirk into a small smile, and I felt like I had finally done something right.
"That's right. I don't like to share."
Now, that felt like a lie, considering he was letting me stay at his cabin and had given me food. Food I would find a way to pay him for, because I knew he would just give my money back. He had already done that before. I stood there awkwardly for a second, before moving back and gesturing with one hand. The bag's still there. Do you want to come in? I mean, it is your cabin.
"I need to check the filter. I won't be long."
I nodded before moving towards the kitchen with him and following. When I turned to set the bags on the counter, I noticed his gaze had gone to my guitar, the empty pages, those notes in front of me. All of it scattered over the coffee table. My stomach tightened, my body going into a cold sweat. I had been trying to write and I couldn't think of a single new thing. There was something wrong with me. Well, but that was obvious, wasn't it?
"I didn't know you played guitar."
"I play guitar, drums, and the flute." He raised a single brow, that curiosity on his face making him look so much lighter.
"The flute. I didn't know you guys had that in the band.
My mouth went dry, even though I knew he was just teasing. But we didn't talk about the band. Yes, his brother-in-law was in it, but his brother, his twin, had been part of it. Had been in my place, or rather, I was in Malcolm's place again, and I did not want to think about that. I'm sure there are a few songs that could use the flute, but no. I played the flute in middle school and high school. It was the only way for me to be part of the band. I couldn't help the bite in my tone, but those memories had never gone away. What had entrenched me for so long and pulled me into the life I had today? You didn't play drums and band. I know they have them, especially since I know Houston, Texas, and marching bands are sort of a thing there. They're sort of a thing in Colorado, too. But yes, I did rhythm and marching band. I was a little blonde girl who liked to wear dresses, and therefore I was in the winged section. I started to put things away, suddenly far more nervous than I had a right to be. He continued to study my face, but I didn't say a word. Who forced you? My shoulders tensed, and I knew he was talking about the band, not anything else. I took a moment to find the saliva in my mouth in order to respond. My dad. The band leader was a sexist asshole, too, in middle school. He was an asshole. He was certainly set on girls being with girly instruments and boys with boy instruments, which was ridiculous since there's no such thing. But that was his mindset. And in high school, I could have moved over to percussion, since I had already learned how to play on my own, albeit with pots and pans and anything I could hit with sticks. I rolled my eyes, a soft laugh escaping. Our high school band director hadn't really minded. My dad did. I swallowed hard and then pulled out everything to make a Southwest chicken salad. I wasn't sure what Bodie had been thinking of when he bought me the groceries, but I could make something with this. Bodie, in turn, leaned against the wall and folded his arms over his chest. His short sleeves moved up, baring his forearms, and the ink and scars silhouetted for the first time in full. He had leaves and barren branches on one arm, with dark green and red flames on another. Beneath the flames themselves were his scars from whatever fire he had been in, and he had a few other scars underneath the branches. I wasn't sure where else he had ink, but I really liked the look of those. And I needed to back away from that. There was no way I was going to be attracted to this man. That would just be rude for everybody. I know you said you had nowhere else to go, and that's why I'm here. And you said that nobody would find you here. Hopefully you would be safe. But do I need to be worried about your dad, too? My gaze shot to him as I dropped the knife that I had been holding. It clattered on the cutting board, the sound echoing through the small cabin, and I swallowed hard. My dad's dead. He OD'd. Just like my mom, he's not around to boss me around anymore. I quickly picked up the knife and went to dicing tomatoes. Since I could easily use the rotisserie chicken without having to cook anything, it worked this way. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I paused in the act of reaching for another tomato and turned. Thank you. I don't really miss them, which sounds like a terrible daughter, but they weren't really great parents to begin with, and they weren't the drug addicts that you think of. Not like many of the ones in my business, I said dryly. No, they were the prim and proper set who golfed and played tennis and were part of the club. Dad wore his polos, Mom with her little twin sets, and they were aghast that their precious daughter had tattoos and piercings, which was probably why I kept adding color to my hair and adding more piercings. I shook my head. But Mom hurt her back playing tennis, and Dad broke his leg skiing when he was in his 20s. When he injured it again doing some triathlon thing that he and his rich buddies wanted to do, they gave him OxyContin, and then Oxy turned to something else because there was no way he was going to stop taking anything that made him feel in control, which I always found funny because it was a complete lack of control. Either way, that was my dad, always lying to himself. Each of them found their way into drug addiction quickly, and then when they couldn't get any more from their precious inner circles, because, of course, everybody is addicted to something in that set, they found a different dealer. And that different dealer wasn't as fancy with the drugs, and they ended up overdosing together while yelling at each other. Fentanyl kills. My precious, rich, blonde, and privileged parents OD'd on fentanyl in their kitchen. The same kitchen they had just renovated, even though my mom hated to cook. I'm not very good at it, but at least I try. I wasn't completely monotone as I spoke, but there wasn't much emotion in the words. The world knew about my parents. They had been famous in their financial circles, and I was decently famous on my own, so, of course, the news had brought up my parents' death. It had happened before I had joined Wilder, but only just before. Their deaths had finally kick-started me into finding a band that I could work with fully, rather than just working in different studios, as a studio artist. And now here I was, traveling the world, or I had been. Now I was hiding in a cabin because apparently daddy issues were not a new thing for me. Shocking. I'm sorry. 2 words. Such small ones, but I knew they were from the gut. They were truth, not a sentiment faded in the uncomfortable. Don't be. Therapy helped, but honestly, they hadn't been part of my life for long before that. They cut me out the moment I decided to get the tattoos on my forearms, since I couldn't hide them anymore, and the brow ring and septum ring, can't hide those either. I never did get a septum ring. I like the small hoop in mine. He pointed to his nose, and I grinned. I couldn't help it. It did surprise me that you had a nose ring of all things. I mean, you're the mountain man, complete in flannel, and they have piercings too. It's sort of what we do. So you say. But then again, you are an artist. I make furniture, he said dryly, and you're brilliant at it. It is art, not to mention you also keep bees. I didn't even know that was a thing up here. He shrugged, not looking at me. It isn't easy, but it works. That honey in the cabinet there is from one of my hives, so treat it well. That I can do. I'm honored. My stomach tightened, butterflies threatening as he spoke. What would it be if he cared for someone as much as he cared for those bees? What if that person was me? He shrugged as if it meant nothing. I swallowed hard, wondering what the hell I was thinking. It had been over a year since I had even kissed a man. I had walked away from Jeremiah, yet he had found me, but hadn't been with anybody, and my wanting Bodie Ashford was not a good thing. Just because he had a slutty little nose ring and showed off his slutty forearms didn't mean that he wanted to do slutty things. I sure as hell didn't. I went back to cooking, not sure what to say. As I pulled out another knife and cutting board to work with the chicken, shoulders finally relaxing as Bodie went to the back of the kitchen to presumably look at a filter, I let out a breath and hummed a few lines of something that didn't make any sense. I didn't know the words, hadn't written them yet. A melody, just a single verse, slid through my mind, one that didn't make sense. I hadn't been able to think of new lyrics in ages. I swore off quiet nights and coffee spoons. I shook my head at my passing thoughts, wondering what the hell that meant, and realized that I wasn't alone in the kitchen anymore. Instead, Bodie stood there, fist in a dirty filter in one hand, his other fisted. Sorry, I'm not the greatest singer. I know your sister's even better. He just glared at me before turning on his heel and walking away. And I looked down at what I was doing. I was part of his home, cooking, ready to share because he was kind to me. Yes, I'd been singing in the kitchen, but that shouldn't be anything new. Then something small, cold, began to slide through my system. I knew Bodie was a widower, that he'd lost something precious, and here I was acting domestic, as if I had a right to be here. I shook my head, my stomach tight, my hunger gone. I needed to leave soon, to give Bodie his space. I'd find another way to breathe again. I didn't think it was going to happen anywhere near Ashford Creek, not when both of us were far too broken to let that happen.
Chapter 5. Bodie. I lifted the beer to my lips, took a sip before setting the bottle down and studying the label. Tegan and Callum had put a lot of effort into the artwork for the most recent beer at my brother's brewery, and the amber didn't taste too bad. Honestly, it tasted like the best beer I've ever had in my life, but I wasn't about to tell Callum that. I had to give him shit for something, and as always, giving Tegan shit because she was the eldest daughter, and that was what little brothers did. I was the perpetual middle child, though if you looked at the lines in my skin, sometimes I felt like the oldest. Only the twins were younger than me. Well, the other twins. It was odd that I wasn't sure that I felt like I was a twin anymore. When you lost your other half, did that leave you as a twin? Or a shell of a person who'd once shared a womb, a motion in time, and a semblance of life? I took another sip of my beer and pushed that thought from my mind. Nothing good could come from allowing my mind to go down that path, or wondering about the great secrets of the universe when it came to a dead brother. "It's good to see you out tonight," Callum said as he took the seat next to me. I grunted and sat back in the soft leather seat. The corner booth at the Summit Grill was my favorite place to sit. I could lean back without having to worry about anybody behind me. It was also covered in shadows enough that nobody could truly see me unless they were focusing on the place. Of course, with the number of people surrounding us, it was a little harder to hide than usual. I didn't come out with the guys often, especially at the bar and grill, if ever. I went to the brewery for certain events because I loved my brother, and he had been there for me during the worst of it. And whenever Tegan needed help with inventory and shit at the store, I did what I could for her. After all, she kept my ass organized. I went to hockey games in Denver whenever Atlas came near, and that was a bit easier. Nobody knew me in the giant sea of fans. Sure, I got a few looks. They couldn't help it when they looked at my scars, but it wasn't the same. But I hadn't been to Sterling's restaurant, The Range, yet, nor had I been to the grand opening of the latest bakery since Fiona had moved out of town and sold the place to Bronwyn. "Hey, what's the new bakery called?" I asked. Callum stared at me. "I have no idea where your mind just went. And since you didn't answer the question that I just asked, I assume you weren't listening." "No, I wasn't listening." Callum rolled his eyes. The fact that he was still smiling told me that maybe getting with Felicity and making a commitment was good for him. He seemed more relaxed, less growly, though compared to me, he'd always been less growly. One only had to ask my sisters to verify the truth in that comparison. "The new bakery is called Sweet and Tart. Bronwyn's doing a good job of it." "Better than the name Ashy Buns," I grumbled. I had no idea why Fiona had named it that awful name, but people had always rolled their eyes at it and wondered why the hell that would be enticing. Sure, the food was good, but Fiona had been annoying as hell, rude and ostentatious in a way that didn't make sense. She had moved away, hopefully to a happier place, and now our family friend was taking over. I didn't know Bronwyn well, but Tegan did. "Did someone say ashy buns?" Rune asked as he made his way to the table, beers in hand. He set them down and rolled his shoulders back. I studied his face, the chiseled jaw, the eyes that seemed to see into your soul like any good bartender did, and I couldn't help but focus on his septum ring. I'd nearly gotten one, but had opted for the hoop instead. Now I wondered if I should have gone with the other. Rune was mine and Callum's best friend, as well as Felicity's older brother. He also owned the bar and grill, but it was a septum ring, so like Kira's that I couldn't help but latch on. There was seriously something wrong with me. I took another sip of my beer. My brother was just ignoring me and asking random questions. "Don't worry, Fiona's not coming," Callum answered, taking a beer. Rune just sighed and turned the chair around so he could straddle it backwards. "Bronwyn's doing a good job. Nothing ashy about those buns." He paused, shook his head. "I didn't mean that to be sexual. What the hell is wrong with me? You need to get laid?" a familiar voice asked as Kellen moved forward, his shoulders tight, and I tilted my head at the man. I hadn't seen him since he had come up to the cabin, no questions asked, and helped Kira. She did indeed have a slight concussion, which had been well on its way to being healed in the past days. And considering nobody else had mentioned Kellen's visit, he had taken his Hippocratic oath and all that doctor mumbo-jumbo seriously. "I'm surprised to see you out here, old man." As Rune was a year older than Kellen, the town doctor just rolled his eyes. "Bo and Adam are hanging out at Thatcher's place since Lucas got a new game that has explosions and blood in it. Of course, that means Olivia is going to kick all of their asses," Kellen explained. He was a single father to 3 sons, with the eldest being 15, his youngest being 7, and I couldn't quite get that bitter taste out of my mouth, because my babies would have been near that age. My eldest would have been 6 now. I mentally shook those thoughts away and took another sip of my beer. Kellen didn't deserve my pitying and painful thoughts. Everyone had their own version of hell. Mine merely happened to be burning. "What about the 2 youngest?" Callum asked, giving me a weird yet worrying look. I shook my head, trying to make sure that he knew that I was okay. Our friends kept having kids, and my family was well on their way to continue doing so. I needed to get over this aversion to hearing about children. Just because mine were gone didn't mean that I had to punch anyone who dared procreate. I'd deal with the gut punch. "They're with Tess, doing some Boy Scout thing, though I don't really know what it is." Kellen let out a sigh and gratefully took the beer from Rune. "Thanks, man. I should know what it is, since I had been the one to offer to actually do the group project. Wesley and Quinn like to do things together as if they were blood brothers, as they call it. I'm just letting Tess take over." Wesley was Thatcher's youngest and the same age as Callan's Quinn. "I'm glad she's working out for you," I said, trying to be part of the conversation. The guys just smiled at me, and I hated that. Was it so surprising that I would speak out, that they would react like that? Well, yes. I wasn't a good person all the time, or ever, it felt like, though I needed to be smart, and to focus on my friends and not my own pain all the time. After all, I had made Kira flinch when I had walked out, and I hated myself for it. She didn't deserve that. After all, it wasn't her fault that Courtney had sung when she had cooked in our kitchen, a kitchen that didn't exist anymore. She had wiggled her hips and laughed and forced me to play along as if I liked cooking, but then I'd hold one of our babies as I watched my wife sing and dance in the kitchen, and everything had been right in the world. That time and memory had vanished, and I needed to find a way to keep living, because becoming the town recluse in a town where half of them hated me wasn't helping anymore. If anything, it had begun to make it harder on my siblings, which was the one thing I couldn't allow. We'd gone through the circles of hell as children, and my pain shouldn't be their next layer of discontent. Wait, Thatcher is dealing with 4 teenagers? Rune asked before he whistled through his teeth. Good on him. Kellen winced. It's my turn to have a night out, and that means I'm having this 1 beer before going to go home and dealing with my checklist of doom. Another sip of beer. And yes, Bodie, Tess is working out. Thankfully, Thatcher and I only live 2 houses apart, so that means it's easy for her to take turns of which house she's at. Her being there to help us drive the kids around to their constant games, events, and committees that we can't handle alone. There are 6 of them, plus her daughter, Wren, and I still don't know how she does it. She must like spreadsheets and calendars, Rune said with a shrug. Damn straight. And as I love a good calendar, I'm grateful for her, Kellen said with an exhausted groan. He had to be drained. I knew Thatcher was. They both worked in demanding jobs that tended toward long shifts that could drain anyone, let alone single dads. Neither of them was in a situation where they could lean on another parent. They had us, as well as a few helpful family members, but having Tess around was a game changer. I didn't interact with the kids. I couldn't, but I was the one to help if they needed something done around the house. Then again, since Finian had finished his contracting license and was now a certified electrician and master carpenter, he had taken over some of my jobs. Only Finian was also a dad, so he had to spend time with his little girls, and that cut into helping friends that much. They all leaned on each other, and I found myself once again on the outside looking in. I needed to apologize to Kira. I didn't know why that thought popped into my mind again, but I told myself I would. I'd figure out what to say. She didn't deserve my wrath. Then again, one of the only people who truly did was behind bars, and the other was dead. I listened as everybody continued to speak, none of them really pushing me to join the conversation. The fact that I had it all had probably surprised them enough that they were afraid to break the peace and get me out of there. I was trying. That had to count for something. At least that's what my therapist had told me to do. I knew I had a problem. I knew I wasn't okay. Therapy wasn't going to bring my family back, but maybe it would ensure that I wouldn't hurt the family that I had left. Hey, Kellen whispered as he scooted into the booth from the other side and leaned towards me. How's Kira doing? I shrugged. She should be fine. That doesn't answer the question. I glanced around the table. She's moving around okay. The cuts and bruises are healing, though she's staying at the cabin more than I am. Kellen paused, a frown on his face. I'll be honest, I was surprised you're here. I let out a snort. Frankly, me too. And while the excuse of wanting to be near my friends and supporting them was one thing, I knew it mostly had to do with getting away from the aura that was a certain woman. I could still smell her on my skin, still feel her around me, even though we hadn't even touched. Kellen tapped his fingers on the table, looking anxious to get home. I didn't blame him. I'm sure Tegan and the others will take care of her soon. I think my sister is just giving her the space that she needs for now because she doesn't want to annoy me. You have a good family, Bodie. I let out a grunt in answer, and Kellen moved back. Rune and Callum had paused their conversation, staring between us. What? I growled. So it's true? Kira is staying with you? Rune mumbled. Who blabbed? I asked with only slight anger in my voice. I liked my privacy, as much as it could exist in a small town and a close family. Our entire family knows, Callum said dryly, and Kira's our friend. The only reason that I haven't been there to make sure that she's safe is because she texts in the girls' group chat. Felicity worries. Rune glared at his best friend, and I held back a sigh at the softness in Callum's tone when he mentioned Felicity. The man was a goner, and so he should be, yet he had just given me another excuse to get Kira out of my periphery and into a safer space. No, not safer, maybe safer for me. At the moment, my place was her haven when it came to paparazzi and Jeremiah. Because if that man came anywhere, I would know. And I'd break him. I wouldn't kill him. The town already viewed me as a killer, but not just my family, but with the man who had tried to break us. I hadn't been the one to kill my father, not directly. I wouldn't kill this Jeremiah, but I would make him regret the day he was born. She's out there taking a vacation. I don't need the space. There's nothing to it, I said after a moment, and noticed my beer was empty. I wasn't going to order another one, not when I needed to drive up into the mountains, but damn, I wanted one rather than having this conversation. Rune studied my face, clearly not believing a word I said. If she needs a place to hang out, she's safe here. You know the rules when it comes to phones and cameras, Rune said as he pointed to 3 different signs that were very clear. No photos unless everybody consents, and they would be checking. Rune liked his privacy and was tired of people taking photos of strangers just to get clout on the internet. It helped that Gabriel and Briar came here often enough that he wanted them to feel safe away from prying eyes. I didn't think I'd even mentioned that to Kira yet, and I would. She needed to get out of the cabin.
I hear the bakery's going the same way.
Kellen switched to water, nudging a glass to me as well. Same with Sterling's restaurant. Callum added, "Look at us, pulling Ashford Creek into the progressive era. Actually protecting privacy. Who knew? Just let Kira know, okay?" Rune asked, and I tilted my chin in acknowledgement before gently shoving at Kellen's shoulder. "I'm done with my beer, and this is enough peopling for me." "You lasted longer than I thought you would. Good on you," Callum said, and I flipped him off. My brother just threw his head back and laughed, and I shook my head, barely resisting the urge to smile. I walked past a few whispering people, and I knew what they were saying. Oh, look, there goes the murderer. There goes the man who lost his wife and child. Or if they had no idea who I was, there goes the man with the wicked burn scars. I wonder how he got them. I had noticed Kira checking them out, as well as my tattoos, but she hadn't asked. I didn't know exactly what Briar had told her, only I didn't think she knew the whole story. She hadn't looked at my scars with pity, just intrigue. I had no idea what that meant. I got into my truck and headed home, slipping on my radio without thinking. I listened to books in the car, not music. Never music. While my brother was a drummer, my sister was a songwriter, and I used to sing with my wife. I wasn't talented enough to make it. I had never tried it, as it had never been my dream or ambition. I had loved music. It had been something I shared with Courtney, though not in the deepest ways possible. It had been part of my soul, just like my brother's. And then Courtney was dead. Just like Malcolm. And I stopped singing, stopped playing guitar, and stopped listening to the radio. It wasn't until I had nearly pulled into my driveway that I realized I had been tapping my fingers along the beat and listening to a Wilder song. I hadn't even noticed. I tapped my fingers to the beat, Kira's beat, because this was a newer song, one made after Malcolm had died. I quickly shut off the radio, my hands shaking. I let out a breath, turned off the engine, and got out of the truck, figuring I could go work. Using an axe on some wood would probably help relieve some of this tension. I grabbed my things and headed to the back side of the property towards the barn when I stopped in my tracks. I noticed Kira sitting on the tiny front porch of the cabin, her knees folded up under her chin. She wore a large sweatshirt and what had to be short shorts. That or just her panties. And that was a train of thought I needed to ignore. With the porch light on, she was clearly visible. I had been checking the security cameras and system throughout my time away, but I hadn't truly liked leaving Kira there. And now seeing her out there all alone, I hated it.
You're back?
She said after a moment. I went to Summit Grill. Rune owns it. Do you know him? She nodded.
I've been there before. It's really nice.
I shook my head and then explained the camera situation and rules when it came to Rune's place. Her eyes widened.
That's so thoughtful. I'm going to go there. I'm going to leave this house, leave this cabin, and see the town. I will.
I know you will. The silence stretched between us, and I let out a breath. I'm sorry for being a dick earlier. Her eyes widened.
You're apologizing?
I am. My voice rose just slightly at the incredulousness of her tone. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. A pause as she studied my face. Her gaze glanced over the scar before meeting my eyes.
May I ask why?
Why I'm sorry? A shake of her head.
Why did you look at me like I was a ghost when I was in the kitchen singing? Why, when any time I play music and you're near, you hunch your shoulders?
I didn't say anything for so long, she continued.
Is it Malcolm?
I opened my mouth to say no, then realized that maybe. The only regret that I have of your taking over my brother's place is that there was a spot empty in the first place. You're good at what you do, Kira. So fucking talented. I don't see you as Malcolm's true replacement. I see you as a drummer for a band. And I wish every day that my brother were still alive to play too. Those two realities don't mix. Her eyes widened even as my heart raced.
You listened to me play?
I let out a rough chuckle, surprising both of us. That's what you got out of that? Of course, you're fucking talented, and I don't tend to listen to music. Not anymore. I let out a breath and continue before she could interrupt. I just needed to get this out. I thought you were my wife. When I walked into the kitchen, it felt like my wife was back because she used to sing, and I used to join in, but she's dead, just like Malcolm's dead, and I know you're not her, I know that. Bodie, sing, Kira. Sing, because you clearly need to. It's part of you. I'm sorry I was an asshole. I can't say I won't do it again, because I will. I yell, I curse, and I never used to yell. I used to be the nice one, but I'm an asshole. And that's just me now. I'm sorry. I didn't let her answer, didn't let her say anything. I hadn't meant to say all those words to begin with. Instead, I gave her a nod and moved toward the workshop, leaving the door open so I could hear her. I pulled out a few of my tools, and it only took a few moments before her cabin door shut and then opened again. And when it snicked once more, I knew she was sitting on her porch. And the first few strums of the guitar echoed through my property, and my shoulders tensed infinitesimally before relaxing again. And then Kira sang a lullaby, one that I knew the words to and mouthed even though I refused to sing them. And I went to work, shoulders slightly relaxed, and I breathed.
Chapter 6. Kira. The knock on the door didn't surprise me. Those who cared about me had waited a week to invade. A week in which I had secluded myself in this relatively small cabin and had truly only spoken to one person. Yes, I had used the phone and video chatted often, but Bodie had been the only person near me at all, which was probably an issue and would be the excuse I would use for any certain dreams. However, I was feeling better, and I knew it was nearly time for me to leave, to start on my big road trip like I had promised myself. When I opened the door and Tegan stood there, her hair pulled back from her face, the worry in her expression barely concealed, I couldn't help but smile. "Hey there." Her gaze narrowed as she studied my face, my arms, and my bare legs before giving me a tight nod. The bruises had nearly faded, and there could still be a few of them to the naked eye, but I wasn't going to stress too much about it. "I thought I would kidnap you today. In the good kidnapping sense." Tegan paused, putting her hands on her hips. Damn it. I don't think I can tease with those kinds of play threats anymore, especially not with what happened to... Her voice trailed off, and I knew she was remembering what had happened to her niece and Felicity. "In this sense, it's really okay." I gave her a small smile. "I think it's time for me to leave the cabin. I've walked around the property and breathed in fresh air, but I haven't left. Hiding can only take me so far." Tegan moved forward, arms outstretched, and the hesitancy in her movements trapped something deep within me. I was an emotionally exuberant and physically loving person. I enjoyed hugs, kisses on the cheeks, and cuddling. I hadn't had much of that in far too long. My friends and those who knew me were aware that I loved being touched and enjoyed saying hello physically. Yet I had nearly flinched when she had opened her arms, and that was not great. So, fuck Jeremiah. He didn't deserve my stress. I immediately wrapped my arms around her and sighed into her shoulder. She hugged me tightly. "Sorry I didn't come by in the past week. Your guard dog has sharp teeth." I laughed as I pulled away, shaking my head. "We know he would have let you on the property if you truly wanted to. You were giving me space. And for that, I'm grateful." Tegan's gaze traveled across my face once again. "And Bodie was good? He didn't scare you or anything?" "Scaring me is a relative term. But it's okay. He's a really nice guy." Tegan blinked. "Bodie? My brother. The guy who grunts in single-word phrases when I try to get him to do anything for the business?" My lips twitched. "That's the one. Can I get you something to drink? Something to eat?" Even though Bodie was the one who paid for everything and chose not to take any money, so I kept hiding it in his workshop, the damn man was sneaky. "First, I said I was going to kidnap you, and that means I'm taking you to lunch with the girls. In town. Is that okay?" I nodded, my hands fisting ever so slightly. Tegan caught the movement but didn't say anything. "That should be good. Honestly, a treat, and Bodie mentioned that the town actually cares about privacy sometimes." "Bodie mentioned it? As if he's talking to you about things. I have so many questions." She held up both hands. "No, I'll wait until lunch. We're going to end up most likely at the diner, and Felicity is just checking out the space. It should be good enough for us to have a corner area, and you can hide in the shadows, not in a creepy way." "Totally creepy, but I'm okay with that." I paused. "And yes, your brother talks. Not in full sentences all the time. But he's nice. I promise." "That's just weird." Tegan gave me a look, and I wasn't quite sure how I felt about that. I truly hoped she didn't think there was anything happening between me and her brother, because there wasn't. Not a single thing. Maybe a dream or two. Perhaps a parting of lips whenever he was near, but that had to be some form of Beauty and the Beast protector reaction. Totally. Not that I was Belle and he was the Beast. Although with that beard, I let my thoughts trail off on that because it was a known fact that the Beast was hotter than Adam. My therapist even agreed. "I was going to ask if he really let you in his workshop. He doesn't let anybody in there. I mean, I go to the front area so I can pick up pieces that are small enough for me to carry or work on some of the layouts for the website, but that was it. Tegan ran the Ashford Creek gift shop. She was the manager without the full title, but with what I knew that she did with the place, she did more than the owner did by far. She also had worked on the organization of bookkeeping for Callum's Brewery before Felicity had taken over in her accounting capacity. My friend also helped with the business end of Bodie's art. The bearded man I tried my hardest not to think about not only made furniture, but he was a beautiful woodwork artist and carpenter. People came from all over the country to buy some of his pieces. I had been eyeing a dining room table set that had been on his Instagram and an account I knew Tegan herself had to run. But then I had remembered I didn't exactly have a large home to come back to. A tiny apartment where I stored my things didn't count as a home. I would change that. I had to. It was time to find my home, hence why I was doing this road trip that I hadn't begun. I just went into the front office area. I know he has an office in his house too, but I hadn't been in there. I've been letting him have his privacy since I know I'm intruding. The fact that he's letting you stay here at all is making me all warm and gooey inside. Not that I'm matchmaking. I swear to God I'm not. Tegan held up both hands, even as my heart did that clutching thing. I did not like that. It's more that he's letting somebody stay on the property. None of us does. He has all this space and he keeps it for himself. When Briar comes down, she stays with Callum, or now in a place that she and Gabriel rent. Speaking of, I think they're going to buy a place up here, even though she had promised she would never move back, but circumstances had changed. Namely, their father was dead, the person who had pushed everybody away to begin with. The Ashfords were coming home, and I liked that idea, because they had each other for the concept of home. And I've talked your ear off, so it's time for me to do so again with the girls at the diner. As long as you're okay with it. Let me just grab my bag. I know you said it's a diner, but do I need to put on makeup or a nicer outfit? I asked. I wore jeans, shorts, and a flowy top with gladiator sandals. I had let my hair dry naturally, so it came in long pink, blonde waves, and my tattoos were out in full force. I did not have a lick of makeup on, but the bruises were nearly gone now, and frankly, I'd finally been sleeping, so that meant I could breathe again, and the dark circles were no longer visible. It was amazing what you could do when you did nothing but try to rest. You look gorgeous. And I hate you. You don't need makeup. Tegan paused. We won't let anybody take a photo of you from what we can see, but if somebody does, if they're going to see these bruises, they're going to have questions. And yes, they're healed so much better than I thought they would be. They still might wonder. I cursed under my breath. You're right. Let me go add some concealer. Here I thought I was being all forward-thinking, trying to just be Kira West, and not drummer Kira West with the funky eye makeup. Your ex can kick rocks for all I care. Damn straight. I worked quickly, as I usually did my own makeup for our tours, knowing that I was just going to sweat it off behind my kid anyway. My face didn't hurt anymore, and I could smile without breaking my lip. Okay, ready to go. I'm not even that quick when it comes to putting on lipstick, Tegan said with a smile. I have to reapply mascara more than a few times during an event, and I just wanted to be quick, especially when we're on a tour bus and you're shifting around. Tegan's face paled ever so slightly at the mention of the tour bus, and I could have cursed. Gabriel and Briar were just now getting on the bus again. They had been following along in an SUV, sleeping in hotels or flying, doing anything not to get on the bus itself, considering they had crashed in one and nearly died. And Malcolm had. As in Tegan, Briar, and Bodie's brother. I'm sorry. Her throat worked as she swallowed hard. Don't. Just caught me off guard. It does sometimes, and then other times I'm fine. Our family has known far too much loss, and we've learned to breathe through it, to figure out how to move on and live. At least, I think so. Her smile brightened as she slid on her shield. "Now, come on, I'm hungry." "And we can't have that. A hungry Tegan is a scary Tegan," I teased. She shoved playfully at my shoulder, and I followed along to her SUV. Bodie's truck was parked in front of his workshop, and I could hear the sounds of tools, but I didn't go and tell him where I was heading. I didn't want to bother him, and frankly, it wasn't like we were together in any sort of way. It wouldn't make sense for me to alert him of where I was going, except he would be worried if he showed up and I wasn't there. "Do you want to text him and tell him where you're going?" Tegan asked, her voice oddly careful. "I don't have his phone number," I said, noticing the lack. I had been living on his property and I couldn't even text him. "Well, I'll fix that." Before she pulled out of the driveway, she pulled out her phone and quickly texted me his number. "It's just smart for you to have it, in case of an emergency. I don't know how long you're going to stay here, but Bodie's not going to kick you off the property, not if he hasn't already." I wasn't quite sure what to do with that, but while my hands shook, I put his phone number into my contacts and opened up my text. Me. "This is Kira. Tegan gave me your number. Don't be mad at her. I'm heading out to lunch with the girls. Just wanted you to know." I set my phone down as Tegan drove through the forested area to the main road of Ashford Creek. He probably won't text back, or if he does, it'll be the letter K in about an hour. He's not part of the group chats often, not that we Ashfords have too many group chats going. I would assume you would. Callum hates texting. I'm not a huge fan of it either, to be honest, and Bodie never texts. What about Briar? She does more than I do, but it's the twins that do the most. Sterling and Finian? I asked. There had been 2 sets of twins in the family, but everybody called the youngest the twins. I wondered what they had called Bodie and Malcolm. That wasn't something I would ask. Yes, with Finian being a dad, he's constantly texting to check in with his co-parent and then texting us. And Sterling was out of state for a long time and while in school would text us. By the way, the younger twins were always the twins. Bodie and Malcolm, as the first set of twins, came with their own deeply different personalities, and we called them by their names. I don't know why we started calling the youngest the twins. It just happened. Maybe because they were the second set. Thankful that she had asked my unanswered question, and feeling awkward, I leaned back into the seat, trying to take in the town of Ashford Creek. Ashford Creek was so named after the creek that split the town itself. There were 4 main streets, with multiple offshoots and tributaries of driveways, and many streets that led to homes and different properties. There was another creek, or maybe even a river to the west, that people fished in and played. There was even an outdoor recreation area where you could rent things. I didn't know what things because I was not an outdoorsy girl, but I had seen it the first few times I had been up here with Briar. The main street itself held many of the buildings you would think of when you thought small town. A bakery, a bar and grill, a coffee shop, and other things like that. Many of them had to name Ashford in the title, but some didn't. They were either cute and catchy, having to do with what they sold, or mountains. Sterling owns The Range, Tegan said as we drove by what looked to be a nice restaurant. I'm so proud of him. He saw a need in the community and filled it. We're heading to Altitude Diner. My lips twitched. So it's either mountain names or Ashford itself? I asked, voicing my thoughts. We're nothing if not original. Oh, Felicity did text. So we are meeting at the diner. Who all are we meeting? I asked, feeling oddly insecure at that moment. I hadn't been around many people in over a week, other than Bodie, and before that, it was usually around my band, our team, and countless people who seemed to want something from us. It was nice just to be Kira again. When I had joined the band, I hadn't really thought of what would happen if I had made it in. It had just been a hope, a dream. Now people knew my face, my name. They wanted me to sign things, and little girls would come up to me with their drumsticks, asking me to sign them, telling me I was their inspiration. And I knew the headache in the parents' eyes probably blamed me versus thanked me. I didn't know what to do with fame. I had never expected it, but I was going to have to figure it out soon, especially as my bandmates all began to settle down, leaving me slightly behind. Felicity, Elizabeth, and Tess. Tess will probably have her daughter Wren with her. She's 3 and adorable. You're going to have to tell me who a couple of those people are, I said with a laugh. True enough. You know Felicity. She's Callum's girlfriend and honestly, my friend. Elizabeth is a local and a friend as well. She's lived here all her life. Tess is the only one new to town, and I'm grateful for that. The town needs new blood. We got out of the SUV after she parked in front of the diner, and I was grateful that nobody gave me a second look. Everybody was moving about their business, either tourists or town members, I couldn't tell. We inhaled the clean mountain air as we headed into the small diner that had comfy leather seats, white tables, and people milling about with milkshakes, burgers, or just anything that screamed diner food. The waitstaff wore cute outfits, but instead of paper and pen, they all had those digital screens that could take your credit card right there. It was nice to see some things stay the same, while other things finally caught up to newer technology. Anyway, Felicity is in the corner, so we're going to go meet her, but she is Felicity Carter, of The Carters. I don't know what that means. As in her brother owns the grill? Her dad's the former fire chief, her mom is on every committee, and her brother is an NHL goalie. I snapped my fingers. Oh, right. I knew that. Come on. I want you to meet Elizabeth and the others, since it seems like we're the last ones here. We moved forward, and Felicity bounced up and wrapped her arms around me before I could even say anything. It's so good to see you. I'm just so glad that you're here and Tegan could abscond with you. Nice word, Tegan teased as she sank into the booth. I'm glad that I'm here too. I've been craving a burger, and I have no idea how to make one. Bodie knows how to make great burgers. You should have just asked him, Felicity said as if that made total sense. I'm Tess, by the way, a woman with honey brown hair and light brown eyes said as she smiled at me. She had what seemed to be her mini twin on her lap, the little girl playing with some form of fidget toy, all her attention on the bright colors versus me. Hi, I'm Kira. It's nice to meet you. Oh, I know who you are. I love the band, which I promise I won't bring up again. I'm the town nanny, she said dryly, and the woman next to her snorted. And I'm Elizabeth, a gorgeous woman with auburn hair and bright eyes said as she gave me a small wave. She was too far into the booth to shake my hand. Also, I love that Tess is calling herself the town nanny, but honestly, not far from the truth. Confused, I sink into the booth by Felicity with Tegan on my other side. What do you mean? I asked, as I looked down at the full menu of so many options that my mind whirled. I moved to town and was searching for a job. I've all of the qualifications for what I'm doing, but I didn't realize I'd be working with 2 different families. I shook my head. Honestly, that sounds like so much work. I'm in awe of you. The other woman smiled. Yes, but I love the kids, and 4 of them are older. She works with Thatcher and Kellen's families, all 6 kids, Tegan explained. Oh, I met Kellen. I winced as everybody gave me a look. I don't know if you guys know the story of why I'm here, but I had a slight concussion, so it was nice for Kellen to stop by and make sure I was okay. I didn't know it was that bad, Felicity whispered. I reached out and squeezed her knee. I'm fine now, I promise. Kellen was great. And I think I met Thatcher the last time I was here. He's the fire captain, right? Yes, Tess said softly. Both guys work far too many hours, and then they spend all of their free time with their kids. I kick them out of their homes every once in a while so that they can go to Summit Grill with the guys, but that's about it. That's amazing. I don't know if I could work with that many kids. As I'm their high school English teacher, you sort of get used to them, and all of their kids are pretty much well behaved. Most of the time, Elizabeth said with a wink. I took a sip of my water. Now, you're very intimidating. I was always good at English because I loved reading and always wanted to do my best, but I spent most of my time writing lyrics, where they wanted full poetry. Lyrics are poetry, and I'm sorry your teachers never saw that. Oh, I liked this woman. It's okay. I still got my A, even having to read books by old white men that made me want to scream. Now that is all the school board. Elizabeth shook her head. Don't even get me started. I've had a long day. Welcome to Altitude Diner, girls. Does everybody know what they want to order? An older woman with a bright smile and even brighter red hair asked, and I sank back into the booth, feeling oddly comfortable. I didn't always in places I didn't know, which was hard since I was touring often. But this was nice. It felt almost normal. I ordered my iced tea and cheeseburger with onion rings, while each of the girls ordered their usuals, it seemed. I learned about what was going on in town, the new bakery opening, and the fact that 2 of their friends, Promise and Keeley, owned and worked at the bed and breakfast, so they hadn't been able to join. And Bronwyn had just bought the bakery from another woman named Moira, who had a whole story of her own that made me cringe and laugh at the same time. There were weddings coming up with a few townspeople, a huge scandal when it came to the deputy mayor and his ex-wife, and the upcoming Summerfest that was interrupting a farmer's market, and it was creating quite a stir. I just sank back and listened as they talked about their small-town life, which was anything but small. It was a life. It was a living. And when certain issues popped up, hints of a past that I didn't understand, I nearly opened my mouth to ask, like, why was Elizabeth so weary when it came to coming to the brewery, or even out with Tegan? There was a story there, and I didn't understand it. Then there was Tess, who paid half attention to us, the other half to her daughter, who was the sweetest girl in the world. Today was her day off, as both of the families she worked for relied on other people, but I could see that she had to be exhausted. I didn't know how she did it. As we all finished our food, and the food coma was well on its way, so we gathered our things and headed out, as we each had work to do. There was another lyric playing in my head, and I wanted to finish it, or at least try to grasp it this time. It was so nice having you, and for however long you're here, I'd love to do it again, Tess said, and Felicity nodded. Yes, anytime. We'll make sure that you get out of that cabin. It's a nice cabin, I teased.
You're staying with that murderer?
A deep voice asked, and I turned, the hairs on the back of my neck standing on end. Excuse me? A man with dark brown hair, heavily styled with gel, leaned toward us. He looked like any normal businessman and gave me the creeps, even without speaking.
He murdered them, killed them, just like he killed the old man. You'd better watch that little girl. He's going to be after you next.
Fuck you, Nathan. Tegan pushed her way in front of me and went toe-to-toe with the man. She had to be at least 6 inches shorter, but you couldn't really tell with the fire blazing off her. You come near me, my family, my friends again, and you're not going to be afraid of that Ashford anymore. You're going to be afraid of me, bitch. Go away, Nathan, Elizabeth snarled. Spewing lies doesn't do anyone any good.
Fuck you all. Just because Bodie's fucking you guys doesn't mean you have to stand up for him. He's probably fucking that bitch because she's new.
So you're saying he's fucking me too, my own brother? You keep mixing up your sins, buddy. Tegan lifted a lip, practically snarled.
Fuck all of you.
And with that, the man named Nathan whirled on his heel and stomped away. People had begun to look, and my shoulders tensed, afraid that they were going to take a photo or tell somebody that I was here. Let's get you back, Tegan whispered, and it was only now that I heard the shaking in her voice. I reached out and squeezed her hand before we said a quiet goodbye to the others and got in the car, heading up to Bodie's. The silence in the car ride to Bodie's wasn't deafening, but the awkwardness began to settle around 10 minutes in. Are you okay? I asked, my voice soft. I'll be fine. I'll have to come down from my high and throw up later. Just don't take what Nathan said at face value. Okay? She said softly. Of course I won't. Bodie's not. I shook my head. He's just not. Good. I'll talk to you soon, okay? she asked as we pulled into the cabin after going through the security section, and I nodded. Okay. Not sure what else to say, I slid out of the SUV and stared at the cabin, Tegan quietly pulling away. That man had sounded so sure, so full of spite and cruelty, that I couldn't imagine dealing with that constantly. No wonder Bodie didn't come to town often. I moved towards the cabin and realized that I was shaking. Bodie deserved to know what had happened, and frankly, I didn't want to be alone right now. That might be selfish of me, but I needed to find him. The workshop door was closed, and I didn't hear any sounds, so I moved towards his house, hoping I wasn't interrupting. The door was open, confusing me, and I moved forward, not hearing him at all. "Bodie?" I asked, my chest tight. Why would he leave the door open? Had that Nathan found him? Wishing for the bat I had left behind at the cabin, I looked in the first room and realized it was his office. He wasn't there, but there was a steaming cup of coffee next to his computer, and then it meant he had been there recently. My gaze caught on a photo of a smiling woman with green eyes and a small bundle in her arms. Bodie had her on his lap, with a younger boy on his shoulders, and the four of them looked like the sweetest family in the world. Tears pricked, and I tried to take a step, but instead slammed into a rock-hard chest. I turned and looked up, way up at Bodie, and the anger in his gaze took my breath away.
Chapter 7. Bodie. If I hadn't known any better, I would have sworn that Kira stood there staring up at me as if I were a murderer. Feasibly, that was the case in her eyes, or perhaps it was what I hated to see. It truly depended on the moment and whoever faced me. I wasn't quite sure what I was supposed to say. The idea that somebody was in my house when I hadn't invited them should have made me rage. I should have pushed past any feeble worries and forced her out of my house. What right did she have to be there? Nobody stood in this house but my family, and even then, not all at once, never all at once. The family I had created had never been under this roof and never set foot on my wood floors or tripped over a throw rug. They'd never sung and danced in my kitchen or messed with things in my office to get my attention. They had never giggled their way into the bathroom, knowing it was bath time and they wanted to play instead. Nobody had fallen asleep in the living room only to be carried upstairs to the bedrooms. I was the only one here. Except I wasn't. Kira was here. I should have been angry, only I wasn't.
"I'm sorry,"
Kira said after a moment.
"I'll go. I didn't mean to intrude on your privacy. The door was just open and I was worried and I was looking for you and I'm sorry."
Her words began to come out so quickly that they were stumbling over each other. She took a step forward and I reached out, gripping her shoulder. She froze like a deer in headlights, her throat working as she swallowed hard.
"I'm sorry, Bodie."
"You were looking for me?" I asked, my voice rough, as if ripped from my throat.
"Yes. And I found you. I'm sorry."
"Why do you keep saying you're sorry?" I shook my head and let my hand go, my fingers warm where they had touched her. But I didn't move from the doorway. I was broad-shouldered and tall, so she couldn't move past me unless she pushed me out of the way. And Kira wouldn't do that. With all her fierceness, the rashness that she craved sometimes, with those tattoos and piercings and colored hair, she would never push her way through anything, not unless someone was in trouble. Yet not her. How did I know that? How could I not? "Why were you looking for me?" "I was just putting something away in the kitchen and left my coffee in my office." I painted the door frame again because I hadn't liked the original primer. That's why it's open. Sorry for worrying you. I didn't answer to most people. Yes, to my family when needed, but usually I didn't require it. They didn't deserve my words. Her shoulders dropped, yet she didn't meet my gaze.
Oh, that makes sense. And very handy, since that's not something I would ever do, since I don't even know how to do it.
My lips threatened to quirk into a smile, and I couldn't have that. It's not that hard.
If you say so. Anyway, I should go.
Why were you looking for me? You said you were going with Tegan. Was everything okay?
So you did read my text.
Her eyes narrowed. I tilted my head, confused. I replied. Not something I usually did, but I had. I hadn't wanted Kira to worry, not with her stressing out over her ex. I had been the one stressed out because I didn't know if Jeremiah could be around. For all I knew, he had followed her and been waiting. It didn't seem like that to me, but how could I have been sure? She scowled and shook her head.
No, you didn't.
I did. Check your phone. She narrowed her gaze and pulled her phone out of her incredibly large purse. When her jaw dropped, I held back a smirk, marginally.
I missed it. How did I miss it?
I don't know. I keep mine on silent all the time. I don't even let it vibrate.
But you saw my text,
she said, her words slow. I didn't have an answer to that. My phone had just been there, and I had texted back. She turned the phone to me, shaking her head.
And you used full sentences.
And? I asked, confused even more. I'd barely understood women when I'd been married, and it was only worse now. I didn't know why she was showing me the phone. I remembered what I had texted. Bodie Ashford. Have fun with Tegan. Let me know if you need anything. Bodie.
You even texted your name.
Yes. Heat crawled up my neck, and I regretted this conversation.
People don't actually text and sign their names.
I did. Sue me. I wanted out of this conversation. Her hand dropped, and her teeth worried her lip.
Well, thank you. And I'm sorry for saying you didn't text me.
I really wanted to rub the sting out of that lip, so I put my hands in my pockets. Why am I Bodie Ashford in your phone? Full name.
I don't know. What am I in your phone?
I didn't say anything, and her brows dropped.
Am I even saved in your phone?
Why does any of this matter? I asked, my sigh audible.
It doesn't.
This woman. This freaking woman. You're Kira. Just Kira. Her eyes widened, and I had no idea what any of that meant. She perplexed me, and always had, and the sooner she got off my property, the better.
Anyway, I wanted to tell you something that happened in town, and I don't want you to worry.
My mood immediately shifted, and I leaned forward, pulled my hands out of my pockets, and fisted them at my sides. What happened? Are you hurt? Is Tegan hurt? My heart raced as countless scenarios ran rampant in my head, each worse and more over the top than the last.
We're fine, though your sister's a badass.
Why did she have to be a badass? I shouldn't have let her go. I shouldn't have let Tegan go. Even if I didn't want to go to town, any one of my brothers or friends could have handled this. What the hell was I thinking? What happened? I bit out when she didn't answer right away.
There was this man named Nathan.
She shook her head, even as a growl slipped through my lips. When her eyes widened, she continued.
He said some terrible things that aren't true, but I wanted to let you know that he is spewing them around. The girls took care of him, though, and he scampered away with his tail between his legs.
My stomach fell, and I worked my jaw so I wouldn't end up breaking a tooth. Nathan, the man who blamed me for Courtney's death. Now he was going after my family members, not to mention Kira, the woman who meant... No, I wasn't going to let that thought continue. There was nothing I could do about Nathan, however, so I could go to the cops, the same department that had questioned me in light of my wife and kids' murder. Sure, that would totally work out. The same department that hadn't done a damn thing about our father and hadn't put him behind bars for killing our mother, but had questioned me when the old man died. No, there was no need to go to them. The only people in law enforcement I trusted were Thatcher and his team. Everyone else could fuck off. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. I wasn't sure what else there was to say. Her face turned to a pout I hated seeing on her face.
You don't need to be sorry. Nathan's the one who needs to be sorry. He's an asshole.
I snorted. Yes, he is. My gaze shot to the front picture she had been staring at when I had walked in, and I didn't know why I did it, but I let the words slip. Nathan blames me for my wife's death, for my kids' deaths. They died in a fire, one not set by me, contrary to a few beliefs. They caught the guy who did it, and he's behind bars, though I wish he were dead. I paused, knowing that wasn't everything, and you know what happened to our dad. I didn't want to go into detail, and I couldn't believe I was even saying the words, but there they were.
I'm sorry. I know there has to be a better word for that. Considering I help write lyrics for a living, I should be able to find one, but I'm sorry about everything. But some of this town does suck ass.
I looked down at her again, at the way the light glinted off her septum piercing and at her raised brow. I could not believe those words had been uttered from her lips. In answer, I barked out a laugh. Seriously?
They do. I don't like mob mentality, and I see enough of it on tour, so those who think you could actually do that to your family, they can fuck off. You clearly didn't do it. You aren't a monster, and your dad should have been dead long ago. I don't mourn my parents, just the relationship I could have had, but your dad, he seeped in his own misguided dumbassery. He was cruel, a fucking murderer, and this town did nothing, so no, anyone who thinks that you had anything vile against your family can rot for all I care. But the nice people, I like them. They seem to care, because people did stand up for you. Just saying.
I stared at her then, confused as all hell. Nobody was ever that blunt with me. They all walked around me on eggshells, and it was mostly my doing. Nobody ever mentioned Courtney or Henry or Josie. They were all so worried that I would break, they had let those names be forgotten in the wind. "Come on a ride with me," I blurted, and I had no idea what the hell I was doing. She tilted her head at me before smiling. I had no idea what I had done to deserve that smile, but Kira had been through hell. I knew that. And maybe we just needed fresh air.
Okay.
Her words shook, and she wasn't the only one.
I'd love to. It's been a while since I've been on the back of a motorcycle. If that's what you mean by ride, correct? Because the answer is no if it's mountain biking. I am already healing from bruises, and I don't need to go ass over tea kettle.
Don't remind me of the bruises. I gritted out, angry all over again. She nodded.
Done. And I hope I didn't overstep by calling people bad names, but they deserve it. Just like paparazzi who come after the people I care about and the so-called fans who only want to cut you down. People out there can be generous, loving, and caring, and they can also be jerks. So those guys can just fuck off.
Yes, they can. And yes, there are good people out there.
I can't believe you just said that. Agreeing with me and everything.
Don't push it. My gaze went over her body. and I swallowed hard, telling myself I was just making sure she was wearing the right clothes and not checking out her curves, or the fact that her tits were big enough to overfill my hands, and I had big hands, and that her hips had perfect sway to them that they'd be best for holding onto while sliding into her from behind. Bile coated my tongue, and I told myself that it was just because of our close proximity. I did not want Kira West, and if I kept telling myself that it would be true, I hadn't been with anybody in the over 3 years since I'd lost my family, and I wasn't going to start now. I cleared my throat, my voice sounding far angrier than I meant. I wasn't angry at her, but myself. You should change into jeans and boots if you have them. You need to protect yourself on the bike.
Got it. I'll be quick, promise.
And pack a smaller bag, I called after her, and she flipped me off, and I did my best not to smile in return. She confused me as all get out. I had no idea what I was supposed to do when it came to her. By the time we were on the road, with Kira wearing the helmet that I had set aside for my sisters, I knew that this had been a fucking mistake. With her legs wrapped around me and my back pressed against those breasts that I could not stop thinking about, it was literal torture. My dick ached, and I knew I was going to have to get myself off in the shower later. I usually just thought about a faceless woman using my fist to get through the tension, and that was it, one and done. But the last 2 nights had been about Kira, and that shouldn't have happened. I should have felt grief in that moment, about thinking about someone else who wasn't Courtney, or the fact that none of Courtney's things had survived the fire, so I'd had to start over. Nobody would blame me for moving on, for even thinking about moving on. Even Courtney wouldn't have. Yet why did I think that I was making a mistake? Kira rode like she had been born on a bike. She wrapped her arms around my waist, her thighs cradling me, and leaned with every turn with perfection. Riding with her was easy, and with each passing mile I relaxed into her, enjoying the ride more than I had in years. Ashford Creek was settled in the Rocky Mountains outside of Denver. There were countless small towns all over the mountain range, and up into Wyoming and even further south. Not all of them were tourist destinations that had to do with skiing or were as famous as places like Vail. No, Ashford Creek wasn't for the high-end person. That's why I liked it and stayed, despite the bitter hatred that came with living there sometimes. But places like Silver Lake, Sunrise Ridge, and Cage Lake were decent enough tourist destinations, and a short enough ride that it could be counted as an afternoon ride versus a longer one. You could go and stop for lunch and not worry about getting home before dark. Though we had started late, so this would be a dinner, and we would be riding through the mountains at night. I had done it enough that it wouldn't be a problem. Plus, rain wasn't in the forecast, so we would be fine. Today we would be stopping in Runaway Springs because nobody knew me there, and hopefully we would be able to keep Kira's identity on the down low. I parked my bike behind the visitor center, where countless other vehicles were parked since it was high tourist season, and rolled my shoulders back. Kira patted my arms before I positioned myself so she could get off the bike quickly. I immediately missed her warmth and told myself I was all kinds of an asshole. She undid the strap of her helmet and grinned at me, her gaze bright as she slid her sunglasses onto the V of her shirt.
That was amazing. I mean, I've ridden through mountains before, but this was unheard of. It didn't even look real.
"It's home," I said with a shrug. I took her helmet and mine and strapped them where they would be secure and safe so nobody could steal them. Then I got her bag out of the saddlebag and handed it over. Thank you for switching to a smaller one.
I like my crossbody just fine.
She winked as she said it, before taking out her low ponytail and shaking it out. I swallowed hard, telling myself not to watch the way that her breasts moved or the way the light played off her face. Kira was a problem, and I had a feeling we both knew it. I gestured towards the nearest sidewalk and swallowed hard. Let's go. We can get dinner before we head back.
Thank you. Well, for taking me out. I left the cabin twice today. It must be a record.
I grunted and moved to stand on the left side of her, closest to the street. She gave me a knowing look, but I ignored it. When somebody walked down the wrong side of the sidewalk, I shifted to the side, my hand at the small of Kira's back to make sure they didn't run into her. Then I lowered my hand, hoping she hadn't noticed, and I just watched as Kira took in the small town, her gaze interested in everything that she saw. Runaway Springs had a similar footprint to Ashford Creek, so it didn't really inspire me for art or do anything that was beyond what I could get at home. The fact that nobody recognized me here was a plus, and I knew I could move here and things would be fine until somebody from Ashford Creek saw me and spread the rumors. Because rumors always followed you. That was why I stayed. I might as well sleep where I knew the devil was.
You know, I bet I could get Rocky and the others to come and do a small tour in some of these towns. Just surprise pop-ups that wouldn't wreck parking and things, but something fun.
I thought Wilder sold out stadiums. At least they had when Malcolm had been part of the band. I'd been so damn proud of my brother that sometimes it was hard to breathe.
We do, and it doesn't feel real when I say it. I mean, I get to play with rock stars every day. Yes, we're on a break right now just so we could catch up and breathe, but I get to play music nearly every night and be with fans who love it just as much as I do.
You say that as if you're not a rock star right along with them, I said dryly. She shook her head.
They were famous before I joined.
I didn't like the fact that she didn't see herself in the bright light where she belonged. And my brother was a rock star right with them. It doesn't hurt to say his name, to talk about him. I must have surprised her because she nearly tripped over her feet, and I reached out, my hand on her hip as we continued to move. I forced myself to lower my hand, wondering what the hell I was thinking.
Malcolm was one of the drummers I looked up to.
My lips quirked. You say that as if we're not close in age.
You are at least 6 years older than me, right?
Not too big of an age gap, but something to think about, if I wanted to let myself think about it. So, my brother was in his 20s when he died. How long could you have looked up to him?
Long enough. He is still one of my idols. And playing with Wilder means the world to me, so yes, I'm going to talk to Rocky and Gabriel and see if we can do something. At least check how the logistics will be.
Honestly, it sounds like a nightmare. I shook my head. She grinned at me, unrepentant.
And that's why I don't work on the logistics.
That's why I let Tegan handle things for me. A wink.
And look at that. We agree on something else.
As she continued to talk about the town and the band, I followed her, letting her soak in the moment. And when she smiled up at me, saying something that I was barely paying attention to, I knew I was in deep trouble.
Chapter 8. Kira. My phone buzzed, and for the 5th time that morning, I forced myself to turn the thing over and read the screen. Maybe it was a different person this time. I let out a small breath, my temples throbbing as Brigid's name appeared on the screen. Again. Honestly, I was surprised my sister had even paid her phone bill in order to call me at all. But that was neither here nor there. She probably had her drug dealer pay it. Or a friend of a friend, then had used her wiles or something I didn't want to think about in order for that to happen. I loved my sister, I truly did. I just couldn't fathom her choices. "Are you going to answer that?" a deep voice asked from beside me, and I pressed my lips together, trying not to burst out into tears, since that would do nobody any good. "No." A pause. "I can't." Bodie gave me a look, then went back to his notebook, writing something that seemed to take all of his attention. We were in his barn/workshop, and while I hadn't gone into the main part where he created art from pieces of wood, the front section of the barn was lovely. A cute little office where I knew he did his paperwork, and where once there had been an old raggedy couch, now held a drum kit. This man. Seriously, I did not understand him, but here I was, standing beside my drum kit, my phone buzzing once again near me, and I wanted to play. I wanted to let the music glide through my system, deep down into my bones, and just let the beat go. Except that I wasn't sure if it was a smart idea, mostly because he was trying to work, so annoying him wouldn't help anyone, and I was already taking so much of his time and space. I wasn't sure that he had really thought through the concept of having a drum kit. Yes, it was one of those silent ones that wasn't really silent, one where I would put my headphones on and go through the motions, but it wasn't a true kit. It was still better than using pots and pans, I told myself. He had thought of it, though, and hadn't said a damn word. I didn't know what was going on between us, but I knew nothing could. It would be bad for everybody involved because he had more baggage than I did. That was saying something. My phone buzzed again, and I once more wanted to hide. The melody that I had been playing with in my mind slid through my fingers, and once again I didn't want to play music. It was like I was right back in high school, trying to catch up, trying to breathe, and yet nothing was there, because all focus was on Brigid and what Brigid needed. "Do you want to tell me what this is about?" Bodie asked as he stood up and leaned against his desk. He folded his arms over his massive chest and frowned at me. That frown was getting far too familiar at this point. The media loved airing out my dirty laundry. Though they tended to focus on the lives of my bandmates more, I wasn't unscarred. Yet I didn't feel the need to shield everything from Bodie. What did that say about me, or about him? It's my sister, Brigid. I don't know what she wants, but it has to be something. Money, access to people that I know in the industry, or just to remind me that she doesn't like me. Was she always like this? Or did it get worse after the drugs? I ran my hand over my stomach, ignoring the fact that my phone was now being inundated with texts rather than calls. I was surprised her fingers could work that well when she was high in order to even text me. She always wanted to be the center of attention. Hell, it wasn't like I tried to hide behind the scenes. I was a drummer. Yes, I played the flute because my dad made me, but I also played the drums. It was what I loved doing. I loved being loud and in control. I always had bright hair and funky clothes, so no, I didn't hide behind the scenes, but I was never like her, which makes me sound like a bad person. He tilted his head, his gaze intense as always. No, not at all. My chest warmed at the idea that he didn't think I was a bad person, and perhaps I needed to get a grip. I wanted to reach out and touch the scar on the line of his jaw, to just touch him. In addition to that grip, I apparently needed to touch grass, too. Come on, Kira. I don't blend in. I have fun hair and tattoos and piercings, and now that people know my face a bit more, people recognize me in the world. I'm not shy and demure. Bodie's lips twitched, but I continued, not wanting to react. But Brigid needs to be at the center, needs to be more important, and she's always wanted whatever I have. Does she know where you are? I shook my head. She shouldn't. I don't have location settings on my phone, and we're not on the same plan where she can try to figure out where I am, and even though I have gone to town a few times, I don't believe the paparazzi has found where I am. At least, I hope not.
Ashford Creek is being careful. That's good.
I'd like to think so. I'm enjoying the anonymity.
You can block your sister, you know. I threaten to do so often when it comes to my siblings.
I smiled then. I love your siblings, at least the ones that I've met. As for blocking Brigid, I'm afraid that one day the authorities are going to use her phone to call me, or one of her friends will, and tell me that she's dead, that she overdosed, just like our parents. So no, I can't block her, even though it's morbid. My phone buzzed twice more, and when I looked down at the screen, ice slid into my veins. I grabbed my phone and shook my head. I'm going to go put my phone in my cabin or something. Take a walk.
Kira.
Bodie began, but I ignored him and kept moving. Because this time the texts weren't from Brigid. No, Jeremiah had joined in this time. I ignored Bodie's crushing glances and kept moving, needing the fresh air. I looked down at my phone, hands shaking. There were dozens of texts, ones that I had been ignoring and ones that I couldn't look away from. Brigid. Why are you ignoring me? Brigid. I hate you. Brigid. I'm sorry, I just miss your face. Brigid. Do you remember this photo? And below that was a photo from when we had been teens, smiling when we were at a lake house, a spring break that my dad had organized in secret. A lump filled my throat, and I tried to ignore it. We hadn't had the idyllic life, but we had had our own perfection for a few moments, where everything had felt normal, like there was nothing wrong in the world. And then everything had changed. There was no normal, no perfection. Brigid. I just need you to talk to me. Call me back. I need you.
Jeremiah. I'll find you.
Bile coated my tongue as my hands shook because the next photo from Jeremiah made my skin crawl. Jeremiah sat in a leather chair, Brigid straddling him as she looked over her shoulder, topless, and wearing just her panties. Jeremiah smirked over her shoulder, both of them with glassy eyes and track marks going up their arms. My baby sister was with my ex, the ex that had beaten me, the ex that had scared me so much I had hidden in the mountains, the ex that wanted to ruin me in the eyes of the public. And every time I tried to save my baby sister, I always made things worse. There was no way to make it better, to try to fight for her, because she would push me away and then go to the random bloggers and influencers and tell them that I was a terrible person. There was no hiding or making things better. Just wanted it to stop. I locked myself in my cabin, my chest aching. I was stronger than this. I had to be stronger than this. A single photo shouldn't make me break down. I needed to make plans for the future, not only with the band, but what I was going to do for my trip. I needed to put down roots, settle down, and live my life where I didn't have to worry about my past trying to kill me. Or maybe if I just took one step forward, I would be able to breathe again. I immediately scrolled through my contact list to find Max and hit the call button. My agent answered quickly, and my shoulders immediately relaxed. Kira, I know you've been emailing me updates saying that you're fine, but this whole hiding in the mountain thing is kind of worrying me. Are you okay? Max was an older man who had seen it all when it came to rock bands and all of the issues that came with so much talent and ego in one place. He had been the band's agent since the beginning and had dealt with the pain and loss of losing Malcolm, and so much more. The ebbs and flows of this business weren't for the faint of heart, and Max would handle anything. I'd had a different kind of agent before I had joined the band, because I had been more of a studio artist. So when Max had taken me on, I had jumped in feet first, ready to go. I'm okay, I lied. The fresh air's a great thing. No wonder Gabriel visits often. At least, they visited often now that the Ashfords' dad was dead. But that wasn't something I was going to mention. I've been there once, and it was nice, though there is no takeout. So, therefore, I can't stay. My lips twitched, and some of the weight that had been on my shoulders finally began to ease off. However, it hadn't been as heavy as when I had first come here. Being with the Ashfords, being with Bodie, had changed things. Not that I was with him. I shook my head, pushing those odd thoughts out of my mind. You and your takeout. You're barely a better cook than I am, Kira. There was a pause, and worry settled in my gut. Max? Everything's okay, he began, but didn't start up again. I swallow hard, dread coiling in my stomach. What's wrong? Jeremiah has been by to see me. The steel in his tone made me stiffen, and I nearly dropped the phone. Are you okay? Kira, are you going to tell me what happened with him? I'm fine. And if anything had happened, and I went to the police, you know he would have just blown it out of proportion, and I would have been the bad guy. That's how it works for women in this business. You and I both know it. Max didn't say anything for so long that I was afraid he was disappointed in me, but then he gave a long, drawn-out sigh. Just be safe in Ashford Creek. I know you're staying on Sawyer's brother's compound or whatever. He apparently likes security, so keep it up. You're starting to worry me, Max. Jeremiah isn't anything new. I can handle him. I just don't want you to have to handle him. So make a record of everything that he's done. Save all his texts and phone calls and harassment. Because one day we might need to go to the authorities for this. I'm already the replacement in the band, Max. I can't be the one who brings so much trouble, too. I hadn't meant to say those words. Hell, I wasn't even aware that I had been thinking them. But there they were, out in the real world, and there was no taking them back. You're not the replacement. You are your own person. I never got to meet Malcolm, but he sounds like an amazing guy. He was. Another pause. He was an amazing man, and we miss him every single fucking day. You don't have to be Malcolm. You can be Kira fucking West, and that's all that matters. Do you understand me? You are a talent all your own. You're not in his shadow. You're your own bright light. And that's why people like Jeremiah want to douse that flame. They want to steal that light. So fuck him, and just remember that you are a talented, kick-ass drummer who can out-drum most of the men out there in these bands who think that they have something to prove. Now, be safe and get that idea that you're his shadowed replacement out of your mind. Do you understand me? Yes, Max, I said, though it wasn't truthful. The sigh Max gave me told me he didn't believe me either. But we said our goodbyes, and I let out a deep breath. Fine. I would be okay. At least, I thought so. Of course, I hadn't talked to him about anything that I had wanted to when I called him, but the idea that Jeremiah was practically stalking Max? No, that changed everything. What would happen when they found me here? Would I put my friends and the people of this town in danger? I didn't want to think that could happen, but drugs made people unpredictable. I had never once thought Jeremiah would hit me, and then he had, and there was no going back from that. I let out a deep breath, slid my phone back into my pocket, and figured I would go back and maybe hit something in order to get out whatever frustration was bubbling beneath. I felt like I was drifting, and I hated that. I was a woman with a plan, usually, and I didn't have one. I rolled my shoulders back and headed outside and back towards the barn. There was the sound of an axe hitting wood. At least, that's what I thought it was, and I veered off to the side, hearing what exactly it was. Of course, now I sounded like I was a woman with zero brains and ability to defend myself. Since I was going towards the sound of an axe, and now I just wished that perhaps I had brought that bat with me. When I turned the corner, my breath stopped, and I took a deep breath, wondering if perhaps I'd fallen asleep in the cabin, and this was one of those dreams I didn't want to wake up from. Bodie moved with such powerful determination and grace that it nearly knocked me off my feet. He had pulled off his flannel and t-shirt and hung them on the fence beside him, and that left him shirtless. My mouth watered, and I told myself I needed to pull away, but I couldn't. The tattoos that covered his side and back were masterful pieces of art, detailed and glorious. The phoenix rising out of the ashes, with names etched on his rib cage, right above the burn scars that I knew covered the other side of his chest and hips. The nipple rings were a surprise, though they shouldn't be. After all, he had a nose ring, and once or twice when I had been staring at him for a little too long, I noticed the outline of them against his chest, but I had thought I had been seeing things. He lifted the axe and chopped away at the wood in front of him, though I didn't know if it was an axe or if it was called something else. All I knew was that he did it in one movement and split the log as if it were easy. His biceps and triceps bulged, the veins on his forearms stood out, and I licked my lips, trying to breathe. Sweat slicked down his back, and for some reason, I felt like I was in some form of lumberjack porn, asking him to spread those logs a little wider. Okay, I needed to get a grip. And not of Bodie Ashford. I must have made some moan or something, because Bodie looked up sharply and narrowed his gaze at me. Could he tell that I was turned on just by the sight of him being shirtless? I surely hoped not. That would be embarrassing. Not that getting turned on was embarrassing, but he was practically my landlord. This would be wrong. Oh, so wrong. And neither one of us was emotionally available, and I didn't even know if he was physically available. So no, I had to be smarter than that, stronger than that. Was I still moaning? "You better now?" Bodie asked, his voice still as brisk and sexy as always. "No, but I will be later." "What are you doing?" I asked, knowing I was a dumbass. "Chopping wood. We shouldn't get another snowstorm, but I'd like to stay on top of things anyway. We lost more than one tree in the last mudslide, so I'm breaking them down as much as I can. A few of these pieces I'll use for a project or two, though." "Oh." "After this, I'm going to work on staining my deck on the house. Do you want me to show you how to do that?" The question and offer were so out of the blue that I paused, wondering if he was really talking to me. I knew that being anywhere near a shirtless Bodie Ashford was a danger to mostly myself, but the fact that he was offering to do something, that had to mean something, or I was looking too hard into it. "Well, one day I am going to own a house, so I should probably figure out how to do things like that." His lips twitched, his nose ring glinting in the sunlight. "You can probably hire people for that, but it's good to know. I'm almost done here, just wait a second." I nodded, not quite sure what he was saying since I couldn't help but stare at him. Bodie made quick work of the last log and then sadly put his t-shirt and flannel back on before he led me towards the deck. He had already pulled out his materials and started explaining to me what he was doing. He was a good teacher, I had to give him that, and I pulled out my phone to take notes. I might not ever do this, but I liked learning. "Where did you learn how to do all of this?" I asked as we sat down on the older part of the deck, taking a break. He handed me his bottle of water, since the sun was shining, and I gratefully took it. It was cold down my throat. I hadn't realized how hot it had been. He frowned at me, pulled off the baseball cap that he had put backwards, and slid it over my head. "I don't know if you have sunscreen or not." "I always wear sunscreen, but thank you." The hat smelled of him and a little bit of sweat. That I didn't mind. "I learned it from my friends' dads." He leaned against the railing and I handed him his water back. He played with the cap and didn't say anything for a bit. I shifted so I was sitting next to him, our shoulders brushing. We faced the house as well as part of the mountains, and I couldn't help but feel at peace. How odd to feel at peace in a place that wasn't my own. "I'm not handy at all, so at least you know how to do a few things." "That's true." "It's true that I'm not handy?" I teased. He shook his head, not answering. The quirk of his lips was answer enough. "I learned how to work with my hands, because I saw what my dad's hands could do. Callum always said he was the one with Dad's hands, but I don't think he really looked at mine." Their father, the one who had beaten them? Those fathers' hands killed their mother. I reached out without thinking and slid my hand over his own. He froze, and I swallowed hard, noticing how tiny my hands were compared to his. "My hands are covered in scars and aren't dainty and soft." They're the hands of someone who has calluses and holds drumsticks for most of the day. I used to rock climb, and I don't get manicures unless it's with my friends. Our hands don't make us, but we can try to make them our own. I pause. If that makes sense. Bodie didn't move, and I held my breath. It makes sense. He turned then, and his nose knocked the hat on my head back slightly. I tilted my head up, my breath slowing, and then he leaned down and brushed his lips against mine. I froze, wondering what the hell was happening. And then there was nothing, just his lips against mine, his tongue parting to tangle, to touch, to knead. I leaned into him slightly, pressing against him ever so harder, and he deepened the kiss, a touch, a lick, but nothing more, and then he pulled back, his shoulders shifting as he took deep breaths. "Bodie?" I said after a moment of silence that felt as if knives cut between us. Finally, he stared into my eyes and then shook his head. "I'm not sorry," he said after a moment, and my heart swelled. "I'm not sorry because I don't want to be the one who hurts you. Not again, but I can't do this." And then he stood up, dropping my hand, and walked down the stairs of the deck and into the forest. I knocked my head against the railing and let out a deep breath. It was for the best. I knew it. Yet I hated the fact that I now knew how that man kissed.
Chapter 9. Bodie. Things were weird, and it was my fault. I knew that. I shouldn't have done it. No, I hadn't even realized I was going to lean forward and kiss her until it was too late. But she had looked so damn cute with the hat covering her eyes and a little bit of dirt on her cheek from when she had wiped her face with the back of her hand in the heat. Kira West bothered me, and not in the way that most people would think. She intrigued me, and I wanted to know more about her, but the act of doing so would be too much. We both knew that. I should not have kissed her, but she had kissed me back. I swallowed hard and slammed my fist into the punching bag once again. I wore only gym shorts, sneakers, and the tape over my knuckles. Sweat slipped down my back, and I figured I should probably add another fan to this room. I didn't always work out here, as working with wood as I did was usually enough of a strength workout. But after the fire, I needed some way to get back on my feet. Physical therapy had been a bitch. I hadn't lost mobility, thankfully, but figuring out how to move in a new way, thanks to the burns on my skin that changed the elasticity, meant that I hadn't been able to jump right back to my old ways of doing things. I was very grateful that I could even move the way that I did now. There were some people in the burn unit down in Denver who were still there. Others had lost the ability to move their fingers, walk, or even see. Other than the few scars that ran down my body, I looked none the worse for wear. My face looked just fine. I looked just fine. But I wasn't. And those who knew me understood. Only I was afraid that I didn't know the truth. "Hey," I whirled, fist ready to punch out, and froze when I realized who stood in the doorway. Thatcher moved forward, a frown on his face, and his youngest at his side. My gaze went right to Wesley, and I lifted my chin at the 7-year-old. "I didn't realize you guys were here." I lifted my fist to Wesley, who fist bumped me back. "Hey, little man."
Will you teach me how to hit like that?
He asked, nearly dancing on his toes. Wesley had a bountiful amount of energy, and I didn't know how Thatcher kept up with him in addition to the 15-year-old twins. The man never sleeps. "If your dad says it's okay. Though to be truthful, your dad's the one who taught me." Wesley's eyes widened, and he looked up at his dad.
Really?
Thatcher gave me a look and then rolled his eyes. "Thanks for that. Yes, your old man knows how to box. I just don't do it that often anymore.
Why didn't you tell me? What else are you hiding?
He asked, and I raised my brows as Thatcher just snorted. Kid, I'm an adult. I hide things from you all the time. It's my prerogative. And I used to box, not professionally or anything. It was something to do to pass the time. The bag that I use is down at the fire station, considering we don't have space for anything at the house, not with all the sports things that the three of you guys need, he said dryly.
Well, I want to learn.
Maybe when you're older. First, though, you have to do your book report. Wesley let out an exaggerated groan.
Why? It's not fair.
Homework isn't fair, but it helps you learn how to understand things for when you're older, I said, and Thatcher gave me a look. I didn't tend to talk to his kids that often. We both knew why. Henry would have been 6 years old, just a year younger than Wesley, and it made my throat grow dry. Would he be this tall? Be this curious? Hate book reports this much? There were so many things that I did not know about who my son could have been, because a murderer had taken them from me. The fire captain finally continued. We were just out this way because I have to go pick up Lucas and Olivia from a friend's house. Thought we'd stop by, see how you were doing. Thatcher and I had been tight once. Much like how Callum and Rune were thick as thieves, Thatcher and I had been close. Then the fire had happened, and everything had changed. I didn't blame him, yet part of me did. Not being fast enough. Just like I hadn't been. Thatcher must have seen my thoughts on my face because he swallowed hard and gripped Wesley's shoulder. Anyway, Tess made a big batch of white chicken chili. Far too much for anybody, but it was damn good. So I figured I'd drop off a batch for you and Kira.
Can I meet Kira? I love Wilder.
The kid practically bounced on his toes in excitement. She's working on something in the cabin right now, buddy, but maybe next time you come up here. Or if she's done there, she knows your nanny.
I love Tess,
he said with a dramatic sigh. As does Lucas, Thatcher said dryly. I held back a smile. A teenage boy with a hot nanny? That sounded about right on course. I haven't met Tess yet, so I can't tell you a thing. She's a nice woman who is saving Kellen and me grief, though I still am getting gray hairs.
Because you're old, Dad,
Wesley said with a serious expression. I barked out a laugh. Shut it, you, Thatcher said, an oddly familiar glint in his eyes. I needed to come down to the bar and grill more often. Needed to see Rune. Needed to see my friends. I had been trapped up here for so long that it was as if I had frozen in time. A bug trapped in amber, forever lost, yet still here. Why the hell did I kiss Kira? I let that stray thought pass and told myself to move on. Where's the chili? I asked. In the car. Wasn't sure you'd want it. I was the town asshole for sure. Anything I don't have to cook, I'm happy with. Are you sure, though, that I can have some? I don't want to take anything from some starving teenagers. Don't worry, the boys got enough chili to last a lifetime. And there's only so many beans that I'm going to give them. Thatcher raised a brow, and Wesley giggled. Make sure you tell Tess thanks for me. Can do, Thatcher said, surprise on his face. How out of touch had I been that a small thank you or reaching out started the man who I'd once called my best friend. I followed them to the truck, listening to Wesley go on and on about his different classes, sports, and Atlas. This kid loved Atlas. And despite the fact that we were all Colorado Avalanche fans, he had to be a Portland Gliders fan. After all, it's where one of our town heroes played. I looked down at my phone and cursed.
What is it?
Wesley asked, leaning forward to look at my phone. Forgot that I told Atlas that I'd actually watch his game tonight. That's what we're going to do as soon as we head back. We're hoping for a shutout. I snorted. We're always hoping for a shutout.
Oh, I didn't realize you had company,
Kira said as she moved forward, a stack of notebooks in her hand.
I was just looking for a place to sit outside out of the sun and, well, hi.
Hi, Kira, Thatcher said, sounding as if they were familiar with each other. I ignored the deep sense of jealousy at that. I had no place in this situation. This is my son, Wesley. Her smile was like a kick in the gut, and I did my best to ignore the sensation sliding through me.
It's nice to meet you, Wesley. I love Wilder, and my friend Jonathan says that girls can't be drummers, and I told him that he was a jerk, and you are the best drummer out there. My sister Olivia wants to be you when she grows up.
Kira smiled.
Well, that just makes my day. There are always going to be people like your friend Jonathan, but they'll learn the truth one day.
She winked as she said it, and from the way that Wesley's chest lifted ever so slightly, Kira West had snared another one. I shook my head as Kira moved forward and held out her hand.
It's nice to meet you.
Wide-eyed, Wesley shook her hand and beamed.
It's nice to meet you, too. I can't wait to tell the guys.
Her brows raised ever so slightly, and I cleared my throat. Hey, Wesley, let's just keep this between us, okay? You know how Uncle Gabriel gets when he needs a little time by himself without people bothering him? Same with Uncle Atlas.
People deserve privacy, and just because our friends are super famous, it doesn't mean we get to brag about them. I totally forgot. I'll be good, promise.
He smiled so guilelessly, I really hoped I could trust him. Well, make sure we keep your privacy, Thatcher said. They handed me the chili before saying their goodbyes and getting in Thatcher's truck. Thatcher worked 2 on and 2 off, though as the captain, he was rarely truly off. I knew that thanks to family and Tess, he got to spend much more time with his kids these days. And I was grateful for it.
He's a cutie,
Kira said, and I turned to her, brows raised.
Wesley, he's adorable, and I like that he stood up for me.
Oddly relieved that she wasn't talking about Thatcher, I cleared my throat. He's pretty great.
Thatcher has 3 of them, right?
I nodded before I gestured for her to follow me. I wanted to get the chili in the fridge and turn on the hockey game. He has 2 older twins, Lucas and Olivia, who are 15. Wesley is 7.
And he manages that?
Somehow, I said with a laugh. He's been working on a few hours of sleep a night since he was 18.
That's just insane to me. I couldn't even imagine being a mom at that age.
She paled a bit.
Not that it's wrong or anything.
No, I get it. Many of my friends have oddly been teenage parents, but they're all doing damn well at it. Left unsaid were my 2 kids. I hadn't been a teenager, though I had been pretty damn young.
Kellen, the doctor, has 3 kids too, right?
I nodded. Bo is Lucas's age, and then Adam is 13, and Quinn is Wesley's age. I could smell whatever scent Kira had put on, and I hated that I wanted to lean down and inhale deeply. Maybe it was just her natural scent. Fuck me.
So Olivia doesn't get another girl to hang out with?
Not so much. But with Finian having the twin girls, and now I guess Tess has another little girl, they're fixing the ratio.
So many single dads in this town. It's an epidemic.
I thought women liked that, I asked.
Maybe. At least on paper.
I shook my head, confused, before gesturing towards the living room. I'm going to watch Atlas play tonight. You want to join me? Kira let out a deep breath and stared at me.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am. A lie?
I don't want to make things uncomfortable for you.
You wouldn't. Another lie. I set the chili down on the counter. I'm not good at this.
I'm not going to ask what you mean by this, because that's far too complicated a conversation when you want to go watch Atlas. But I don't want to push you into anything.
You're the one who was just hurt, I warned.
Just because I'm the one who was emotionally beaten and more recently doesn't make your hurt any less brutal.
I swallowed hard. True. I just want to watch hockey with you. And maybe if you get bored, you can play on my guitar. I gestured towards the one that had started to collect dust in the living room, and her eyes widened.
Really?
I don't know. I just like the sound of it. Other than the dreams of Kira that kept me up at night, I had slept harder and longer than I had in years. It was as if her bringing music to these walls, to this space, had made it easier for me to breathe. Or I was thinking too hard. Kira didn't say anything, except open up the nearest cabinet, close it, and then open up the next one. What are you looking for?
Bowls so we can heat up some chili?
I'll get it set. You go sit down.
Don't like me in your kitchen?
She asked me. No, I liked her in my kitchen. I liked her in this house. That was the problem. But I'm just faster this way. She tilted her head, studied me before she moved to the living room. I turned on the TV since the remote was on the counter by my hand, and the sound of the latest hockey game filled the room. We were in the playoffs now, and things were getting intense. I didn't do brackets, but I heard that Callum and Finian's brackets had already exploded. Sterling's bracket was doing well, and I shook my head at the fact that my youngest brother was so damn good at things like that. I heated the chili on the stove, got 2 bowls and a bag of chips. I set everything out on the coffee table and sank next to Kira. She had the guitar on her lap, sitting cross-legged and strumming along. What song is that?
I'm not sure. Just a melody I've been thinking of. But let's watch the game.
She set the guitar down, and I handed her a silicone heating pad and a hot bowl of chili. So you don't burn yourself.
You think of everything.
No, Tegan does. She's the one who made sure I had things in the house. Without her, I'd probably only have 1 fork. She snorted before taking a bite of the chili.
This is delicious.
I'd asked Tess for the recipe, but I can't cook that well.
Better than me,
she teased. I shook my head, took a bite of the damn amazing chili, and we watched the end of the first period and got into the second period before I cleaned up everything off the table and sank back onto the couch. I needed to make this stop. Needed to walk away. But I didn't want to. I could think again when Kira was around. That was a problem, but one that wasn't going to end anytime soon. When Kira put her arms over her head and stretched, my gaze turned to her, and I couldn't help but notice the way that her breasts filled out her shirt. She had 2 little barbells that were clearly evident through the thin cotton, and I swallowed hard.
If you keep looking at me like that, we're going to have a problem.
My gaze caught hers, and I licked my lips. Her eyes had darkened, her mouth parted, and I shook my head. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
As long as I don't hurt you either,
she whispered. We were going to hurt each other, break one another into 1,000 pieces. This was our crossroads, our moment where there was no way back, and yet I couldn't stop. I leaned forward and took her mouth with mine, and then there was nothing. She groaned into me, her tongue sliding along the seam of my lips. I kissed her back deeply as my hand went to the back of her neck, tilting her head up for a better angle. This was a hard way to sit with her on one knee, me leaning over, so I pulled her by her hip and tugged her onto my lap. She let out a little squeak before straddling me. There you are, I teased, and I reached the back of her neck again and pulled her down to me. She tasted of chili and spice and Kira. I hadn't kissed a woman in years, hadn't felt a woman, hadn't wanted one. At this moment, I could only think of her. My hands slid up the back of her shirt along bare skin, and I moved her closer, her breasts pressing against the top of my chest. "Bodie," she whispered. My name on her lips nearly undid me, and I lifted my hips, my cock hard, pressing against the seam of my jeans. She rocked her hips, rubbing against me, and the heat nearly made me come in my pants like a damn teenager. She leaned back then, her mouth swollen, before she put her hands at the bottom of her shirt and froze. "Is this okay?" she asked hesitantly. Yes. There wasn't another answer I could give. She pulled off her shirt then, and I realized at that moment she hadn't been wearing a fucking bra. No wonder I had been able to see those bars in her nipples so perfectly. Her breasts fell heavy. Her nipples were large, yet tight into a rose-colored bud, but the barbells were a perfect contrast. Hard against soft, and I leaned forward and took one into my mouth. She let out a deep moan, her hand tingling in the back in my hair as she pressed me closer to her breast. I used my other hand to play with her free nipple, and she ground against me, panting. I let go of her nipple with a pop before kissing along between her breasts, up her neck, and biting down gently. She continued to writhe in my hold before I paid attention to her other breast, kissing and sucking until I could feel the heat and wetness of her through her jeans. "Bodie, I'm going to..." "Do so. Now." She rubbed against me harder, rocking as I played with her nipples, and then she was coming, her eyes wide, her entire body flushing. I took her mouth then, wrapping my arms around her too, tipping us both. She was on her back on the couch, legs spread, and I kneeled between them with one leg, my other foot firmly planted on the floor. I pulled my shirt off, loving the way that she gasped, before I played with the top seam of her jean shorts. "More?" I asked.
"I just came from you playing with my nipples while I was practically dry humping you. Yes, please."
I laughed before undoing the button of her shorts. She tossed her flip-flops off, and I tugged her shorts down along with her panties. When I threw those behind me, I froze, blinking at what I saw. I knew Kira had a brow ring, septum ring, and nipple rings, but as I pushed her thighs aside and moved my hand so my thumb could spread her folds, I nearly lost the ability to speak.
"It's a triangle piercing. You're going to love it, I promise."
"I have a barbell at the end of my dick. Is it going to be a problem?" I asked. Her eyes widened as I met her gaze.
"You are such a fucking surprise. It's not going to be a problem."
I lifted her up so her pussy was closer to my face and breathed cool air over her.
"Bodie,"
she called out, practically leaning on her forearms at this point. "I'm going to have to practice eating you out with these types of piercings. I need to explore." I licked at the top piercing, loving the way that her clit swelled before exploring. I loved eating a woman out. I loved the taste, the way that we were in control, even if she thought she was. I loved making sure that the woman in my arms would come, feel safe, and be ready for when I put my cock deep in between those folds. I shifted again so she lay flat on her back before I spread 2 fingers and slid my middle finger deep inside. She gasped, and I worked my way in and out of her cunt so damn tight. "I'm going to hurt you if I don't stretch you out of it."
That sounds like a threat and a promise all rolled into an amazing one.
"You say the weirdest fucking things," I said with a laugh. I was laughing. I was having sex with Kira and laughing. I'd need to fall into a pit of hell or despair or whatever crisis followed me later. I pushed the thoughts through my mind, knowing the darkness would have to wait before I slid another finger into her and curled my fingers. Her juices soaked my hand, her cunt wet and slick, and when she came again, I leaned down, tasting and sucking every ounce of the orgasm. I leaned back again and stood up. Kira moved to sit on the couch and reached for my jeans. My hands shook, but Kira's didn't. Instead, with the steadiness that eased whatever ills I had in that moment, she undid the button and gently pulled down the zipper. She reached under the flap and pulled out my cock, her eyes widening at her first glance. When she circled the base of my dick, her finger didn't touch, and she licked her lips, her eyes wide. As much as I want you to wrap those lips around the tip of my cock, I won't last. I paused, trying to find the control I'd been so fucking proud of these past years. Where had it gone? It's been a long time. Kira's eyes softened, and I hated killing the mood, but instead she moved her hand away from my cock and slithered her hands gently over the burn scars on either side of my hips.
Then just take me, Bodie. We can go as slow as you want.
Shaking, I towed off my shoes and slid down my jeans and boxer briefs. Standing naked before Kira in this manner felt far barer than in any moment I had been in my life. I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. I wasn't good at this. Kira was the strong one in this moment. When she stood up and pushed at my shoulders, I let out the deep breath that had threatened my sanity.
Sit down. Let me take care of you.
I looked up at her, my hands trembling. I don't want to hurt you. She pulled the condom out of the box and opened the wrapper before moving to stand between my legs.
You can't. Not like this.
Then she slid the condom over my length, and my head fell back against the couch, a groan escaping my lips.
I've got you.
She straddled me, and I met her gaze. I put one hand on her hip, the other on the base of my cock, and guided her cunt to the tip. Then she rocked her hips and slowly, oh so slowly, slid down my length, so damn tight, and I could barely breathe. It took her a few moments, taking in deep breaths before she was finally seated, and I had to count to 10 because I was so afraid I was going to come.
Bodie, my God, I'm just so full.
I've got you. Repeating her words nearly made me burst. She had been able to get us this far, and now it was my turn. She lay against me, her shoulders shaking as I lifted her up by the hips and slid her back down. I looked between us, watching the way that her cunt swallowed my cock, and I shifted, knowing I wasn't going to last long. I knew it was probably too deep in this position, so I rolled her to the side so she was on her back, and I was in between her legs again. My couch wasn't that big, but we would make this work.
Bodie,
she panted. Take me. All of me. I moved slowly then, taking her in, taking everything. She met me thrust for thrust, motion for motion, and when she came again, her pussy clamping around my cock, I came, filling the condom, and some part of me was sad that I wasn't filling her. I buried my face against her neck, shaking, not able to even fucking breathe. And then it was over, and both of us were lying there, sweat slick, and my cock still mostly hard deep inside her.
Thank you.
Soft words, all heart, all heat. I looked at her, unable to catch my breath for a moment. Thank you. I kissed her cheek, knowing I was going to hurt her. I was going to break her. I slid out of her, noticing the way that she winced. I stood up, took care of the condom, and got her a wet washcloth. I gently cleaned her before I pulled on my jeans and didn't say a word. Somebody scored the winning goal behind us, and I wasn't paying attention. Instead, I walked to the back of the house, to my bedroom, and to my shower. I turned on the spray, not caring if it was hot or cold, and stood there in my jeans, body shaking. Tears slid down my cheeks. I hadn't even realized they were there. I hadn't broken my vows. I knew that. Courtney was gone. That wasn't a lie, wasn't cheating. I knew that. I loved my wife. I would always love her. But being with Kira in that moment was not Courtney. And I was good with that. I was happy with that. And that was why I needed to breathe. Footsteps padded behind me, and then Kira was there, wearing her shirt and shorts, and she wrapped her arms around me. I held her close, needing her scent even in the shower, and finally let out the deep breath I hadn't been aware I was holding. I've got you. A repeat of words, yet a new meaning. It's okay. I know, I said, knowing it was the truth. Because Kira was here, and she held me, letting me break. Finally.
Chapter 10. Kira. Everything had changed, and yet nothing had transformed. It was a common refrain dancing in my brain in the past 48 hours. 48 hours in which I had slept beside Bodie, ate breakfast with him, then each of us had gone about our days. He'd had his monthly brother time and evening the night before, but had left me with a home-cooked meal before heading out. He'd pressed a kiss to my cheek, didn't utter a word, and left me to my own devices. And honestly, we both needed this time. Being with Bodie felt like nothing before in my life. I had never connected with someone like that before, and I had no idea what I was supposed to do with that moment, because everything felt so different. We had connected. He had made me come multiple times. He'd held me, been gentle with me, and then slightly rough in the ways that we both had needed. And then he had broken down. Part of me wanted to resent him for that, to fall back into my own insecurities and wonder why I wasn't good enough for him to stay with me the entire night. Why did he need to walk off and shower? But he wasn't washing away what we had done. I'd understood that once I'd been able to slink my way out of the fog of what we'd done with each other. No, he needed to let it all out, to realize that this was his life now. I might not be part of it forever, but I was part of it now, and that was scary. Scary for both of us. I didn't blame him for breaking down, and the fact that he had let me hold him in that gentle way shocked me. He was such a big man, full of strength and standoffishness. Big men did not break. That was what you were taught as a kid, and yet Bodie had been the exact opposite. He'd shown what he was feeling in that moment in a way that he had never done before. And it made me want him all the more. I didn't know if we would ever be with each other again, or if that was just in the heat of the moment because we had craved each other, so it didn't matter. I couldn't regret it. Now, the last person I had been with wasn't somebody who had tried to break me. And that was possibly worth the heartache that would come once I left Ashford Creek. And looking at my schedule, that would be sooner rather than later. "Hey, Are you with us?" I smiled over at Tegan and nodded. "I'm here. Sorry, sometimes I just get lost in thought." "Because you're writing music in your head? Or you're redoing a conversation you should have had before? Or maybe trying to figure out why T-Rexes only have those small arms?" Elizabeth winked as she said it, and I burst out laughing. I had spent most of the morning on phone calls with my band and my team. I had plenty to do when we went back to work. We had an album to produce, songs to write, and, not to mention, I still needed to find my home base. Much of my planned road trip time was now being eaten by staying in Ashford Creek, and I wasn't exactly sure how I felt about that. No, I knew exactly how I felt about that. I didn't want to leave. It would be a problem later, and I would deal with it, just like I dealt with everything else. "It's the T-Rex arms. I can't get them out of my head." Our laughter intensified, and I reached for my local beer. After I'd spent the morning working, Tegan had said she had planned to pull me away so we could have dinner at the Summit Grill. One of the Ashford family friends, Rune, owned it, and it was the place to be tonight, apparently. Rune was hot as hell, with broad shoulders and bright eyes. He also scowled more than Bodie sometimes. Maybe it was just an Ashford Creek thing. I knew a lot of men in the business, and they were just like that too. It had to be a genetic thing. "I'm so glad that you were able to come out," Elizabeth said, her smile soft. "Honestly, between grading papers, lesson plans, and constant parent-teacher meetings, I don't get a lot of time for myself. I'm glad that you are out and about." I took another sip of my beer and nearly smacked my lips together. "This is really good." "I'll make sure Callum knows," Tegan said. "It's his new amber beer for Felicity." "Really? That is the sweetest freaking thing. I know, right? My brother is sick and in love. I hate him." Tegan said it nonchalantly, but I had to wonder if there was anybody in Tegan's vision. From the small times that we were able to hang out together, I didn't know of anyone that she was seeing. There were plenty of attractive and seemingly nice men in Ashford Creek, but I suppose when you lived here all your life and had multiple brothers and brothers' friends constantly taking care of you and watching out for you, it had to be hard. Briar had gotten out of it, but Tegan was still deeply immersed in the culture of Ashford Creek. "Oh my God, you're Kira West," a woman with bright red hair and even redder lips said as she practically ran over to me. She clapped her hands together and reached out as if to hug me. I was used to it and didn't flinch, but before she could even come forward, Rune was there, stepping between us. "Now, Kelly, you know the rules. You let everybody have their own space. And if you see somebody here who happens to have more Instagram followers than you keep it to yourself. Because then they won't come back, and I lose money. You see how it is." "Oh, I know that, Rune. I just lost myself for a minute. It's so lovely to meet you, Kira. You are an amazing drummer, and those bandmates of yours are hot." Tegan shuddered. "Kelly, you do realize that one of those bandmates is my brother-in-law, right?" "Not your brother. You're allowed to think your brother-in-law's hot." Kelly tossed her hair back and gave me a little wave. "Well, hey, it's so great to see you here in Ashford Creek. We're becoming a hotbed of famous people, rock stars and hockey players, even a former NFL star." She winked at Tegan, obviously speaking of Callum. "Now we just need a movie star or two, and we have the whole shebang." She sauntered off with her friends, leaving me slightly startled. Rune rolled his eyes. "Sorry about that, Kira. Are you liking your beer?" I pushed the moment out of my mind, since I should be used to it by now, and looked up at the bearded bar owner. "We were just talking about that. Callum knows how to brew. Don't tell him that. He'll get a big head." "That's what I said." Tegan rolled her eyes, grinned, and held out her fist. Rune blinked down at it before reaching out to fist bump her. "Are we fist bumping people now?" "I don't know. I saw the teens do it when I was hanging out with Tess, helping her get them ready for practice. I'm apparently down with the kids." I pressed my lips together, trying not to laugh, but Elizabeth had no qualms about it. Considering I spend way too many hours a day with teenagers, we'll never learn the lingo, and that's okay. Our parents thought we were idiots too and tried to catch up with whatever cool sayings were out there. We will never know them. We will always sound ridiculous. It's part of growing up.
You're a wise one, Elizabeth, Rune added. He scrunched his nose, his septum ring shifting around before glaring at a group of rowdy people behind us. Are you guys going to eat anything or just take the space for beer?
It's good to know that all bartenders and owners are as grumpy as you no matter where I am. It makes me feel like I'm at home while I'm on the road.
You're lucky that you're Bodie's friend, or Bodie's friend, or I'd have something smart to say about that. Do you want food?
My cheeks blushed at that innuendo, and I had to wonder exactly what Bodie was telling Rune. Nothing, right? Bodie didn't talk to anyone about me, because there was nothing to talk about, other than the fact that we had slept together and then had cried together. No, I didn't want to know what he had sent to Rune. Tegan threw a napkin at him. Stop teasing her when you're just looking for information. Weirdo.
You are the weirdo, Rune mumbled.
Good one, Elizabeth teased. And we'd like to order the wonton nachos and 3 side salads.
Dressing? Rune asked.
Ranch, we all said at the same time. He lifted a brow.
Nothing if not predictable.
Oh, shut up. You like the fact that we're predictable, Elizabeth said with a laugh.
You know, you're getting mouthier than you were as a teen, and I distinctly remember you being sweet and polite to your elders.
Elizabeth smirked at him as Rune walked away, but I distinctly saw the light in her eyes dim ever so slightly. I wanted to ask what that was about, but she again met my gaze and gave me a quick shake of her head. I knew there was always going to be history within a small town, but I had to wonder exactly how many layers deep all these connections were. I can see your mind whirling right now, Elizabeth said, before she drained half her beer in one go. I used to date Rune's brother. It was back in high school, and then we broke up right as we started college. No big deal. Rune just likes to play the big, growly brother. Felicity is sweet about it, however, probably because she was so young at the time. It's not a big deal, other than the fact that it's a small town, so, therefore, all our lives are a big deal. If Rune wants to go deep into our dating history, I'm sure that we could bring up a few stories about him, Tegan began, and the two of them latched onto the subject and began naming all of Rune's ex-girlfriends. I listened with half an ear when I did the mental math to try to figure out exactly who Elizabeth had been talking about. Atlas Carter, the goalie of the Portland Gliders, the same man that Bodie and I had watched on TV for a few moments before everything happened. I was grateful that the girls hadn't pressed on about what was going on between me and Bodie. For all they knew, nothing was going on, and that was probably for the best. I didn't want that sense of pain that would enter the conversation whenever this thing fizzled, just like it had happened with Elizabeth. I couldn't imagine living in a small town where your ex-boyfriend was the town hero who came back every once in a while after going all over the U.S. as a hockey star. He would always be the bright light in this town's eyes, and Elizabeth would be forced to witness it all. Maybe small-town life wasn't for me. So, when do you go back to L.A.? Tegan asked as we dove into our nachos. I swore the woman read my mind. Soon, I think. But first, nachos. Rune does like to add different things to the menu, so don't get latched onto these. They're only temporary, Elizabeth explained. That's a shame, and as for when we're going back to L.A., I have around a month until we need to be in our studio, although I think we're going to be doing most of the recording in Gabe's studio down in Texas. They have the space, and we usually stay on the Wilder retreat. That's a winery, too, right? Elizabeth asked. And they have amazing wines. Whenever I go down there to visit Briar, I bring some of Callum's beers and do a trade. That's where I've had this before. I shook my head, feeling like an idiot. You brought the lager, right? Tegan nodded. I did, even though it wasn't out in the market yet. Callum can be nice sometimes. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. Because you did all of his books and marketing for years before he got an actual team. It's what I do. You do marketing? I asked, confused. No, I mean, maybe. I'm a manager at a gift shop. Technically the assistant manager. She shrugged, though I couldn't help but notice the frown on her face. I do well for myself, but most of my family decided to go into businesses of theirselves, where they need a manager. It's what I'm good at. I help Callum with the brewery, and thankfully, we have Felicity now to do the real accounting since that's not my forte. I've even helped Rune with the bar and grill, though he has it out on its own. And then, of course, Finian and Sterling decided to start businesses of their own. One is a carpenter, the other when he opened up the range. Meaning they were all starting from scratch and somebody needed to be there to ensure that they had another person to lean on. I'm good at spreadsheets and the bottom line, so it's what I did. I had to wonder if the Ashford brothers knew exactly how hard Tegan seemed to be working to ensure that they didn't fail. Did they realize that she was instrumental in all of their success? I know Bodie really appreciated her and always ended up sending her honey from his beehives or other random things to ensure that Tegan never wanted for anything. But did the others appreciate her enough? I hope so. I liked the Ashfords and Briar. Though she didn't live here, she always spoke highly of her siblings. I wasn't going to get in the middle of that because Tegan was strong enough to stand up for herself if she truly needed to. So, are you writing music now? I looked up at Elizabeth's question and sank my teeth into my lip. I'm sorry, was I not supposed to ask that? Forget I said anything. I reached out and gripped her hand, squeezing it slightly before letting it go. No, I'm writing music. It's just, well, after everything happened, it took me a while to get back into it. This past year hasn't been easy. I'd finally told both of them exactly what had happened with Jeremiah, and they had been outraged on my behalf. While they had known some of it, they hadn't known everything. The phone calls, the stalking, the fact that he was going after Max now. I was truly afraid that the media, as well as Jeremiah, was going to find out where I was, and my time in Ashford Creek would be over. I finally felt at peace enough to write. I think I have 2 songs in my head, sort of swirling around. They'll come out eventually, and I'll figure out if they work for the band or just something on my own. I'm not a lead singer, nor do I ever want to be, but I love being a drummer and helping Gabe and the others with background vocals. It's what I do. You're so freaking talented. I'm only a little jealous, Elizabeth teased. I'd say don't be because the long hours are a little ridiculous, but then again, you're a high school teacher, so I should be the one who realizes that my long hours have nothing on yours. Don't get me wrong, I love my job, but sometimes I would like a full weekend just to myself. Don't worry, summer is on its way, and it's not like you have to work then, right? Tegan teased, and Elizabeth just snorted before we finished our meals and it was time to say goodbye. I still didn't have a car, which was fine. You could walk most of the town, and a lot of people just walked home. However, Bodie lived out in the middle of nowhere. I told Tegan she could drop me at the entrance, and she hit me with another curious look, but didn't ask. I was grateful for that because I didn't have any answers. You can tell my brother hi, Tegan teased. My heart fluttered, and I ignored the damn thing. I will. You can come in if you want. I mean, come into my cabin. I'm not inviting you into Bodie's space. I think I've annoyed Bodie enough recently with all of my emails and calls for work. I'll leave you to it. I'll see you soon. You've got it. I know you don't have a lot of time here. There was a question in her words, and I was afraid that she would be far more worried once she realized what I was feeling for Bodie, but I just smiled and said my goodbyes, unable to voice what I was really thinking. My time in Ashford Creek was almost up, and that meant leaving Bodie, the Ashfords, and the friends I'd slowly begun to make here. I wasn't going to let it break me, I knew that. I had been through worse, and yet part of me didn't want to go. I took my to-go bag with me and headed towards my cabin, wondering if I should stop by Bodie's or just text him. I didn't have to think hard for long, though, because Bodie was there, on my small porch, reading a book with his feet up on the railing. Why was it that Bodie Ashford looked so fucking hot right now? Was it the fact that he had pulled his Henley up to show his forearms? The reading? Or the freaking reading glasses? Since when had Bodie Ashford had slutty little glasses, in addition to a slutty little nose ring? This man was not fair. "You're back," Bodie said. "I brought you dessert." He didn't reach for it and tilted his head, his gaze never breaking from mine. "Since you have a bag in your hand, I take it that wasn't a euphemism." I burst out laughing, some of the tension that had been riding me for the past 48 hours finally sliding away. "Probably not." I moved forward as he set his feet down and sank back into the rocking chair. I took a few more steps and found myself standing between his open legs, looking down at him. "Hi." He tilted his head, studying me. "Hi." "Did you have fun tonight?" I swallowed hard. I did. I really like Tegan and Elizabeth. They're good people. So, he cleared his throat. "I told you I don't regret anything. I just want to make sure you understand that." "You haven't said anything." My shoulders tightened, then I licked my lips. His gaze went right to the action, right to the movement. "I thought I'd give us both some space. But Kira," a pause, "I don't regret it." I reached out and slid his glasses off his face. He just gave me an odd look before I stood back slightly. "I'm leaving soon. You know that, right?" He nodded. "I know." "You're going to have to be the one who tells me what you want to do, because I'm out of my depth here, and frankly, I'm a little worried about putting myself out there." "I can see that. How about this? While you're here, it's just you and me, no one else." My heart thudded, even as my knees went weak. He reached out and trailed a line down my thigh. I swallowed hard. "You and me? Okay, I can do that." "No ghosts, either," he whispered. I froze, understanding what he meant. "Really?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Really." And then he tugged me down onto his lap and took my mouth, and I let myself believe.
Chapter 11. Bodie. We got Bodie out in town twice in 1 month. I feel like I should go play the lottery. Rune leaned against the back of his chair, arms folded over his chest as he perused over his bar. He wasn't working tonight, but because the man didn't know how to take a full day off, he was making sure that all his staff were set to go. And if somebody needed something, he immediately bounded up and went to help them. Then one of my brothers or his crewmates would force him to sit back down again. Making Rune Carter take a day off was indeed like winning the lottery. "I can go right back home, you know," I said smoothly before taking a sip of my beer. I had spent the past 3 days deep in my art, working on project after project, and then a few commissions for furniture pieces. My hands were sore, covered in scrapes and nicks, but in the end, I could barely feel them all. Each night, I spent the night with Kira, either in my bed or hers. It was odd to think that Kira felt so comfortable in my bed. Maybe because it had never been Courtney's. My wife had never slept under my roof, so it didn't feel as if I were letting an intruder in. Because Kira wasn't an intruder. I wasn't the same man that I had been when I had been married to Courtney. I had been young, innocent in a way that felt almost dumb, and I thought maybe some people could be better. Dad had tried to break us over the years, though he had mostly taken it out on Callum. I'd taken a couple of blows, but my big brother and my sisters had done their best to protect us. I knew that life wasn't happy and dewy and filled with stickers and gold stars. Not everybody got their happy ending, but I'd thought I'd had mine with Courtney. Then the fire had come, and that man had taken everything. So no, I wasn't the same man who had married my wife, nor was I the same man who had been physically forced and removed from that fire. I hadn't been able to save her or my babies. Yet in the years that had passed, now that people started to believe that maybe I wasn't a murderer, even though the murderer was behind bars, why didn't it feel like a full betrayal to be with somebody else? "I'm glad you're out," Finian said, his gaze on his phone rather than anyone else. "I am here for you, always," I said dryly. "You're so nice," my brother said, not bothering to look up from his phone. "Who are you texting?" I asked, confused. Finian looked up, blinking as his eyes focused. "Promise and I are trying to figure out what to do with the girls' birthdays." "Aren't their birthdays a little while away?" Rune asked as he took a seat next to me. "We're trying to figure out how to make it work with both of our schedules and what themes. Making sure that Mia and Ella feel like they each have their own birthdays without being forced to celebrate together all the time is awfully hard. They're not even 5 yet. Are they going to remember this?" Atlas asked, leaning against the back of the bar. He had his leg propped up, ice on his knee, though we made sure that nobody in the bar could tell. He was visiting for the weekend and needed to get back to the team soon. Having time away from the ice, even during the most critical of moments in his career, was good for his mental health, according to the team. 4 and 5-year-olds can remember things, I said softly. Atlas held back a cringe and gave me a nod. "Good to know. I think you should have 3 birthdays then." Finian just blinked at him. "What?" "3 birthdays. One for Mia, one for Ella, and then a double birthday because they're twins. And what happens when they have another kid who's not a twin and they don't get 2 to 3 birthdays?" Rune snorted. Hey. Promise and I are not having any other kids. I'm just glad that we're friends at this point." "I'm pretty sure he meant separately," I added softly. Finian blinked. "All right. I guess if Promise gets married again and has kids and one's not a twin, things will be different. But no, I don't think 3 birthdays will work. For now, the girls want to celebrate together, but if they ever want to do something separately, I guess we can make that work." "Lucas and Olivia always have separate birthdays," Callum put in. "And he's right. I should talk with Thatcher. He knows about this whole twin thing, and he has a girl. He's good at this. At least you have Promise to work with. Thatcher and Kellen each had to do that just on their own. Yes, they had their parents, but they didn't have someone else to help them out." I took another sip of my beer, my mouth oddly not going dry or filling with bile while talking about kids. From the surprised looks on my siblings' and friends' faces, they were noticing too. Usually everybody steered clear of the conversations about kids around me, but with my family, my siblings procreating, and all my friends' kids starting to grow up, conversations tended to be about those kids alone. You couldn't hide from it. And if I wanted to be part of this town again, albeit still on the outskirts, I needed to find a way to be okay with it. Though maybe being with Kira, if only for the moment, was helping things. That wasn't scary at all. "Did you guys want to eat?" Rune asked. "I figured we could order some food," Atlas said. "But your team is so afraid to come over here because you keep micromanaging them that we're never going to get fed."
"I've got you, Atlas. Don't worry,"
Penny said as she sauntered over. She was one of the new hires and practically salivated when she looked at the hockey star. I met Finian's gaze and my brother smirked. There were 2 other single people at this table, yet Penny only had eyes for Atlas. I paused at that, thinking. Callum was taken, Finian and Rune were single, and yet I hadn't counted myself in that. Before, it had always been because I never wanted to date again or be with anyone, but now I promised Kira it would only be her, and I meant it. Well, hell.
Do you know what you are focusing on with your next batch?
Rune asked. Callum leaned forward, a frown on his face. I have a list of ideas, but we expanded so much in the past year, always at capacity. I don't want to build another factory or get to the point that we're so big that some conglomerate wants to buy us. I like being niche. It's hard to find that balance. Well, if you need something built, I've got you, Finian said with a wink, his attention back on his phone. This time, though, I knew he was dealing with countless customers who needed him to work on something. He was building his own business step by step, and that meant long hours, even when he had the girls. I was proud of him. He had stepped up as a teenager and hadn't backed down once. Even when I had been broken, not able to even hold one of his kids, he had been right by my side, doing what he could for me. I needed to be better at being there for them, too. We ordered our food, and a few more people came up to Atlas to talk about the game. The place started to get a little more crowded, and while we discussed an upcoming event for the town where they needed me to work on building one of the larger pieces for the play, my gaze caught a flash. Rune immediately stood up as a few other flashes filled the room, and then everybody started speaking at once.
Is Kira West here? We heard that this is the place where the rock star turned drug addict is hanging out these days. I see that we have an injured Atlas Carter. Do you have any comments?
Drug addict? They thought she was a fucking drug addict. I moved forward without thinking, and I hadn't even realized I was standing until someone put a camera in my face.
You're Bodie Ashford, the man who killed his family in that fire, aren't you?
There had to be at least 30 of them, people shouting things and not making any sense. Where the hell had these people come from, and why were they here?
That's him. He killed his wife and kids and burned them to a crisp.
Nathan leaned against the jukebox, folding his arms over his chest.
Bastard got away with it, too.
I had my hands on his shirt and threw him against the wall in the next instant, but then Atlas pulled me back, and the sounds of 100 photos being taken filled my mind as I tried not to kill the man. I would not go to jail over Nathan, but maiming him would be helpful.
Let's go, buddy. Rune has it handled.
Chest heaving, I let Atlas drag me out of the back door as my siblings and Rune handled the mess.
What the hell?
I asked, spinning on the ground.
Breathe, Bodie. Something wasn't right in there, and you have to be smart about this. It's not just you, it's Kira, too.
He paused. I have a feeling somebody sent those people. I frowned, looking up at the worried expression on Atlas's face. What do you mean?
There were way too many people to just stop by. And how would they know Kira was here? I would make sure that she knows that something happened, and her management knows, but I don't know, it smells fishy. They just happened to know about Kira? Just happened to know about you? I was a lucky accident, and the media already knows that I got hit in the knee and need to ice it. They're going to talk, but I'm fine with that kind of talk. Whatever that bastard Nathan said is a lie. But we all know how rumors spread. Make sure Kira knows that something's going on. Thoughts whirling, I tried to catch up. Atlas knew what he was talking about since he'd spent the past decade in the business, but I had no idea what the fuck I was doing. When my brother had been in the NFL, he'd stayed away from Ashford Creek because our father would have ruined everything he had at the time. Callum had sent money and kept his distance. Kira was different. How do you handle it? People being in your business all the time.
I handle it because it's part of my job. I love playing hockey. It's in my blood, and it's something that I would do for the rest of my life if I could. I gave up a lot to do it, so
I deal with cameras in my face and no privacy. Everybody has a goddamn cell phone now that can snap a photo and put it on social media out of context. If I had slept with the number of women that they thought I did, I wouldn't have time to play hockey. I snorted. I don't have social media. The star NHL goalie rolled his eyes. I don't run my social media. There's no need. And the comments just get ridiculous. But somebody sent them here. At least that's what I think. I'll talk to my management too. I'd let Kira know. The secret's out. My gaze shot to his. You think Jeremiah knows where she is? Is that the ex? I nodded. Maybe. You can get through the back alley here into the parking lot without dealing with cameras, hopefully, but I'll make a distraction if I have to. I'm pretty good like that. You're an asshole, but I like you, Atlas. The other man reached forward and gripped my shoulder. I like you too, Bodie. And I like the fact that you're out here. I haven't seen you in too long. Oh? You're out here with your family. And yes, you had to deal with some bullshit, but you're doing it. That woman's good for you. I froze. I don't know what you're talking about. Sure, Bodie. Whatever you say. Just go talk to her. I nodded tightly, then headed towards my car. Thankfully, nobody smelled me along the way. I shot a text to Callum for an update and told him thank you for handling the situation. Then I headed to Kira. My hands shook, and I told myself that this was fine. We could handle this. I got through my front gate, latched it behind me, and made sure all the security was on. There was no way anybody was going to be able to follow me and figure out where Kira was. But they could still find my business, still find my address. There were so many ways to search for that shit these days. I pulled in front of my house, and rather than going inside, I made my way to the cabin. Kira was there, music playing out the open window as she sang a melody softly under her breath. Then she would pause in strumming the guitar and muttering to herself. I knocked on the door, making sure I didn't startle her, and let out a breath when she told me to come in.
How was your night out?
She stood up, setting the guitar down before her face fell.
What happened?
The media showed up at the bar, looking for you. The pencil fell out of her hand, and she immediately came over to me, wrapping her arms around my waist. I pulled her towards me, kissing the top of her head. I ran my hand down her back, needing to just feel her, to make sure she was safe. I wasn't going to let them hurt her. I refused to.
Oh, I wonder how they found out. I mean, anybody could have snapped a photo and told them about Ashford Creek, but I thought I was safer than that.
Maybe somebody posted something, but it felt targeted. Do you think Jeremiah knows you're here? The blood drained from her face, and I cursed. I'm sorry, but Atlas said that you should probably talk to your agent, Max, right? Or your team. Just get everything handled. I don't know anything about that world, but he would know better.
Atlas was there tonight too? Must have been a big score.
She shook her head.
Let me text Max real quick, and then I'll figure it out. I'm sorry your night got ruined.
It's going to get worse before it gets better, I blurted. She needed to know the truth. Needed to know why this was a bad idea. I was Icarus, flying too close to the sun. And just like before, I'd been burned. I refused to break her along the way, though.
What's wrong?
She reached out, her hand on my chest. I placed mine over hers and let out a breath. They knew. About the accusations. About who I was. They knew I'd be there, and they were searching for you. Somebody told them where you were and maybe the connection to me. They're going to print that, and they're going to dredge it all up again, and it's going to stain you. Maybe you should go stay with Callum or Tegan or, hell, Gabe. You'd be safer there. It felt like a kick to the gut with each recommendation, but it was the only thing I could do in that moment. They were going to hurt her because of my past, because of the false accusations. And Nathan being an asshole wasn't helping.
There was going to be a front-page image somewhere of me throwing that man against the wall, and that would just be more evidence of how I was a horrible person. I should not be connected to Kira.
I'm so sorry. It had to be terrible. They had no right to bring that up, and it was a lie. You know that, right? Of course you do. But I hate that they're dredging up old hurts.
They're going to plaster your name with mine because you're staying here, and they don't even know that we're what we are.
We'll deal with it. I'll talk with my publicist and Max, everybody. Please, I don't know. I don't know what to say. But I don't believe those lies, and nobody should. Using your family and those terrible things to hurt you is horrendous, and I'm so sorry.
Her hands shook, and I pushed her hair back from her face, trying to gather my thoughts, or even my wits at this point.
It might get worse before it gets better. I know we said whatever this is just for when I'm here, but if they do put us together like that, they're going to bring up things, and I don't want them to hurt you.
I was just thinking that I don't want to hurt you. I cut in. Being associated with me brings back those past words. All of that news that can never be erased from the internet. Every accusation, every lie was etched in stone of people's memories, and there was no taking that back.
It's not your fault, but being with me can make it worse for you.
You don't get to blame yourself. She reached out and kissed my chin.
And you don't get to blame yourself.
I'm not okay with what happened. I don't like them pulling that shit back, and I want to kill Nathan, but that'll just make things worse.
Maybe we can hire someone. Though that sounds premeditated. We'll have to make it a surprise.
I didn't laugh, because none of this was funny. Instead, I just stood there, Kira in front of me, wondering what the hell we were going to do. Our moment of peace, of pretending, was over. The real world was sticking its clawed fingers in enough, and I didn't know a way to make our way out without either one of us being broken in the end.
Chapter 12. Kira. Do you mind if I take a photo with you? A woman with dark hair and blue eyes said as she held up her phone. It's not often I get to meet a celebrity. Although Tegan looked like she wanted to say something, I smiled and leaned in for the selfie. I don't think I'm the celebrity here, but thank you for loving the music. Wilder is the best band ever. She snapped the photo, hugged me, and skipped away to her friends. They all giggled and waved, walking back down Main Street. I don't know if I would ever be used to that, Elizabeth said, putting herself between me and the road, as if she was afraid somebody was going to come and want to take more photos or hound me for an interview. It was odd. I didn't usually get accosted like this by strangers or fans or even the media. Yes, when I was with the band, things were a little more chaotic. Especially right when I had joined and they were wondering who the hell I was versus Malcolm. I was the drummer, not the lead singer, not even the only woman in the band. Briar and Gabriel had to deal with way more scrutiny than I usually did. However, news of what Jeremiah had done to me had made the news circuit. I wanted to feel shame, had nearly curled myself into a ball and wanted to hide. And part of me still did. However, I knew who had leaked my mistakes. Brigid and Jeremiah were searching for something they could hold on to. They wanted my name connected to theirs and needed to be close to me. It had taken me far too long to realize that, and it had almost been too late. If I were in the news, maybe they would be able to get closer to me. They wanted money. They wanted connections. And Jeremiah wanted access to me. They were still together. As they continued to text and send photos of themselves, they were still doing drugs, still begging for money, but they were not the most important people in my life. I had to leave them behind in order to walk away. I see that look on your face. I hope you're not letting those parasites encroach on your thoughts and bring any guilt to your heart. Tegan squeezed my hand, and I smiled at her as we walked by a group of tourists. They did a double take when they saw me and pulled out their phones. Elizabeth moved forward slightly, blocking their view, and thankfully they didn't protest. First, yes, I was thinking of Jeremiah, but I'll do my best not to. He's had enough real estate in my thoughts and life, thank you very much. And second, thank you, Elizabeth. You don't have to do that, though. I'm used to people taking random photos of me. It doesn't need to become commonplace for you in Ashford Creek. I mean, when Atlas comes to town, he has to deal with it constantly from tourists. But those within the town treat him like their prodigal son and hero for the first hour, and then remember he's human. They protect him. Elizabeth nearly tripped over her own feet. The other woman must have realized she'd mentioned the one man she did her best never to speak of. Elizabeth did not speak of Atlas, ever. I didn't know what happened between the two of them, or exactly what things were now, but there had to be some hurt there, or at least some form of feeling. Or maybe I was projecting. Anyway, we're heading to the brewery, right? Elizabeth asked, changing the subject, her voice only slightly high-pitched. Tegan studied her friend for a moment before putting on a soft smile. Yes, because we're getting both of you out of the house more often. I cleared my throat. I've been leaving. I promise. You've been spending most of your time with my brother. I have no idea what to say to you about that. I'd never become friends with the family of the people in my life I'd developed feelings or a relationship with. Not that Bodie and I had a relationship. That name would be far too complicated and heavy for whatever the hell we had going on. I don't need details. In fact, I don't want any, as long as you're both happy. Worry covered her face, and I swallowed hard, knowing she was right in that emotion. The mountain man I tried not to think about, and I had no idea what we were doing. I could hurt Bodie, just like he could hurt me. Though not in the way Jeremiah had. Bodie would never do that. Only he was still in love with his wife. The ghost between us. And while I never wanted to push her out of his life or his memory, I didn't know where I stood. Not to mention, I would be leaving town soon to continue my journey in my life and career. Then what would become of us? There was no us. The man I couldn't fall for had set his roots in Ashford Creek, and I traveled often. As is evidenced by the person taking a photo of me now, my life was in the spotlight. Bodie hid on his land for a reason. For grief, but also because people knew him. They knew his family. They remembered Courtney and the two children who would never laugh and skip down Ashford Creek's streets. And the worst of it all was that there were some here who had doubts in their hearts about what kind of man he could be. I thought back to one random social media post where some tourist had brought up Bodie. Somebody had spilled details of our relationship that weren't quite true, but close enough to it that the influencer had latched onto it. Not only had they brought up Jeremiah's abuse, something they didn't understand or know the details of, they mentioned Bodie's tragedy, and they put doubt over his innocence, even though he'd had nothing to do with it. Simply writing a single line created a frenzy in the comments. My stomach rolled, and I did my best not to let that show on my face. I didn't want Tegan to worry about me, as she was already doing so about her brother. Thankfully, we made it to Tegan's SUV and we piled inside. We're headed towards the brewery. While we could walk to most places in Ashford Creek, the brewery was on the north end. Bodie had said he would try to come, but I didn't think he would make it. Not with that social media post echoing between us that morning. I wouldn't want him to face curious, even hostile looks. So I would spend some time with my new friends and then go back to the cabin, our own secluded oasis, a break from reality. Felicity and Keeley had a table for us in the corner as we walked past the large line that was there for the 4-packs. "This place is busy," I said over the noise. "They did a surprise label drop today. Even though there was a countdown online, people knew something was coming, just not what." Felicity shrugged. "Callum's doing some interesting things and people are excited, but I'm also not allowed to help anymore because random men keep hitting on me." She rolled her eyes, and I pressed my lips together. Tegan just shook her head before going to get a beer for each of us. Some others in the line glared at us, but since we weren't getting 4-packs, but rather something from draft, they would have to deal with it. There was a tasting area for a reason. I settled back into the corner, appreciating the shadows that it provided. While I was used to being in the center of attention, I didn't like the fact that people knew my business now, that they would question my choices. I had been the one to stay with Jeremiah, the one to help Brigid her entire life, trying to keep her on the good side of choices. And I'd failed in every other reaction. And now they had turned their eyes on Bodie, and I wasn't sure I could forgive myself for that. "I'm going to head out. My car's already here, so why don't I drop you off?" Elizabeth said softly. Tegan had gone to help Callum, Felicity right on her tail, and it was getting later than I had planned. "I appreciate it. I just want to check on him, you know?" Elizabeth gave me a knowing look before freezing. I looked up to see someone had turned on the TV, and Atlas was there, in the middle of an interview with a beautiful blonde. Another brunette stood beside him, laughing, and Elizabeth's knuckles turned white as she squeezed her keys. "Let's get out of here before the dinner crowd gets here." "We can do that." I followed her to her car, although I was confused as to whether there was an actual dinner crowd at the brewery ever. But I didn't question her. What if what Elizabeth was going through happened to Bodie when I left? We hadn't made any promises, only that we were for each other in this moment. I had to go back to my own reality soon, though, and when that happened, I'd have to leave him behind. Like Elizabeth had been left behind. "Sorry about that," Elizabeth said as we headed onto the main road toward the forest. Seeing his face just surprised me, is all. "You don't have to apologize." "I'm not pining for him or anything. I've dated since we left. It's been over a decade since we were together. I just hate the pitying looks that some of the town still gives me." "And then every time he comes back to town, he is the prodigal son?" I asked. "Pretty much, and I am the poor girl who was left behind. Even though nobody has any idea what happened, and I don't want to get into it beyond that. I just hate the looks." She glanced over at me before turning down the lane. "Just like the ones that you get walking down the street because they're so worried about what the band is doing or your sister or your ex. And then they're focused on Bodie and, of course, his past comes out. It's just ridiculous. People need to mind their own manners and keep to themselves." She paused at the gate and swallowed hard. "And here I am making this about me when you have to deal with things like this all the time." I leaned to the side and gave her an awkward hug. Touch was my love language, but I'd been bad at showing it recently. "Don't worry about me. Thank you for the ride, Elizabeth, and for being my friend." She grinned at me, and I couldn't help but notice how beautiful she was, freaking stunning, and thought about how Atlas Carter was an idiot for many reasons. We said our goodbyes, and I walked past Bodie's quiet house and toward the cabin that had become my home. I stood on my porch, wondering if I should bother Bodie and humming the melody that wouldn't quit. We spoke like a Sunday sermon, hands in your pockets, full of grace, instead of seeing the smoke behind you. But I was busy staring at your face. I shivered, knowing that didn't sound like a Wilder song, but I couldn't get Jeremiah out of my mind. I hadn't loved him. Not the way you should for a long-term relationship, and I had thought I'd walked away soon enough. But he caught me anyway, shivering, I decided to go inside, write down a few lyrics, and then go see what Bodie was up to. He hadn't come to say hi to me when Elizabeth had dropped me off, but I knew he was still in the workshop, busy on a few commissions. We didn't live together. I wasn't even sure what we were to each other. I would not push. Bodie needed time to think, and frankly, so did I. I turned the knob on my cabin door and frowned. Had I left it unlocked? Maybe. Though I knew I was usually more careful than that with what had happened. Bodie must have been inside to fix something and left it unlocked since he owned the cabin. I pushed that thought away and walked inside. The lights were off, and even though the days were long, since we were up in the mountains with the heavy tree cover, the cabin was still decently dark. I turned on a small lamp and blinked, wondering when I had moved my notebooks from the bedroom into the living room. An eerie feeling settled over me. With the hairs on the back of my neck standing up, I turned and let out a scream. "Bitch!" Brigid jumped on me. Her hands curled into talons and tried to rake her fingernails down my face. I shoved at her shoulder, knocking her back. "How the hell did you get here?" My heart thudded against my rib cage, my brain trying to keep up with the fact that my sister stood in my cabin, Bodie's cabin. "You left the gate partially open when you left last time? Stupid Kira. Always thinking that she knows better. Always thinking that she's smarter and she can't even lock a gate. Well, now I see where you're spending all your time. You can't spend any time with me, but you can spend the night in this hovel? I guess being a rock star doesn't pay much these days, does it?" My heart hammered in my chest as I blocked another lazy swipe of her hand. "What are you doing here, Brigid? What on earth would you want from me?" "I want everything. You abandoned me. You left me to be some stupid rock star, and now you don't even care about me. You left just like Mommy and Daddy did." Each sentence was like another kick, another set of shame, but I knew it was all a lie. Her pupils were dilated, her breath coming in pants. The track marks down her arms were evident, and she shook as she tried to speak. "Brigid, let me just get you some water or something." "I don't want water. I want you to take care of me, like you promised, you stupid whore." She shoved at me again as the door behind me burst open. Bodie was there, axe in hand, and my little sister screamed. She shoved me at him before reaching for the lamp. When she tossed it in his direction, he slipped out of the way and stomped forward. "Who the hell are you? And how did you get here?" "I'm okay. It's okay," I said, and I hoped to hell that he was listening to me, not that I would blame him for hurting my sister at this point. She'd trespassed. She'd tried to hurt me, and this was his place. Once again, I had brought my damage, my past, and my issues to his doorstep, just like I had when Tegan had let me stay in this cabin without asking. "Your sister?" Bodie asked, risking a glance at me. Embarrassment crawled over my skin, and I took a step forward, past Bodie and towards my sister. She looked at me with wide eyes, her mouth parting. "Brigid, please, let me think." "Why don't you love me anymore?" Her voice broke, and it felt as if the quicksand I'd been so afraid of as a child had finally come to take me down to the depths of hell. "Of course I love you, but you can't do this. You broke in here." "It doesn't matter. I always thought whatever you had was mine, just like what I have is yours. But that's not the same, is it? You left me behind." I held back tears, moving another foot forward. "No, I didn't. You're sick. You need help. Don't you see? I don't need anything from you." The lies that she told herself contradicted one another, and I wasn't sure what I was supposed to do. My spoiled little sister never took any consequences for herself, never did anything other than use our parents' money, and fell into an abyss. And I had helped her along for too many years to count, because I tried to protect her. And I hadn't been enough. "Just give me what you owe me and I'll leave. I promise. Let me help you. No! Fuck you! She reached back and tossed a vase towards us. Bodie pulled me out of the way as it shattered on the wall behind me, and I knew enough was enough. Bodie didn't need to deal with this. I wasn't sure how it was supposed to take care of my sister. I took 2 more steps forward, and as my sister was far too gone in her own drugs and waste, she didn't notice until my arms were around her, pinning her to the sides. "Will you call the police?" I asked. Brigid shook, trying to kick me off. Bodie scowled. "I'll hold her down. She's going to hurt you. You call the cops, if that's what you want." There was such understanding in his gaze that I wanted to curl in a ball and die and hide. Why did he have to notice this? Why did this have to happen on his property? Well, I knew that answer. It was my fault. I once again brought trouble to his home, his safety. Brigid screamed and kicked, trying to lash out, but Bodie was stronger. He pinned her arms down as I pulled out my phone and called the cops on my baby sister. It didn't take long for them to show up, and I made my statements, as did Bodie. I didn't know what they were going to charge her with. She had drugs on her, cocaine and heroin, and I didn't even know if it was enough to be counted as distribution or not. Weed might be legal in this state, but that was about it. There was breaking and entering, damaging property, assault, and she'd thrown things at us. I didn't know what I would do. But as they took her away and we made our statements, bile coated my tongue. Everything would be public record, and the media would soon find out that I'd let my sister be arrested. In fact, I was the one charging her. Now, my embarrassment wouldn't only lead to this cabin, but also to Ashford Creek and the world. I had to call Max and Warren, as well as my publicist and the rest of the band. By the time we were alone, Bodie was on the phone, texting with his family, reassuring them that all was well, even though it didn't feel like it. We stood in his kitchen as he fixed the back window in the cabin. Brigid had broken it, and then had unlocked the door as she had paced in and out in a drugged stupor. Bodie hadn't heard a damn thing because he had been up the mountain, dealing with something else on the property, and I was just grateful he hadn't gotten hurt. "I'm sorry," I said, my hands shaking, "for bringing this to you. You don't deserve this." "Kira," he said, his voice soft. "Don't. Let me just pack up my things and I'll go stay at the bed and breakfast or something. You need to have your sanctuary, your privacy, and all I've done is bring notice to you. I got you in the news again. That some of the townspeople keep hounding you because you're near me and letting me stay here. And then, my sister, I don't want you to have to deal with this anymore. Kira." I took 2 steps towards the door, trying to formulate a plan, and then Bodie's arms were around me. "I don't believe that she was able to get here because of me." "It's not your fault." "It is. I'm nothing but drama, and that's everything that you try to stay away from." He turned me in his arms and glared down at me. I loved it when he glared like that. He looked so angry and mean. But that was the Bodie that I liked. "You've done nothing wrong." "Well, the gate is one thing, and that's probably on me. I'll check it out, as well as the rest of the cameras. Your sister, for a drug addict, was very careful how she tiptoed through the side of the property to get to the cabin, and I wasn't here to catch it." "You cannot blame yourself for this." "Neither can you. You didn't do this, and I'm so fucking sorry that your sister is putting you in this position." I let the tears fall as I stared up at him. "All I do is bring nuisance." "You bring different," he said carefully. I rolled my eyes. "That is not the right word." "You bring change. It's not your fault. It's not your fault what other people think of you, or what they do to try to get to you. You are beautiful, talented, brilliant, and people want a piece of you. Hell, I'm here holding you, aren't I?" "It's not the same with you," I said, knowing that was probably the most truthful statement I had ever put between us. "The only thing I want from you right now is for you to breathe. Just breathe." I leaned my forehead against his chest, my shoulders shaking. I put my baby sister in jail. Maybe she'll get some help. What if it's not enough? Then it's not on you. She has to want to help herself." He paused. "Just like the man who hurt my family. He didn't help himself. But your sister will." I jolted, startled that he would even mention that time. The man who hurt my family wasn't right. He had problems of his own, and the drugs didn't help. I will blame him for everything that he did. I can't help but do so. But if your sister finds a way to help herself, maybe this was the push that she needed." I shifted so I could move my hand up to his face, and my fingers slid through his beard. "I just don't know what to think. I'm frustrated and pissed off. I just want the world to leave me alone for a moment and to stop coming at you." "I'm fine." I blinked up at him. "Really?" "Really. I'm pissed off on your account, but I don't care what the media says about me. They've already said the worst thing that they could. The townspeople, who I will always have a grudge against, thought the worst. They can't hurt me any more than they already have. So breathe. This is not on you." Then he leaned down and pressed his lips against mine. I moaned into him, my hands dropping to his waist. He let his hands fall to my ass and squeezed. I rocked against him, smiling against his lips. "What can I do for you?" he asked. I raised a brow, trying to bring humor to the situation. He kissed me again before taking a step back. "You don't want to think. You want to deal with your frustration. I think I can help with that." I pressed my thighs together and swallowed hard. "Follow me. I've a bunch of wood out back, and I have an axe. And you can use your favorite bat to hit things. You're hot when you are holding that. Just saying." I stared at him, oddly disappointed before I threw my head back and laughed. This man, he constantly surprised me. "Okay, hitting things would be good, and we can use your lucky bat, too." He took my hand and squeezed before leading me back to his barn. Maybe we could do this. Maybe we can make it work. Because in this moment, I felt like perhaps we could take the world. Only reality would crash in soon. I knew it. We'd already had a taste of it, but for now, I could lean. I could let the facade wrap its arms around us. And we would deal with the real world later.
Chapter 13. Bodie. I rubbed the back of my neck, my chest aching, but I knew it was time. At one point, I would come up here every day. Bandages on my arms, my sides, immense, blissfully making it hard to think, and I would sit on the ground, the wet grass seeping into my jeans, and I had breathed. Though in the end, breathing wasn't truly easy. I wasn't sure it could ever be. Now I stood between the three markers, wind blowing through my hair, the sun shining on my face, and I tilted my chin up slightly and closed my eyes. If I thought about it, I could imagine the breeze being fingers, gently running along my jawline. Though that wasn't the case. They weren't here. They had been gone for eons now. At least, that's what it felt like. I knelt and began to weed around the largest grave marker, knowing I had to get my kit soon to scrub it and make sure that it could brave the elements. A Colorado winter in the high mountains wasn't easy on stone, but Courtney deserved to be remembered, as did my babies. I let out a deep breath before running my fingers along the top of the stone. I'm sorry it's been a week. And I figured you and the kids could feel me around the property, just as you do here. I miss your hunting, if you were gone. My lips twitched at that thought, knowing my wife would have rolled her eyes at that thought. I'm not moving on. Because moving on would mean leaving you behind. And I don't think that's quite it. I don't think it could be it. I'll never forgive that man for taking you away from me. For the others believing I could do so. But I hope that you're at peace, wherever you are. I swallowed the lump in my throat, angry once again that these emotions just wouldn't go away. How hard was it to be the strong one, when in this moment everything that I had once loved was gone, nearly forgotten by so many. I'm working on a bassinet for one of the locals. You used to babysit her, if you remember at all. Braylon is now old enough to be a mother. And her mother was friends with your family. And so I am now making a bassinet for a child that's not mine. A wooden cradle, or whatever the hell you wanted to call it. But it was enough. I'm never going to be able to fill another one of those. To build one with my own hands for our children, and I'm so pissed off. The one that I made our babies is gone and burned and turned to ash. How the hell am I supposed to keep the memories alive when you're not here? How the hell am I supposed to remember every moment that we've lost when a fire took all of the connections to you and the kids? I hate it so fucking much. I winced and looked down at the two tiny headstones, one for Henry, the other for Josie. Before the moment that had darkened my life forever, I hadn't even realized there were coffins that small. All that had been good in my life had been buried beneath my feet. And they were gone. They weren't here. They weren't listening. I didn't know what existed beyond this life, but if there was a higher power, I don't believe that they would force my children to remain here and watch me grow old while they didn't. And part of me couldn't help but resent the fact that I had still been in the hospital when those impossibly small coffins had been built. That my hands had been bandaged, and I hadn't been able to build them myself. Part of me hated the idea that my children lay beneath the earth in something not created by my own hands. And it was one more thing that I would forever blame the man who had taken them from me. I would blame myself for not being strong enough or fast enough to save them. I wiped away tears, knowing that there was no way for me to stop them anymore. I know you've never been to the new house, but I'm sure you know that I've had a visitor. I cleared my throat, feeling awkward as hell as an aching sensation slid through my gut. I did not regret what Kira and I had done. To do so would be cruel, and while I was an asshole, I wasn't that much of an asshole. Kira is the drummer in Wilder. I know you loved that band, and not just because of my brother. She took Malcolm's place. I ran my hand over my chest. Honestly, I think you'd like her. Which makes me sound like a cruel asshole, but I loved you, Courtney. I loved you with everything that I had. And then I found even more within me so I could love those babies. It
only makes sense that the woman that I would finally give into and want like I do would be someone you would approve of. At least I hope so. A woman that would love you. So I think you two would get along. I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing, Court, because you're not coming back. I know that. And I think you do too. I don't like the phrase moving on because even though I'm not the same man I was before, I can't forget you or the kids. That would be cruel to all of us. So, here I am, wondering what the hell I'm supposed to do. But I love you. And I really like Kira, Courtney. And that scares me, and I know you're laughing up there. I let out a breath, my lips losing into a smile. The breeze shifted. It's going through my hair again, and I swore it was Courtney laughing right along with me. I don't know if I could love her. I don't know if I'm allowed to. She's not staying, Courtney. I need to treat her better. I did my best to treat you well, didn't I? We were good. We were damn good. Until we weren't anything. If you could send me a sign of what the hell I'm supposed to do when it comes to Kira, that would be helpful. A little selfish of me, but if you ask anyone in town, I'm a selfish asshole. There was no answer, and I knew there wouldn't be. Sounds of boots on crisp grass startled me, and I turned, and my fist clenched as Thatcher moved forward, a bouquet in his hands. He froze, his eyes wide as he stood up and wiped the dirt from his knees. "I didn't know you'd be here," the other man said, his voice rough. He had dark circles under his eyes, and I knew he was coming off a long shift. There had been a fire in the canyon 2 towns over, and he had been pulled in along with his team. They had gotten it out before it had come anywhere close to any residences, or before it had shifted towards Ashford Creek, but I was grateful. But he had to be exhausted. "It's her birthday," Thatcher said after a moment. I nodded and gestured towards the back edge of the graveyard, knowing where Thatcher would be. He had a complicated relationship with the woman who lay under that gravestone, but I wasn't one to judge. Not when I knew Thatcher had given up everything more than once. He opened his mouth to say something. I hoped to hell it wasn't that he was sorry, because I couldn't forgive him for not saving my family. Because having to forgive him would mean that he would have carried any guilt. It wasn't his fault. It was more my fault than anyone else's, other than the man who had killed them. But every time I told Thatcher that, he didn't believe me. And then we would end up fighting. I know it would just make things worse, so I didn't say a damn thing. As Thatcher's kids came behind him, all dressed in their Sunday best, looking slightly shell-shocked. Wesley came up to me quickly and wrapped his arms around my waist. I patted his back and squeezed his shoulder. "Hey there."
"Hi. Are you visiting Josie and Henry?"
he asked, and I swallowed hard, throat tight. Thatcher looked like he wanted to answer, but I shook my head. "I am."
"Well, tell him hi from me and that I miss him. I'm going to go see Mom, okay?"
the kid asked Thatcher before running over to the back corner to say goodbye to his mom. I shook my head, confused as all hell, but kids are stronger than adults in most cases.
Lucas, Thatcher's eldest son, gave me a chin nod before going after his brother, leaving Thatcher standing there next to his daughter. Olivia was 15 now, and honestly, she looked like Thatcher more than her mother. At least that's what I thought. I assumed others would think the opposite. In that moment, I wondered what Josie would look like if she had ever reached Olivia's age. But that wasn't helpful for anyone. Instead, I cleared my throat. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Bodie.
You don't have to add Mr., I said dryly. She does if she's grounded and trying to learn respect, Thatcher said slowly. Olivia rolled her eyes and lifted her chin.
I am respectful for those who deserve it, and Mr. Bodie deserves it.
With that, she stomped towards her siblings before pausing at my family. She leaned down and left a single flower on Susie's grave before putting out a little sigh and heading towards the back end of the graveyard. Thatcher let out a breath and rubbed his chest. That girl. She's a good kid, Thatcher. Thanks. Seriously. There was so much left unsaid between us, and now wasn't the time. So instead, I gathered my things and tilted my lips as a goodbye. Thatcher met my gaze for a moment before going to his children, and the gray stone of a woman that had broken that family more than once. We all carried burdens, some darker than others, and sometimes I forgot that in the midst of my own grief. I jumped into my trunk and made my way down the rocky path towards my property. I parked in front of my house again, and instead of going inside like I would normally, either wanting to go for a bottle of something brown or even to my art studio to go beat something up with an axe, I headed to the cabin. Kira answered with one after the first knock and smiled at me, and in that instant, the weight on my shoulders dropped. Not fully, and they never will, but enough. I didn't want to think about what that meant.
There's sadness in your gaze,
Kira said softly. I went to visit my family. I didn't elaborate, but I knew she understood which family I was talking about, because her eyes widened. She reached out and gripped my hand.
I'm sorry.
Nothing you can do about it. Her hand dropped, and I nearly cursed. I realized I've never taken you out. Her eyes widened.
Well, that's fine.
I shook my head. Let's go to dinner. What do you say? I owe my brother dinner at his new place since I've never eaten there, and I might as well figure that out. And you deserve time away from this cabin, don't you think? She stared at me then, looking as confused as I felt, before a smile spread over her face. Her eyes brightened, and it was like a kick to the gut. I didn't know what I felt about Kira, but it was something that I couldn't name, and perhaps something I should worry about sooner than later.
I'd really like that, if you're sure.
The town's going to talk. They're going to stare. But they do that for me no matter what.
And they never stare at me, because I'm not an oddity at all when it comes to Ashford Creek.
I grinned then and reached out to brush her hair back from her face. She leaned her hand into my palm, and I licked my lips. As long as you're fine with the stairs, I am too.
The world already knows that I'm here. There might be cameras that want more.
Nothing I can do about them.
I think I need to get in something other than shorts with holes in them for a place like the range. Do you mind if I change?
Take your time. I need to call my brother to get a table at the restaurant. Her eyes widened.
You are going to use the brother card in order to get a reservation?
Fuck yes. I do the same thing for when I want to go see Atlas down in Denver. It's what I do. She shook her head.
Even though he's not technically your brother.
His sister is dating my brother. It counts.
I like your convoluted way of thinking.
She teased. She leaned forward, put her hand on my chest, and lifted to her toes. She was still too short for what she wanted, so I bent my head down and captured her lips. She tasted of coffee and everything Kira, and I let the kiss go on probably a little longer than it should, but both of us were left panting.
"It's a date?"
she asked. "It's a date." And with that, I watched her walk back to the small bedroom to change, and I pulled out my phone, wondering if I knew what I was doing. Courtney hadn't answered me. I didn't have a plan, but I knew it was time for me to start taking steps into the light, into life itself. Kira would be leaving soon. I knew it. But before she did, I was going to learn to live. I'd owed it to the family beneath those stones, and to the woman who wouldn't leave my mind.
Chapter 14. Kira. I'm not even that famous. Why are they here? While we had gotten a couple of days' worth of peace, the floodgates were now open once again. My phone had been ringing off the hook to the point that it was now turned off, and I just wanted some space. Cameras were constantly being put in my bandmates' faces, asking about when the next album was, who was having the next baby, and if the Wilder band was breaking up. Somebody was fanning the flames, and I had a feeling it had everything to do with my ex. My sister was now in rehab, though I didn't know how long she would last in there. I'd gotten her into rehab before, and she had found her way back out. She didn't want to help herself. The drugs and addiction were far too malicious in their intent. But I had tried my best, only I wasn't sure it was going to be enough this time, or ever, at this point. I just wanted everything to quiet down, and I didn't think it was going to do so anytime soon. Now there were 2 paparazzi scumbags at the gate, trying to use their telephoto lenses and get whatever shot they could. They plastered my name everywhere they could, doing their best to connect my sister's drug use to my existing, and I didn't have a good answer for that. I didn't have anything for that. I just didn't know what I was supposed to do, rather than hide in here, and that wasn't something that I thought I could do for long. Not when I had been making friends here. I had plans in town. I wanted to find a little sense of normalcy, even though my life was anything but normal. Bodie came up to me then, a scowl on his face, and I couldn't help but once again feel like I had ruined his life once again. Some people were relentless when it came to bringing his past back to light. They just couldn't move on and treat Bodie like a person. Instead, he was a soundbite, a headline. "I called the sheriff. They're on their way, and you are famous. Stop putting yourself down. We are going to have to spank that ass of yours." He gave me a look before going back to his phone, his thumbs moving quickly as he texted back whoever was only on the line. I blinked at him, my face growing red at his words. He did not tease me like that. This wasn't Bodie Ashford, the growly, secluded man who didn't threaten me with a good time. When he looked up at me again and raised a brow, I blinked. "Oh, well," he set his phone down and crawled towards me. "The vultures will be out of town within the next few hours. We'll be able to walk around in peace soon." He slid his thumb along my jaw, his fingers bracing the back of my neck. My lips parted as I stared up at him. "You can do all that?" "The town can, to protect its own. They don't like people taking advantage of others. Several use each and every old law that they can to get the media out of here." The same town that had turned its back on him, at least some of them had. I knew not everybody, and that was something we both had to remember. But in that moment, it was hard for me to think with him touching me. I'm sorry for bringing it all here, though.
Don't be sorry. It was not your fault.
The anger in his tone didn't quite persuade me. I knew he wasn't completely angry at me, but I still couldn't help the guilt riding through me. Then he narrowed his gaze and lowered his face when his lips brushed mine. I swallowed hard before putting my hands on his hips. He moved closer, grinding himself against me, and I grinned against his lips. Trying to distract me? Maybe.
I did like the way that your cheeks pinked when I talked about spanking your ass. That means I get to make those other cheeks of yours all pink.
That was a terrible joke, I teased. He leaned forward and bit my lip. My eyes widened. Bodie? I whispered as he pulled away.
No more talking. I'm done talking. All I've been doing this past week is talk to people. I don't want to do that anymore.
I nodded, wrapping my arms around his neck. Okay, I think we can do something else. Then crushed his mouth to mine, and I didn't think anymore. Instead, I tilted my hips, so the long, thick line of his cock pressed against my belly, and I shivered in his hold. He cupped the back of my neck, tilting my head, so he was in control, and he deepened into the kiss. It was hard to think with his mouth on mine, but then he began to nibble across my jaw, down my neck. He tugged on my clothes, and I tried to do the same to him, but then he used one hand to pull my arms away from him, gripping my wrists, and one hand so that he could be the one in control. I didn't know what it was about this, but I had fallen for him, and I wanted him to touch me, to tease me.
I'm going to taste every inch of you. I want your cunt on my face as you ride me. I want you to put your face down on the bed, your ass in the air, as I slide deep inside you. Do you think you can handle me? You think you can handle my cock, stretching that sweet little cunt of yours? Because I've been gentle before now, and I'm not gentle.
My breath came in pants at his words, and I nodded, eagerly wanting everything that he had just said and more. He leaned down and bit my nipple through my shirt. "Bodie!" I gasped. He smiled and then bit my other nipple. With the piercing there, it edged the pain just a little bit more, and I couldn't think, couldn't breathe. There was just Bodie. Then he leaned back and pulled my shirt up over my breast, tugged my bra down before squeezing my nipple between one finger. He did the same to the other breast as I pressed my thighs together, rocking into the motion. I wasn't a pain slut, but with that slight edge that he brought, everything felt far too hot, the awareness nearly boiling. When he licked at my nipples, easing the sting, I moaned, pressing my breasts closer to his face. He leaned back, slapped one breast, then the other. "Well?" he asked, his voice rough. "I didn't know I liked that." "I want to learn everything about you, Kira," he whispered. We both froze, the admission far too honest between us, so I smirked, not wanting to break the moment. "Well, you'd better get me naked and learn a lot more about my pussy." His gaze searched mine before he smirked and let go of my wrists. I rolled my shoulders, and before I could think, he picked me up by my hips and tossed me in the air. I yelped, and then found myself over his shoulder in a fireman carry as he stomped towards his bedroom. Laughing, I tried to wiggle down, but he smacked my ass, keeping me in place. When he tossed me on the bed, I kept giggling, but then I couldn't think. Instead, he undid my jean shorts and pulled them down off my legs. I lifted my ass so he could have easier access, but I didn't need to do much. He was so damn strong that he could handle me with ease. I quickly took off my shirt and bra, since they were already askew, and found myself naked at the edge of the bed. He just smiled at me, leaned down and slid one thumb over my cunt. "Already so wet for me. I bet I could slide my cock right inside you, and you'd be drenched. Already horny for me." "And?" I asked, as I moved my hand down to cover his. He pinched my clit, and my eyes widened, my hips thrusting closer. "Such an eager rock star," he teased. Then he pulled off his shirt, leaving his chest bare for me. My gaze went straight to his scars, but instead of pulling away like I usually did, because I knew it hurt him, I leaned forward and pressed my lips against the burn scars on his side. He sucked in a breath, but didn't pull away, as I left a trail of kisses down his side, over the burns, and then through the tattoos that he had laced through them. Tears threatened because I knew this must have hurt him, not just the physical pain, but everything that represented. But I continued to kiss, to press my lips against the hard ridges, not knowing if he could feel them. And when I looked up at him, he stared at me, his hands slowly sliding through my hair. "You don't have to do that," he said softly. "I want to." He nodded then, before undoing the button on his jeans. I smiled, knowing that he needed the space, that if I continued to care for him in that way, we would both break. So I slid down his zipper and pulled him out of his boxer briefs. He groaned, fisting my hair in his hand. He tapped the tip of his cock against my lips, and my tongue darted out, seizing the piercing. He groaned and slid his thumb along my jaw. "Open for me. I'll be gentle." "As long as you protect my teeth, you don't have to be too gentle," I said with a laugh. His gaze narrowed and I opened my mouth, letting him slide his thick cock along my tongue. He moved slowly, thrusting in and out of my mouth, and I hollowed my cheeks, letting him take control. When his cock touched the back of my throat, the piercing cold, I knew he was being oh so gentle. Then he pushed a little bit more, and my eyes watered, gagging slightly. "You can take all of me. Breathe through your nose and swallow." I looked up at him then, tears sliding down my face as I swallowed hard and took all of him down my throat. My nose pressed against the base of his cock, the coarse hair there framing my face as I tried to take a breath and found myself far too full. And then he was sliding out of me, but not going hard and fast like I knew he wanted. He was being gentle, even as he took me to the limit. I put both hands on his thighs, letting him take control as he fucked my face, my breath quickening. But then he pulled away and shoved me to my feet. When he crushed his mouth to mine, I wrapped my arms around his neck, needing more. I lifted one leg, grinding against him, my pussy wet against his damp cock, and he groaned against my mouth. Then I found myself on my back at the edge of the bed, my thighs wrapped around his shoulders and his face buried against my pussy. He lapped at my triangle piercing, the sensations racking my body as he used that very talented tongue against my nerve endings. I could barely think, could barely breathe, but then he speared me with 2 fingers, his mouth still on me as he continued to eat me out. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe as he sucked on my clit, and then scraped his fingers inside me, right along that bundle of nerves. I nearly shot off the bed, my toes curling as I came. I knew I had to be making a sound, but all I could hear was the sound of his fingers sliding in and out of me, the wetness nearly embarrassing, but I couldn't think. "You taste so fucking good. Look down at you. Look at what you've done to my face. I'm fucking drenched." I did as he ordered, and my eyes widened at the glistening in his beard. He licked his lips and then took his forearm against his face, wiping away the evidence of my arousal. "You're like a full-course meal, Kira. I'm never going to get enough of you." At those words, my heart clicked. But then, before I could look into his eyes to wonder what he meant by that, he took me by the hips and twisted me. I found myself on my stomach, my breasts pressed against the comforter as he lifted my hips and slammed home before I could let out a breath. I gasped, his cock stretching me to the point of near pain as he slid back out of me and slammed back in once more. My toes could barely reach the ground, but I arched my back, meeting him thrust for thrust in every way possible, He licked up my spine, bit down on my shoulder as he thrust in and out of me. The wet and sucking sounds filled the room. Kira, so fucking tight. More, Bodie, please. He kept pushing, kept moving, and I couldn't think. And when his middle finger slid over my clit, I was lost. My pussy clamped around his, my entire body shaking from exertion. Before he pulled out of me and flipped me onto my back, before I could cry at the loss of him, he slid back home and continued to move in and out of me. There was no talking, no thinking, just heavy breaths and the sound of flesh against flesh. I felt so full. I wasn't even sure I wanted to come again, but then he was slamming into me so hard, my brain stuttered, and I came. I thought I was maybe calling his name, but the salty taste of my own tears on my tongue took those thoughts away. But then he was coming too, his face buried in my neck as he whispered my name, and I held on to him, my fingernails digging into his skin. He filled me. His cum hot as he continued to work his hips, coming for so long I was afraid we were both going to run out of breath, and then I was holding him, and there were no more words. This was a problem. I knew it, but I didn't care. I just held on to Bodie and pretended I hadn't whispered the words I promised I never would. I love you. Chapter 15. Kira. The next morning, I was still sore, but I didn't care. Instead, I finished my daily yoga, went through my emails that my team had already gone through, so I wasn't going to be surprised by anything, and worked on a few more lyrics. I had the song in my head pretty much down, Rotten Pines and even Paper Wings. I had a few more ideas, but I wasn't sure if they were ready for the band or not. I was never going to be a solo act, but I had a feeling that my words with Gabriel's voice would be exactly what I needed. I seriously didn't know how I had gotten so lucky with this band, but I was, and now I need his face, because I was so damn afraid, not of my ex, though I probably should be. No, I was afraid of Bodie, and even thinking those words would be terrible for him. I would never want to hurt him, but I knew he was going to hurt me. There was no other way about it. He was going to hurt me because I had fallen for him, and we weren't going to talk about it. I was in love with Bodie Ashford. I whispered the words, and I wasn't even sure he had heard. My time in Ashford Creek was rapidly dwindling. I hadn't even meant to stay here this long, and yet I had used my entire vacation wrapped up within these mountains and in Bodie's arms. And that was enough of that line of thought. I had come to Ashford Creek to lick my wounds and find a way to breathe. I had done that. And now I need to go back to the real world. I needed to leave Bodie behind. After all, he had to be nearly ready for that as well. There was likely only so much he could handle when it came to me. I knew that. He knew that. So, finding my own path sounded like the best thing. But why did that concept make my stomach turn? My phone buzzed, and I quickly texted back the band group chat, knowing that soon we would be talking in person. We had spent too long apart and were far too codependent for this. Rocky, what is this I hear about a bearded, broody man? Gabriel, it wasn't me, I didn't say anything. Rocky, you just did. I pinched the bridge of my nose and told myself that this was for the best. Secrets hurt bands. They hurt friend groups, and therefore I needed to be open and honest when it came to my friends. Even if all I wanted to do was run away and pretend it wasn't happening. Me. Don't worry about it. I'll be back soon and you don't need to deal with me like that. Rocky. Deal with you like what? Do I need to go find this man and hurt him? Is he hurting our baby? I rolled my eyes, wondering why I had even said anything. Rocky was like a dog with a bone when it came to her people. The group chat continued to go off and I ignored it to the best of my ability. The more I ignored it, the easier it would be to move on and find my new normal. And why was I laughing at myself when I thought those words? My phone buzzed again, and this time it was from a slightly closer group chat. Tegan. I'm going to take an early lunch because I want to hurt my boss, so what do you say we meet up at the bakery? I could use a panini. My lips twitched, but the thought of meeting her out there did sound nice. I would have to see if she could pick me up or if Bodie could take me. It just occurred to me that this whole time I hadn't had a car. I had been getting along decently well on my own, but at some point I probably should have worried about the fact that I had relied on other people this entire time. I found, wondering where those thoughts had come from. I was allowed to rely on people, right? Me. That sounds good. What time? We made our plans, and I was grateful to have this woman in my life. I had been friends with Briar for years, ever since I had joined the band. Tegan had been on the periphery as she did her best to be with her sister as much as possible, but this time had brought me closer to Tegan, just like it had her brother. Perhaps this time was exactly what I had needed, and being with the Ashfords was a trip all on its own. I quickly put down the phone and finished getting ready for the day. Yoga had stressed me out, which was the exact opposite of its goal, but my brain couldn't help but go in 1,000 different directions sometimes. Now I was going to head to a lovely lunch in a small town that had slowly taken me in, and I was going to have to learn how to say goodbye. And I hated that thought. I needed to get over it, though, because it wouldn't be good for anyone if I continued down this wallowing path of mine. There was a knock on my door, and I looked up, my heart thudding. It wasn't going to be my sister or the paparazzi. I was literally in the cabin on Bodie's property. I was safe. I was safe with him, except when it came to my heart, but that was of my own making and demise. I quickly opened the door and my heart did that twisty thing even as I pressed my thighs together. I was a goner when it came to this man, and that was a problem, but a problem I would deal with later. He held up his keys and I blanked. I thought you were working. I was. Then Tegan texted me and said you were going to lunch. I figured you needed a ride out there, but you also need a car of your own. Independence. So take mine. And if I hadn't already been in love with Bodie, I would have fawned again right there. How had he known? Why did he know so easily? I leaned forward, put my hand on his chest, and went to my tiptoes. Thank you. It's really no problem, Kira. I kissed his jaw, and he smiled against my lips before finally kissing me back. He tasted of coffee and Bodie, and I couldn't help but remember exactly how he had woken me up that morning, and then had licked up my spine in the shower. My knees still ached, and I knew that I would be sore for weeks when it came to this man, my pussy and my heart. And wasn't that something that needed to go on a greeting card? Are you sure I can take your truck? As long as you can handle it. I smirked, leaned in between us, and gripped his cock. He groaned, shifting slightly. I think I can handle it. You are temptation. And my heart ached. And nothing. Be good. What if I don't want to be good? I asked, my lips once again playing with a smile. Then don't be good. Just remember that when you get back, I'm going to take all of this frustration out on that pussy of yours. I burst out laughing, wondering when this playful side of Bodie had decided to show up. Yes, he still growled. He still acted as if he wanted to punch the world repeatedly. But he laughed. He made me smile, and that's what made it so hard. And I knew I would have to leave soon, but not right now. Go, annoy my sister, and make sure she knows that I approve of the annoyance. I'm sure that will make her weep for your approval. Damn straight. It's what she's been counting on. He leaned down, took my lips, and I nearly let the tears fall. What the hell was wrong with me? Why couldn't I just get over him already? Oh, right, because he continued to think about me and continued to make me want. It was hard not to hate this man. He kissed me again, and my mind whirled before he finally took a step back. If you don't go now, I'm not letting you leave. In fact, I just had to set up this rope thing in my studio for another project. We could test it out. Oh, no, you don't. I was promised lunch. Okay, then.
Be safe. I know that the mayor kicked out everybody who dared threaten the town's peace, but I still don't trust anyone else."
My heart thudded, and I wrapped my arms around his waist without thinking. He paused, his shoulders stiff, before he reached out and cuddled me to him. He ran a hand down my spine again, and I let out a shaky breath. Walking away from this man would break me. But I knew he couldn't do long term. He'd already had his forever. I was a turning point, his crossroads, and I would need to learn to find my solace in that. "I'll have Tegan and the others. I know I'm never going to forgive some of this town for what they did to you, but the others, they really do care." He didn't say anything for so long. I was afraid I had done the wrong thing by bringing up the past, but we were drenched in it, and there was no walking away from it. "They're good people, sometimes." He kissed my temple, and then cleared his throat before taking a step back. "I have to drop off something for the deputy mayor later, a piece that he ordered. I'll have my work truck, but if you need me, let me know. I'll be near." I nodded, oddly holding back another bout of tears as I grabbed my purse, his keys, and walked with him to the truck. He helped me get in, his hands firm on my hips, as he lifted me into the cab of the truck, and then, without another word, he gave me an odd look, and then closed the door. It had been a while since I had driven, let alone a truck of this size, so it took me a few minutes to figure out everything, and nerves still wrecked me as I rode down the winding road to the main street. Thankfully, there was a large parking lot at the end of the main area, so I could take my time parking, ignoring the odd look a tourist gave me as it took me 3 times to figure out how to guide this massive truck into the parking lot. The man seriously needed a smaller car. Then, of course, I wasn't even sure he would fit. Lips twitching, I grabbed my bag, looked at my surroundings to ensure that there wasn't a camera facing, and made my way to the bakery. When I went in, the place was nearly empty since it was a little bit after lunch, and Bronwyn, the new bakery owner, smiled at me. "Kira, it's good to see you out and about." "I'm glad I'm able to be. Has everything been okay in town?" "Yes, I do love the fact that the town seems to rally around each other. I'm sorry you had problems. I'm just sorry that I seem to have brought it here." The other woman shook her head, her honey brown and long locks spilling slightly from the bun in the top of her head. "Don't be. We've dealt with many things over the past years, and I know that between our sports stars and rock stars, Ashford Creek is getting a reputation as a town you can find solace and safety in. So I'm sure the town is going to want to ensure that stays that way." "I hope so. I really love it here." "Does that mean you want to call it home?" she asked. I opened my mouth to say something, though I had no idea what I would, when a familiar and unwanted voice interrupted. "If she does stay, she's just as stupid as I thought she was." I turned to see Nathan standing there, phone in hand, ready to film me. I took a step forward, anger radiating off me. Who the hell was this man? Bodie had mentioned that Nathan was someone who had wanted Bodie's late wife. But that was it. That was his sole connection. Bitterness and hatred. And now here he was, trying to harass me? All so he could get back at Bodie for daring to live? Bodie had enough guilt on his shoulders that he drowned in himself. He didn't need Nathan to be an asshole. "Is there a reason that you're here?" Bronwyn asked as she came around the counter. I wanted to crawl underneath something, hating the fact that I was once again the center of attention, because I was tired, so tired of this. "Got a problem with that, Bronwyn?" "This is my place of business, and I don't like assholes here, so why don't you go?" "Fuck you. Just because nobody wanted you in high school doesn't mean you can pretend you have all the power here. Go eat some more of your baked goods and add pounds to your ass like you've been doing since high school." "And that's enough of that. Get out of here, Nathan. I would say go bother someone else, but that seems to be all you're doing. You're an immature asshole and you need to stop," I snapped. "What did you say to me, bitch?" "And I also said, get out." "Leave," Bronwyn drawled out. Nathan leaned forward, the smell of whiskey on his breath wafting through the bakery. He's going to kill you just like he killed his wife. That's a tired refrain and not true. Get out. Nathan took a step forward and glowered, and that's when I realized he had to have a foot on me. Fear eased through me, but I knew I wasn't alone. Bronwyn already had her phone out, probably ready to call the sheriff, and I merely narrowed my gaze at the other man. The asshole isn't here to protect you. Just be warned. And with that, Nathan whirled, stomping out of the bakery and ringing the little bell at the top of the door. Bronwyn let out a deep breath. What an absolute fuckface. I'm sorry about that. Don't be sorry about that. You had nothing to do with that other than existing. I don't know what the hell is wrong with that man, but he was always an asshole and seems to have leaned into it with his age. I would say maybe it's because he has a small dick, but one, I don't want to think of his dick, and two, that's just mean to people who don't have big dicks. Bronwyn's lips twitched. That is all true. Now let's get you something with sugar in it, and we can drown our sorrows and anger out in a pastry. That sounds absolutely perfect. The bell at the top of the door rang again, and we whirled, only relaxing when we saw Tegan slide through. What happened? She looked both angry and pale at the same time. Was it the paparazzi? Just Nathan, Bronwyn answered quickly. Tegan's gaze narrowed. I don't know what's up with that guy, but one day he's going to get the shit beat out of him, and he's going to have deserved it. Did you tell Bodie? Bronwyn gave me a curious look, but I quickly shook my head. There's no need. He has enough to worry about, and it doesn't always need to be about me. Kira! Tegan began, but I shook my head. No, that man does not get to ruin our lunch. Let us just go enjoy ourselves. What do you say? If that's what you'd like. But knowing this small town, my brother's going to hear about it. Only if you tell him, I warned. Then I looked over at Bronwyn. The other woman held up both hands. I'm not going to text him and out you, but I wouldn't keep secrets in a relationship. But that's just me. I shook my head. We're not exactly well in a relationship. We're just hanging out. Tegan just shook her head. I swear you're worse than me. However, because I don't want to be questioned, I'm going to move on. Let's get something to eat before I have to sadly go back to work. I was just about to bring out pastries. Does that sound like a good way to start your lunch? That sounds perfect, Tegan said with a smile, but I still saw the worried look on her face. Well, I was worried too, but I wasn't going to let that bother me. Not today. Not when I was finally trying to find my peace, and that peace wasn't going to be with Nathan. Or worrying about what would happen when I left town, because that had to be soon. The longer I stayed, the harder it would be to leave, and I think all of us in this room knew that. All content and oddly happy because I had found true friends when I hadn't been expecting it, I made my way down the side street towards the truck. It was getting slightly busier on Main Street, with tourists walking about with their cameras always ready to take photos of the beautiful scenery and the Rocky Mountains. I wasn't in the mood to have cameras in my face, so I went down the back alley area that was far cleaner and nicer than any other street, any other alley I'd been on. Everything had flowers and little white picket fences, and it was gorgeous. I was going to head back to Bodie's place, make something to eat, work on my music, and figure out how to say goodbye. And with that depressing thought, I pulled out my phone, ready to text Bodie to let him know my plans. A hand slid around to cover my mouth before I could say anything. Panic rose up my spine, and I twisted, trying to get away. Whoever held on to me squeezed my face, but I staggered to the side, knowing if I didn't get away now, I wouldn't ever. I'd been too weak before. I wouldn't be so again. I bent over, and the person let me go for a moment before gripping my arm in a bruising hold. I finally looked up into the familiar face that sent ice through my veins. My eyes widened when I realized who it was, and I balled my hand into a fist, slamming it into his face. Jeremiah's head slammed back. I took 2 steps backwards, trying to get away, but I wasn't fast enough. Jeremiah growled, grabbed my wrist, twisted, and pain shot up my arm. Jeremiah, what the hell are you doing? Stop this, please. Just stop. You bitch! You ruined everything! The sunlight glinted off a knife, and my eyes widened as I screamed for help. When the blade glanced across my arm, red-hot pain radiated through my flesh, and I put my hand over the cut, trying to staunch the bleeding. You're fucking insane, Jeremiah. I didn't do anything to you. Please, just put the knife down. I tried to move away from him, but he tightened his grip, waving the knife in front of my face. I swallowed hard, knowing that no matter how hard I fought, I couldn't stop a sharp blade. I looked into his tweaked-out eyes and realized that he had to be on something stronger than before. He was so fucking strong, in that wigged-out way, that I knew he would crash soon. He had scratch marks all over his face and had lost a good 20 pounds. And yet he was still stronger than I. He slashed the knife out again as I fell back, and tears filled my eyes. I blinked them back, trying to go numb. This couldn't be happening. He swiped the blade along my jaw and blood welled, sliding down my neck. I kicked at him, getting him in the knee, but he pushed my shoulder hard enough to bruise, and I tilted back. My head slammed into the ground, and then I curled myself into a ball, trying to protect my body as Jeremiah kicked once, twice, and I couldn't back away. I tried to push, tried to crawl, but everything hurt. It was as if I were dreaming or sliding through molasses. My limbs weren't responding to me quickly enough. I told you that you were mine, you slut! He kicked again. And then Jeremiah let out a high-pitched scream. I looked up as two large shapes slammed into Jeremiah, knocking him to the ground. Pain blurred my vision as reality began to seep through the shock and adrenaline, and I tried to sit up, to crawl away. But then Bodie was there, the pure horror in his eyes nearly sending me over the edge. The sound of feet slapping against pavement as others began to run to us, shouting and screaming filled my ears, and I looked over at Jeremiah, face down on the pavement, as Atlas Carter, star NHL goalie, held my ex down, his knee against his back, and Bodie pulled me into his arms. Blood seeped through his shirt, and I couldn't hold on any longer. My body shook, and I screamed. The guttural roar I'd been holding in for far too long finally sliced through my body as I rested my forehead on his shoulder. And I realized that once again, I hadn't been strong enough.
Chapter 16. Bodie.
As soon as you get back, make sure that you wake me up. You've been gone for far too long.
My lips twitched as I took the next turn through the mountains. It was getting late. The sun was already setting, and I didn't like driving on this winding road at night, not with so many idiots out there. But I would get there soon. My heart was home, after all. I've been gone for less than 24 hours. I'll see you and the kids soon, promise.
You'd better. Promise me? I miss you.
Courtney's laugh over the phone made me grin as Henry started babbling about something and Josie made a little squeak of happiness. I was heading home to my family, and it was about time. I needed to drop off a few things for one of my clients, and it wasn't something I could just mail. Courtney and the kids used to usually come out with me for these kinds of trips, but we'd had to deal with a few issues along the way, and Josie had needed a checkup, so Courtney and the kids had stayed behind. Next time, they would come with me. After all, road trips were a family affair. I'll see you soon, baby. I love you.
I love you too, dork.
I rolled my eyes and hung up, letting the call end, turning up the music so I could stay awake. It's been a long summer, and I was exhausted. It was hard to try to find peace these days, knowing Malcolm was gone. Between that and my sister, now a new mom down in Texas, everything felt as if it were changing so quickly that I couldn't keep up. I ran my hand over my heart, knowing that Malcolm would hate the fact that I was even dwelling on missing him. He always used to give me shit for carrying as much as I did. Then again, he cared more than anybody let on. I missed my brother. I missed his laugh, his talent, and the way that he made others laugh. I didn't know what was going to happen to the band now. I heard that they were possibly looking for a replacement drummer, but that wasn't my business anymore. I wasn't even sure I could listen to them again, and I knew Malcolm would hate me for it. I pulled into the driveway of our modest home and smiled at that. We were still working on updating a few things. It was a fixer-upper for sure, but Court didn't mind me being an idiot and figuring out how to make our house better for the future of our kids without breaking something along the way. I turned off the engine, rolled my shoulders since I hadn't bothered to take a break on the entire trip here, and got out. The door opened despite the late hour, and I laughed.
I thought I was supposed to wake you up. Like I could do that. Somebody wanted to see you.
My baby girl waved to me from her mother's arms as Henry ran towards me on his little toddler legs. He leaped off the porch even as Courtney gasped, and I picked him up, crushing him to my chest.
Look at you, a superhero. But you know better than to jump like that. You caught me, always.
My heart swelled, and I kissed his cheek, loving the way that he laughed. I moved forward, held Courtney to me, and kissed her cheek. Then I rubbed my beard along Josie's cheek, relishing the way she giggled.
Welcome home, husband.
It's good to be home, I whispered. I kissed her softly, and then led my family into our home, knowing that this was the perfect moment in my life. And nothing could ever change that. Later, I stood in the small workhouse that Courtney had let me build in the backyard and worked on my next project. I was far enough away that it was a trek to the house, but thanks to the land that we currently resided on, I could still see it from here. I wanted to move it closer, but it was the best place for the foundation. I turned on the saw and got to work. I had more than a few pieces set up and wanted to get this cabinet done by tomorrow. Hopefully, Courtney and the kids would be able to come with me and deliver it to its new owners. I had the radio on as a news segment broke, and I ignored it since it wasn't breaking news and just a regurgitation of the normal parts of the day. There was a serial arsonist on the loose in the northern part of the state, and authorities were still looking for him. I shook my head at that, hoping like hell that they found him. Nobody had gotten hurt so far, but any one of those fires could spread and cause a lot of damage and pain. I was just glad that he was far enough away. The news changed to something else, another political issue that angered me to no end because, of course, the people in power never cared about those beneath them. I put my frustration into my work, and another hour passed before I frowned, the smell of smoke filling my small workhouse. What the hell? I took a step out of the small building, and my heart raced. No, fuck no. I was running before I could even think, trying to pull up my phone to call 911, but everything blurred after that. The guttural scream ripping from my throat, the smoke singeing my nostrils, the flames licking at my skin. I screamed for them, but nobody called back. Nobody reached for me until the end. Not until strong arms wrapped around my waist and dragged me out of the burning house. No, you can't go in there, Bodie. I ignored Thatcher and Captain Carter as they dragged me towards the ambulance.
Somebody give him oxygen. Tell him we have a burn victim. At least 3rd-degree burns on his side, 2nd degree on his other.
I ignored Mr. Carter's words as I looked up at Thatcher.
Courtney, the babies?
Thatcher gave me a look, and I roared, my heart shattering into a million pieces. The crevasse that had once been the crystalline shelter for my soul whispered to dust, and nothing left could be salvageable as a person. Nobody else would be going inside that house. Even as my body began to shake, the pain finally hitting me since I had been numb to it before. I realized that my best friend was trying to tell me something, but I ignored the pain, ignored the words, and reached for Thatcher.
Where are they? Bodie, Thatcher, my family. Bodie.
I blinked, realizing that I was no longer in the past. That flashback was a recurring nightmare that didn't feel like it was recurring. It had felt too real. I leaned against the brick facing of the hospital and stared into Thatcher's familiar eyes. It was nearly the same look that he had given me when I had realized I hadn't been enough. That my best friend hadn't been enough.
Thatcher, where were you just then?
I shook my head.
Nowhere. I don't know if I believe you.
I let out a breath and stared off into the distance, the moon high in the sky, stars blinking in and out on that velvet blue sky. I had been downtown with Atlas, going to meet the guys, since I had promised them I would start to leave the house again. Being with Kira had reminded me that I needed to start living again. A stark contrast to this moment in time. When we had heard the scream, Atlas and I had started running, not knowing who it was. It was a reflex. Somebody was hurt, in pain, and we went to help. Then I had seen Kira on the ground, covering her body as the drugged-up asshole kicked her repeatedly. I hadn't even thought twice before throwing myself at the man, Atlas right behind me. I'd let my fists connect with Jeremiah's face once before I staggered back and went straight to Kira. I had only been able to do that because I had known Atlas would be there. The man had risked his body, the one that the NHL required to be healthy at all times in order to save Kira. And for that, I would always be grateful. The man had only a few hours before he had to go back, but he had been there for me. And yet I couldn't focus. Not right now. I couldn't go back into that hospital. Not the same hospital that had declared my babies and my wife dead. The same hospital I had been laid up in for months, and I had learned to heal from the wounds that still covered my body.
Kira should be discharged soon. She has a few stitches, and I'm sure the paparazzi and media have already heard, so they'll be on their way soon. But she's going to be fine. Looks like her fist was the one that broke the man's nose. You and Atlas added on a broken jaw and a possible broken rib or three.
I blinked up at Thatcher, trying to stay in this moment, but everything blended. Courtney's scream that I hadn't truly heard, and Kira's real one.
She's going to be okay,
I asked, even though Thatcher had just said so.
She will. Going to be a little sore, but neither one of the wounds was deep. In fact, she might not have needed stitches on her jawline at all, but a plastic surgeon will do his best to minimize scarring.
I should have killed him.
I wouldn't have blamed you, but I heard you went right to her and let Atlas deal with him.
That's good, Bodie. Kira needed you. I wasn't fast enough. She was still bleeding.
But that asshole is going to jail for a long time.
Probably attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon. Not to mention he had enough meth in his system and on his body to kill a large animal. My eyes widened. He was on meth.
Meth and, I believe, fentanyl. But that's just hearsay at this point. The only reason I'm telling you anything about Kira's medical status is that she told me I was allowed to. You haven't gone in there since they first rolled her in and kicked you out of the room. You're going to go back in there?
I will. I just needed a moment. I let out a breath. I was thinking of Courtney and the kids. Of how I wasn't fast enough that one time. Couldn't have been fast enough. Again, I nearly wasn't this time either. Thatcher's face paled, his jaw tensing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't fast enough either. I'm sorry I couldn't save your family. I don't blame you, I blurted, something I should have said long ago. Thatcher's brows lowered, and he shook his head. You never talk to me like you used to. You don't look at me the same. I blame me, Bodie. I'm never going to forgive myself for not being able to save your family, Bodie. I know what this job entails. I've been at it since I was 18, and I've seen things I'm never going to forget. Things that will always break me, but I'll never forgive myself for not saving your family. I reached out and slid my hand over his shoulder and squeezed. I know you blame yourself, but you shouldn't. Honestly, I used to blame myself, and maybe some part of me always will. Because I wasn't in the house. Maybe I would have woken up before the smoke hit, but that serial arsonist, he disabled all of the smoke detectors. He got into our house when we weren't there, and it was premeditated. All these things that we learned after, and yet I feel like we should have known. Maybe if I had known that the man was getting closer to Ashford Creek, I would have found a way to add better security. Or even any security. We were so safe out here. At least felt like we were, that we just had multiple door locks. I didn't even have a camera other than the doorbell one. None of us did. But we sure as fuck do now. Yes, I know. Even though somehow it still wasn't enough to keep Kira safe on the property and all, I bit out. I'm still sorry. For all of it. You guys did everything you could. I truly don't blame you for what happened to my family. I don't blame you or Rune's dad. I blamed myself more than anything. I hated myself and thought it would be better if I died versus having to live with the guilt of surviving. Thatcher cursed under his breath. I hope you don't mean that. I did. But not anymore. I think trying to survive now is harder than anything I've ever done, but I'm trying. For Malcolm. For my babies. For Courtney. They would hate me if I ended it because of guilt. And for a while, that was the one thing that kept me alive. Thatcher squeezed my shoulder so hard I knew I would bruise later. Bodie, it's the truth. I can't stop that. But now I have something to live for. I shook my head. She's leaving now. And after getting hurt once again, she would be leaving sooner than later. Staying in this small town was only part of her respite. It wasn't her life. It couldn't be. I didn't know it was like that between you two. Not that serious, Thatcher sighed. It's good. For you. You deserve happiness with Kira. She's not staying. This isn't her moment. She's going to leave any day now, and I can't go with her. It's not like that between us. Thatcher opened his mouth to say something, but I was done talking about this. I hadn't even meant to blurt any of those words out to begin with. Either way, I wanted you to know that I don't blame you. That you don't have to look at me as if you're afraid I want to kill you. All I see is the man who tried to save my family, and the man who's covered in as many burns as I am. See my friend. So thank you. For trying. I shook my head. I'm just tired of looking at that frown on your face all the time. Fucking annoying. I tried to lace humor in my words, and Thatcher smiled. For that, I was grateful. You're an idiot. Maybe, but I'm trying. That is true. Thatcher cleared his throat. Go see Kira. She was asking about you. Your sister's in there, as are Felicity and some of the other girls, but you need to go. Don't bury yourself like you have been." I let out a breath, but knew that it was time for me to go in. I reached out, hugged Thatcher in a bruising hug before I turned and went back to the front doors. They slid open, and I nodded at the front desk, having already checked in. "Bodie, I just heard about Kira. Is she okay?" Somebody asked, and it took me a moment to recognize them as one of the elementary school teachers, the same man who had blamed me for my family's death. My chest tightened, ready for him to blame me for this too, until he continued talking. "What am I saying? You can't give me her medical information, but just let her know that the town is thinking of both of you. You did good protecting her. I cannot believe that lowlife trash fought through us to get to her. We're not going to let it happen again." He gave me a firm nod, confusing the fuck out of me, before I realized that those in the waiting room weren't looking at me with that familiar condemnation that they once had. No, they had worry on their faces for Kira, and for me. When had that happened? When had the people who had once thought me a murderer thought to protect me? I didn't have any answers to that, and I didn't want any, so instead I just gave a tight nod and moved towards the back area where I knew Kira's room was. I wasn't sure there was anything else for me to say to the town that had once betrayed me, but perhaps they were trying to find their forgiveness just as I was. At least some of that. I didn't know what to do with this feeling, so I did what I did best and buried it deep down and let out a breath as Tian walked out of one of the rooms.
There you are.
My sister wrapped her arms around me and I hugged her close.
That asshole's in jail, and I hope he rots in it.
I agree. I love when you're feisty. I kissed the top of her head and she laughed.
Go talk to her.
I'm trying.
Are you okay?
She asked, the worry in her gaze familiar. I'll be okay. As long as she is.
I want to say I'm so happy for you, but I don't know how this is going to go.
I let out a laugh that held no humor. Always with the honesty, sister mine. As long as Kira's safe, that's all that matters.
Really? Is that true?
It has to be. I kissed her temple and then moved past her towards the hospital room. Kira lay in the hospital bed, her chin bandaged as well as her arm. She had a bruise on her neck, but otherwise looked way better than Jeremiah had.
Hey, you,
Kira said, worry etched on her face. I moved forward, so damn afraid I would startle her. I went to the edge of her bed. Then I leaned down and cupped her face, careful of her bandage. You look beautiful.
Liar.
Well, I'm always going to think you look beautiful. The surprise on her face made me want to kick myself. I was not good at this. The fact that I didn't even know what this was told me that. But for however long I had Kira in that moment, I had to make sure she knew how much she mattered to me. I wasn't sure that either one of us could do long-term or were made for it anymore, but at this moment, she needed to know how precious she was. You're beautiful, Kira. And if you have scars, you can just match mine. I hadn't meant to say those words, and as her eyes filled, I wanted to kick myself.
I love your scars. Not why you have them, but I love the man you've become.
Her eyes widened, and she realized that she hadn't meant to say those words. I love you too, I whispered, the words ripped from me. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either.
This time the tears slid down her cheeks, and I kissed them away.
Just hold me,
She asked.
You are so massive that it's going to be a tight fit on this bed, but hold me before they kick us out.
I can do that. Heart in my throat, I helped her gently shift, knowing that she was bruised on her side and did indeed nearly take up the entire bed. But she curled into me, her hand on my chest.
I was so scared. I'm glad that you were there.
I don't want to think about what would happen if I wasn't.
Others were coming through. This town, they care.
Tell me about it. I explained about the teacher in the lobby and the others, and her eyes widened.
What does that mean?
I have no idea.
All I know is that I'm tired, though. And I'm glad that Jeremiah will be behind bars, and this part will be over.
I swallowed hard, hating the finality of those words, because if this part was over, she would be leaving soon. I felt her tears along my chest, so I held her close, careful of her bandages.
I love you, Bodie.
I let out a shaky breath.
I love you too, Kira.
But I knew that no matter what, love wasn't always enough.
Chapter 17. Kira. In the weeks since the attack, everything had moved far too quickly, yet at a glacial pace. I wasn't quite sure how that happened, but it seemed to be my lot in life these days. I was sore but wasn't in pain as much as I thought I would be, and the initial attack had been mostly shock, and while I still had stitches and my arm and face hurt, the rest of my body felt fine. I still walked around the property. You should be back in bed. I leaned against the kitchen counter, a hot mug of tea in my hand despite the heat outside, and shook my head. I've been lying down for a week. Other than these small walks you allowed me to have, I'm scratching at the walls, Bodie. He leaned against the other island, his arms folded over his massive chest as he stared at me. When he tilted his head, the overhead light glinting off his septum ring, I licked my lips. We were in this odd bubble of time. One more change would come, and eventually speed up with every passing moment. I didn't know what we were doing or where we would go, but if we weren't careful, we would break each other in the end. I was truly afraid of that. I was truly afraid of where we would go and what would happen when reality slowly settled in. But, for now, I needed to live in this moment. I wondered what the hell we would do with another. You were just attacked and sliced with a knife. You should be in bed. And I have been. Let's go for a walk, Bodie. He moved forward then, took the mug from my hand and set it behind me, when he cupped my unhurt side of my face. Are you sure you're ready for a walk? We've been doing small ones every day. I need this. We need this. The cops no longer have to come here every day to get more statements. My team handled the media. We have enough casseroles in the fridge from the townspeople that you'll never have to cook for the next year. It feels like. Everybody's rallied around us. And I just want to go for a walk. Okay, I want to take you somewhere. Well, to somewheres. My eyes widened. Really? I knew I could do anything that I wanted, and Bodie wouldn't stop me if I needed to leave the house, though perhaps he would throw me over his shoulder in a fireman carry and tie me to the bed, but that would be for something else. He let me have my independence, to figure out what I needed, and I loved that for both of us. But I wanted him to understand me, and he did. We loved each other. Those words have been uttered between us, and it surprised me with every passing moment, because I didn't know what they truly meant in the long run, which should scare me, and it did, but perhaps not as much as it should. I want to show you something precious to me, if that's okay. My throat tightened and I nodded. Anything. I want to know you, Bodie.
Why do I feel like you already do, more than anyone else in my life?
Tears pricked my eyes, but I didn't let them fall. We were in a stasis, where anything could happen in the moment and shatter it all. The craziness was over. My sister and my ex wouldn't be bothering us anymore, and it felt like the world was changing, like the town was fully bringing us together. We had time to heal and to think before everything changed, and it felt like nothing could hurt us anymore other than ourselves. And I loved that.
I also plan on taking you somewhere this afternoon, because if I don't, Tegan will kidnap you anyway.
My eyes widened. What do you mean? Everybody and their mother had been visiting, and I loved it. But I also wanted to leave the property just for a moment, to see more of Ashford Creek before I had to leave. And that was a thought I didn't want to think of too hard.
It is the summer parade. You know small towns. They love their parades. I know Tegan and Finian and a few others have been working hard on all the prep for it. Elizabeth might even be coming.
Oh, that's today? I can't believe I didn't think about that. They've been talking about it so much in the group chat.
You have a group chat with them?
I'm in like 6 different Ashford Creek group chats right now. I love it. And I don't even usually like texting that much because my phone's always running off the hook.
That's why you have 2 phone numbers.
Like the proper rock star celebrity that I am. I fluttered my eyelashes and it made him smile, exactly what I wanted him to do. He leaned down and brushed his lips against mine.
Come on, I want to show you something before we head to the parade. Most of my family's going to be there, and we don't have to bring anything. In fact, I was told we shouldn't bring a single thing because they want to take care of us.
He rolled his eyes, but I could see the happiness in his gaze. His family loved him unconditionally, and the fact that they were starting to see him more and more, especially outside his house, meant the world to me. He was healing just as much as I had. God, I loved this man, and I didn't want to leave. He kissed me softly, tasting of coffee, and as I stepped back, I reached to throw away the rest of my tea, not bothering to finish it, and slid my feet into hiking boots that had shown up one day. Bodie had found me the perfect size, and he hadn't taken my thank you very well. He had just grunted as if he expected to take care of me, and I was supposed to let it happen. Silly man, I wanted to take care of him as well. It was already pretty hot, considering the time of year, so I didn't need a jacket. But I put on my crossbody bag and watched as Bodie put on a small backpack filled with water and snacks.
We aren't going far, but it is hot outside.
Okay. Do you have some spray on?
Of course. Do you?
Yes, and I'm wearing a hat and sunglasses. I'm taking care of myself.
Good. Remember, I can take care of you, too.
He ran a knuckle down my cheek, and I was at a loss for words. This was the Bodie beneath the growly surface, the one that had always been hanging in there. I shook myself out of whatever reverie threatened to take hold as I left his property and made our way through the forest.
It's a couple of miles, and while we could have driven, I know you wanted this walk.
I really need it. Thank you. It wasn't too hot under all of the tall trees. It provided a blanket of cover from the heat. I listened as he told me stories of the Ashford kids running through these woods. Yes, usually hiding from their father, but then he spoke of his mother in the way that she had done everything in her power to take care of her babies. He spoke of Malcolm and their twin bond, and how small the other twins had been when they had been born. He was a perpetual middle child, and yet acted as the older one, constantly trying to take care of others. He spoke of how proud he was of each of his siblings, and how hard they had worked despite their father. And I loved every minute of this man. So when we found ourselves at the edge of a graveyard, I wasn't truly surprised. After all, we were spending moments in time in his past, so of course he would take me here.
Kira, this is Courtney, Josie, and Henry.
He gestured towards the 2 small stones and the larger one, and I let the tears fall. This man, This man and all of his heart truly was a blessing, and the shattered remains of a man who had once been so different. I could always wonder who he had been in that moment, but I would never know. This was the Bodie that I knew, the Bodie that I loved, the one that stood beside me, still broken, and yet pieced together over time, growly, not so indifferent, and overprotective to the core. He kneeled and held out his hand so he could help me. My ribs still slightly hurt, but even after the hike I felt invigorated. But this was a precious moment, and I sat next to him as he picked away a few weeds in front of Courtney's stone. When the fire came, I wasn't there, and I will always hate myself for that. I reached down to the burn scars on his arms and trailed my fingers over them. You tried to be. I did. He cleared his throat. Josie was such a happy baby. She would laugh those little baby giggles that always made you stop in your tracks. Henry was mischievous, always trying to hide his blocks and other toys around the house, and going on treasure hunts with you to find them. And Courtney would dance in the kitchen, making Josie do those little giggles, and Henry tried to dance along with her. They sound so lovely. He nodded. They were the best. He gestured to the north side of the graveyard. Malcolm is over there. At least his stone is. My in-laws wanted to be buried, and so I went along with it. It was the same with the children, but Malcolm wanted to be cremated, so we have a stone there for him that I talk to sometimes. But he's all over these mountains, and had his home in L.A. He's scattered in the wind, and sometimes I can hear his laugh. It's weird, because I have the same laugh. I never knew that. I reached forward and wiped a tear from his cheek. Malcolm got to meet my son. My twin got to hold my son and made fun of me, saying that the kid would probably choose him when we got older, because he was the rock star, and I was just the guy with the dad bod. But then Henry had reached for me, and Malcolm had just laughed, because my son knew his dad. Bodie, I whispered. My daughter never got to meet my brother. Malcolm died before she was born, and then they died. And then I was left alone here, trying to figure out who the fuck I was. He turned to me then, as tears slowly fell down my face, and I didn't have any words. I was lost, Kira. I've been lost for far too long, so fucking angry. In this graveyard, there are countless people that I've known in my life, countless families buried beneath this soil, and it feels like an anchor, weighing me down. But then I look to the peaks behind you, and I can breathe again. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, Kira, but I wanted you to meet them, to meet the part of my soul that will always be here. They should always be there. I put my hand over his chest and let out a deep breath. They will always be here as well. I'm not asking to take that space. I know, and that's why I can tell you that I love you. I leaned into him and let him hold me, and I did my best not to fall into sobs in his arms. I love you too, but my life wasn't here, and I was leaving soon. I didn't know what the hell we were going to do about it. After we held each other for a bit longer, we made the long hike back to the house, cleaned up, and made our way to downtown. We were one of the last ones there, it seemed. It was hard to find parking, but thankfully, Bodie knew this town like the back of his hand. We walked through the crowd, being stopped by more than a few people who wanted to check in on both of us. Gone were the curious looks as to why I was there, and the downright threatening looks at Bodie for even existing. Something had changed since he had started to come to town more, and I hoped he saw that. I hoped he understood that this town stood behind him more than he had ever imagined. When we found the other Ashfords and their friends, I waved, and soon we were enveloped in hugs, laughs, and Bodie was being teased. It felt like home. Home. Could I make Ashford Creek my home? Maybe, but I hadn't been here that long. What would happen if I said I wanted to stay here, but it was too much for Bodie, or too much for me? My life was in flux. I didn't know what to do. But for now, I was surrounded by people who cared about me and people who I cared about, and I let myself breathe. It's a special holiday here in Ashford Creek, meaning we can open carry with drinks. My eyes widened as Callum handed me a cup with a lid on it and winked. I know you love this type of Ashford brew. The amber kind? My kind, Felicity said as she leaned into Callum. Isn't he the best? I took a sip and sighed. A cold beer on a hot day surrounded by friends? This is the best. Tell me about it, Tegan said as she and Rune came forward, laughing at something someone else said. I looked around at the group and waved at Finian, who held one little girl in his arms, Sterling with the other. I knew they were Finian's kids, but the twins looked so alike that I couldn't help but imagine Malcolm holding Bodie's son. I let out a soft sigh, wondering what Bodie was thinking, and then his arm was around me, and we watched the parade unfold. Promise and Keeley were on a float as they had sponsored one from the bed and breakfast. We waved and hooted and hollered as they threw candy at us. Elizabeth was on a float with some of the teenagers, and I recognized the older teens who were Thatcher's and Callum's. The fire truck passed by then, with Thatcher up top driving, and he honked his horn at us. That's when I realized that Thatcher's youngest was in the back, waving wildly. I waved back and pulled out my phone to take a couple of pictures. I wanted to remember this moment. Callum was on another float, his youngest with him, and Bronwyn was also on the float with them, since it seems to be a local business and helpers float. It was amazing to me that I recognized so many people. And when Tess came up to us, as she wasn't working since all of the kids were accounted for, she held her daughter on her hip, and we all ate the random food that we found at some of the stalls and cheered at the parade. I'd never been to something like this before, and I'd done festivals all over the world with thousands of people in attendance. I played in sold-out stadiums, had been to the Grammys and Oscars, but this moment in time is so different, and I didn't want to say goodbye to it. As people started to move around the next phase of the event, since the parade was now over, Bodie pulled me by my hand and tugged me towards one of the small businesses. "What are you doing?" "Follow me," he said, and I realized we were at Finian's office. He rented a small building downtown where he could meet with his clients and do his paperwork. He was an electrician and master carpenter and did a lot of the contracting work around town. Bodie was more of an artist, his carpentry coming through his furniture making, and it was a different skill set, but I knew the two worked together sometimes. When he closed the door behind him, my eyes widened. "What are you doing?" "You looked a little flushed. I thought you could use some air conditioning." "That sounds pretty good to me, but we could have gone anywhere." This place was closer. And then his mouth was on me, and I couldn't think. He pressed me against the door, his hands on my hips, and I groaned into him. "What has gotten into you?" "You looked so beautiful out there, and it was all I could do not to pull you to me and have my way with you. So now I'm the one who needs to get into you." I looked up at him and laughed. "Nice line." "I'm working on them. I'll do better next time." Then his mouth was on mine and I couldn't think. He slid his hands up my shirt to cup my breast, and I groaned, arching into him. "Bodie." "I want you, now. Can you take me? I don't want to go slow, but I know you're hurting." "You can have all of me. Take me. I want to feel you inside me. It's been too long." He'd been so fucking careful with me this past week, barely a kiss, and now I wanted him to fuck me hard. I just needed him. I didn't know when this would end because I didn't know our future, but I needed him in this moment. He looked at me then and nodded before he picked me up by my waist. I gasped and wrapped my legs around him as he carried me to the back office. He tossed a couple of files on the floor, and I laughed before gasping. He tugged off my shirt, undid my bra, all in such quick succession that I could barely breathe, and then I found myself topless, sitting on Finian's desk, as Bodie's mouth was on my breast. "Oh my God," I moaned, sliding my hands through his hair. He flipped one nipple, playing with my piercing as he looked and sucked at my other nipple. Everything ached, and I could barely think, but it didn't matter. This was Bodie, and this was all I wanted, all I needed. I tugged on his shirt and he stood up, pulling it off with one arm. I immediately leaned forward and bit down on his pectoral. "Minx," he growled. He pulled at my hair slightly, being far more gentle than he had before, and crushed his mouth to mine, careful of the cut on my cheek. It was somehow hard and soft at the same time, him being so gentle, and yet demanding. This was Bodie, always knowing the edge of what we needed, and I wanted everything. We were a mess of flesh and teeth and grunting and groaning, and then my boots were off, and he tugged off my jean shorts and panties. My bare ass sat on the wooden desk, and I didn't care. We would deal with the aftermath later. Bodie didn't bother pulling off his jeans completely. Instead, he just undid them, pulled them down slightly under his ass, and pulled himself out. I licked my lips and reached for him, squeezing the base of his cock. "I need you inside me. Let's make sure you're ready for me." He looked down between us and slid his fingers over my pussy. "Already wet for me. Such a little whore." "You're a whore," I teased. "Damn straight." Then he slid 2 fingers into my mouth, and I sucked on them, pulling my tongue. He pulled them out and then slid them over my cunt. When he speared me with 2 fingers, I groaned, arching my back. He finger-fucked me, the palm of his hands pressing against my clit in rapid succession, and when I came, he kept moving, not bothering to stop. My toes curled, and I arched for him, needing more. "Look at me, Kira. Look at me when I fuck you." I did then, my gaze on him as he leaned down and spit between us. My eyes widened as he used his spit and my own juices to wet his dick, and then he pressed himself into me. He was so big, and I was still twitching from my orgasm, but he stopped where he was, just the head of his cock inside me. Look where we're connected. Do you see me ready to fuck you? Your pussy is craving me. It's hungry for me. Look at what you're doing. I'm not even moving, and your pussy is sucking me right in. You want me, don't you? Always. Then he hooked one of my legs around his waist and thrust into me. We both moaned, my breath coming in pants. And then there was no more thinking. I gripped the edge of the desk as he pummeled into me, both of us soaking, leaning into the moment. It was hard, rough, and yet he was still being gentle with my wounds. I didn't know how he did it, but he knew exactly what I needed. And when I came again, my body weakening, he pulled out of me and then pushed me to my feet. Then I found myself face down on the desk, my breasts pressed against the cool wood, and he had both hands on my hips. He lifted me up and pushed into me from behind. I couldn't think, couldn't breathe, and then he gathered some of my juices and used them to lube my ass, and when he gently breached me with one finger, still fucking me from behind, that was it. I couldn't think. "Bodie, I can't. It's too much. You're too much." "I've got you." And as he finger-fucked me as well as fucking me, I couldn't do a single thing but push into him and want everything. And this time I came again, not sure what count it was at this point. And then Bodie was leaning over me, finally orgasming, his body twitching, his cum filling me, and I felt marked. I was Bodie's, all Bodie's, and I wasn't sure what the hell I was supposed to say. "We're going to need to sanitize your brother's office." Bodie was still deep inside me as he chuckled roughly and pulled me up so that he wasn't crushing me. "I'm pretty sure we're going to need to apologize to him later, but I don't care." "I don't either." "I'll write a note and buy him some bleach." I just laughed and leaned into him, not wanting him to pull out of me, so he didn't, not for a little while, and I just lay in the moment, not wanting this to end. But I knew it would have to. Soon.
Chapter 18. Bodie. "When do you have to be back?" I asked as I bent down to tie my hiking boots. We were headed towards the trail on the west side of town by the bed and breakfast to get a bit of scenery in and to clear our heads. Yesterday had been a hard day. Emotionally, physically, and frankly, too much. We needed to talk about the future. But that wasn't who I was. After spending so many years trapped in the past, it was odd to sit here and think about what I was doing and wonder if I would be enough. I couldn't ask her to stay. I couldn't force her to be with me or to give up her life. She was doing amazing things. Fantastical ones. Her life revolved around being part of the world, and she would be headed back to begin recording their new album, and then to LA to work on the other part of her business. She and the band needed to set up the tour dates, dress rehearsals, and everything that came with her job. I vaguely remembered Malcolm having to do similar things, but he had left the town and our family for good reasons. Not only had our father killed our mother, but he had taken so much from us physically that Malcolm getting out of Ashford Creek had been the best thing for him. Even in the short life that he had, I knew that staying in Ashford Creek would have ended it sooner. I will forever be grateful that my brother, my twin, had that time. While he had been doing that, I had been starting a family, finding a life of my own away from my father. I had put my foot down and made sure that my children had never had to deal with my father. Briar had gotten out of town, and the others had left to go to college, but had all come back to Ashford to make it our own. We were here, and those of us left weren't going anywhere. I couldn't deal with living anywhere else, even with the hatred that had come my way for so long. I wasn't sure I could deal with people constantly knowing my every movement outside of this town, or being away from the place where my children had taken their first steps, had been born, and died. Not that we had ever actually discussed me leaving with her. No, we had done our best not to discuss anything of the sort. And so now I was standing here asking the woman that I loved when she was leaving. And I needed to figure out if I was going to go with her, or if this was the end of our beginning, or an end of an end.
I have to be in the recording studio in 2 weeks, which sounds so sudden, and yet I know I've been here for what feels like ever.
She leaned forward and brushed her hand through my hair.
I missed the band. I love being here, though. Well, except for the more exciting things.
A growl rumbled in my chest at that, and I took her by her hip and pulled her closer to me. Her eyes widened for an instant before she leaned down and into the kiss. I would miss this when she left, if I let her leave without me. What the hell was I thinking? Did I have it in me to travel with her, to take that leap? I wanted to. I needed to. I wasn't sure of what else I was supposed to do. I'm sure they've missed you too. The fact that they haven't been here honestly surprises me. She smiled at that.
Only because Briar has stepped in and made sure that I have some space. She and your brother-in-law are pretty good at that.
Well, I guess my brother-in-law needs to have some redeeming qualities.
So, I suppose you're always going to take that route when it comes to your baby sister?
Technically, she's older than me, but somehow she's still the baby sister in my eyes.
She can practically fit in your pocket,
she said dryly. That's true. And now she's out there being a mom,
taken over the world right along with you.
It's just going to be good seeing them again, though. And holding your niece. She's remarkable.
Yes, she is. This time, a smile played on my face. It might have taken me a while to get used to the idea that there were more children in my life, but with each new addition, it was getting a little easier. We should head out to the trail before it gets too hot. There's enough shade over there, and there's practically zero humidity right now. It's still going to be warm.
I need to stretch a bit.
We both didn't talk about the important parts. The fact that we had professed our love to each other and weren't doing anything about it. That would bring reality far too close to the surface. I scowled at her words, though, and reached out, sliding my fingers along her jaw right below the bandage. "Are you sure you're okay to do this hike?" I asked, my voice soft. She'd been moving around, acting as if all was well, and yet I still couldn't help but remember the sound of her scream in my head.
I'm getting the stitches out soon on my arm, and my face will be just fine. I have bruises, but technically I didn't bruise my ribs. That asshole will take much longer to heal than I will.
I scowled. Good. About him taking a while to heal. Honestly, I hope he walks with the knife hanging in his side for the rest of his life.
That's what I like about you, Bodie Ashford. You make sure that you really get in the lifetime of hurt.
He deserves it for hurting you.
Well, he can't hurt me again.
She smiled brightly at that, and everything felt right in that moment.
He can't hurt me again, and he means nothing. So you and I are going to go on this little nature walk hike thing.
It's really a walk, it's mostly paved.
Which is exactly up to my level at this point.
She sighed.
And then we'll figure out what I'm going to do, because I have to go back to the real world.
I know you do. I would never ask you to give that up.
And I would never ask you to give up your sense of peace here.
We met each other's gazes, and neither one of us could say a damn thing.
So, we'll figure it out. You and me. Somehow.
I know we will. We don't have another option. I hadn't meant to be that way, but perhaps honesty would be the thing that finally got us through. She kissed the top of my head, leaving a smile on both of our lips, and we headed out to the truck.
I really think you need a dog,
she said after a moment as we made our way to the bed and breakfast trail. I blinked. Seriously? Where did that come from?
Just being honest. I think you need a dog.
I thought about it, but I like being alone up there.
Oh.
I cursed under my breath. I mean, I used to like it. I don't know. Things have changed, and I'm not used to it yet. If you give me a bit of time.
That I can do. I promise.
She had a soft giggle. What? I pulled into the parking lot, tapping my fingers along the steering wheel.
We haven't exactly been alone recently, have we?
Other than you in my bed every night, no. I guess we haven't. We each got out of the truck, and we continued to laugh at every single misery we had had in the past week. Because, of course, I hadn't been alone. Callum and Felicity had been there every day. Thatcher had brought the kids to check in. Elizabeth had baked for us along with Bronwyn. Tegan was over every day to annoy me like she always did, but I loved her for it. Keeley had bounced in with Felicity one day, while Rune had shown up with food from the Summit Grill, and then stomped away after making sure we were all okay. Finian and Sterling had shown up with the twins, and it was odd having the kids in my house. It had been that moment that I had realized I had never had them in there, let alone Thatcher's or Callum's kids, but every single person in our lives had shown up.
at least the ones that still lived in town, all to check on Felicity, and nearly too late, I realized, for me as well. It had been Kira who had changed everything. Kira who had changed me. I loved her. She knew it, I knew it, and her being there had let me open the gates for my family to be there too. I didn't want her to leave. We made our way past the B&B, where I knew Keeley was baking up a storm, and paused as I realized that Elizabeth was standing on the front porch, arms folded over her chest. Atlas towered over her, and I hadn't even realized he was in town. The two looked at each other, didn't say a word, and then Atlas walked away, leaving Elizabeth behind. When he moved down the path towards us, he looked up at me, his face blanching, and he didn't say a damn thing. Instead, his jaw tightened, and he made his way to his truck and barreled out of the parking lot. We knew he had a game the next day, but I hadn't known he had been here. How the hell had he found the time, and why was he here? Kira squeezed my hand, and I realized that she probably had the same questions. And as I looked up at a now empty porch, I realized neither one of us was going to get answers. And since I was tired of people wondering what the hell was going on in my life when it came to Kira, I wasn't about to question those two.
So, come here often?
Kira asked, and I let the smile slide over my face, the tension easing. No, it's very people-y. Kira gave a dramatic look in each direction. 0 people around.
I think our definitions of people-y are quite different.
I tilted my head, studying her face. Our definitions are very different. You like to sell out stadiums, and I like to be alone in my cabin. It works out well. Her lips twitched.
First, your cabin isn't a cabin, it's a huge house. Mr. I'm a cabin mountain man.
Have I ever uttered those words once in my life?
I'm sure you have a mug that says it somewhere. Probably a gift from Tegan or Finian.
I wouldn't be surprised, I mumbled. There's usually more than a few people on this trail. I guess we hit it at an off time, but I thought you'd like the creek.
But this is Ashford Creek, right?
It's part of Ashford Creek, but the one that the town's named after is the one that bisects Main Street.
Hence why there's Main Street South and Main Street North.
And that's not confusing at all for tourists who are trying to figure out where to park, I said dryly.
Thankfully, you can pretty much walk the entire town without getting tired.
But then they don't know how to parallel park, or they go the wrong way down a one-way street, or get in a fight with the geese that are trying to take up their space.
One never fights with a goose.
Is that another mug I need? She leaned into me, laughing.
Yes, that sounds about right.
She finally let out a breath as we made our way to the edge of the creek, the sun glinting off the flowing water.
I have to leave in 2 days, Bodie.
I felt like the world fell beneath my feet, my chest aching, and I turned to her, not letting her go. 2 days.
I have to go back to my life. I thought I was going to take this break to find myself or a place to live, and instead I started off by hiding.
I leaned forward, cupped her unhurt cheek. You found a place to heal. Though it still surprises me it was here.
You kept me safe.
I scowled. The bruises on your face say otherwise.
You did. You gave me time. You taught me how to stain furniture.
Because that's going to help you so much in life.
You helped me laugh and figure out that it was okay to be weird and want to have everything and nothing. I don't know. You just let me breathe, Bodie.
You just needed space, Kira, to figure out what you wanted. And I tried to give that to you.
And you have. You truly have. And I don't want you to think that I'm not grateful.
My stomach tensed. I would never think you aren't.
I just don't know what we're doing, Bodie. I didn't mean for this to happen. For me to fall for you to fall for me.
I shook my head and let out a breath. I never want to hold you back. I don't want to be the person who makes you think you have to stay, or that leaving will tear us both apart, because I know there has to be another answer.
And I never want you to feel like you can't stay. This is your normal, Bodie. You fought so hard to make it your own, especially after your dad. Your family is here. They need you.
But I need you. I ran my hand through her hair. I need you. I never thought I'd need anyone else. I was so afraid to do that. Listen to me. I don't say these fucking words, Kira. You're the one with the lyrics.
And you sing right along with me.
And you can never tell anyone else that. That's just between us.
Always.
I looked into her eyes, and she kissed me softly. But neither one of us said a word for a moment.
I don't want to be the person who stands in the way of your family. But I also know I'm not a replacement.
She lifted her chin, and I cursed under my breath. You aren't. Believe me, you aren't. I gripped her chin, careful of her wound. You stood right by me at that gravesite, and you spoke to Courtney. I can't erase my family, and I never want to. But they aren't the ghosts that haunt me anymore. I can't say I've moved on because those words feel like I'm erasing them.
And I don't want you to do that. I promise you, I don't want to do that.
I know, Kira. Your heart is so fucking big that it scares me sometimes. Even for a person in your position, you put your heart and soul into everybody that you meet. You make sure that they know that they are your center of attention. Every person in this town adores you.
There are a few people who don't.
Then fuck them. I've learned to ignore them, and you have too. But what I'm saying is that I want to find a way to make this work. I want to find a way to be with you. But we need to make it on our terms. I don't know how to do that. This is uncharted territory for me. Her eyes widened, and a smile covered her face.
Really? You want to?
What the fuck do you think I've just been saying? I love you. I love every part of you. I'm always going to love Courtney. I'm always going to miss her. Just like I'm going to miss Henry and Josie for the rest of my days.
And I would do anything to have them alive. You know that, right?
Kira said quickly. I leaned down and kissed her softly, whispering against her lips. I know.
I love you. And I don't want to let you go. So I would hope Courtney would be okay with a ménage situation. I mean, you could have 2 wives, and I would be a great second mommy to your kids.
I heard the humor in her voice, but I just couldn't help but burst out laughing. This woman. Of course, this woman would be the only one in the world who could make me laugh with such a heavy subject. You know what? In a perfect world, that asshole wouldn't have taken them from this world. And I know that Courtney would have loved you. Probably loved you more than she loved me. Just saying you're fucking amazing.
I think we would have worked the whole co-parenting thing out right. Though I know that you're not the same person you were when you married her. Oh, I'm not the same person that I was before I joined the band. Before Jeremiah. I met you. I love the person you are now, and I'm never going to let you forget Courtney, Henry, or Josie. I promise you, no matter what happens, no matter where we go, we'll make it work.
I nodded and ran my hand down her arm. I know you were searching for your home, for a place to settle down roots and rest when you're not on tour. What do you say about making Ashford Creek your home?
Really?
It doesn't have to be in my house, but I really want it to be in my house. We can take it slow. Well, slower than we have been, but I want Ashford Creek to be your home.
Bodie, you are my home.
As my heart leaped, I leaned down and took her lips in my own. I'll even leave the house for you, babe. That probably means I can't get a dog. She laughed against my mouth, and then I took her in a greedy kiss, needing her. We didn't have all the answers. We wouldn't. But we had a step. And who knew? Listening to my family and talking about my feelings might have worked. Not that I would ever tell them that.
You can't have her! You're going to kill her just like you did Courtney!
I heard the shout, tried to understand the words, and then the sound of a sharp boom sliding beside us and hitting the rock near Kira's feet pulled us apart. I whirled to see Nathan calmly walking towards us, hand outstretched with a gun pointing at us.
Courtney was supposed to be mine. And now you think that the town is just going to forgive you? You don't get to move on.
Nathan shot again, and I threw myself in front of Kira because it wasn't me he was pointing at. No, it was Kira. Because Nathan wanted me to live in guilt and shame, and if I were dead, I couldn't do that. Nathan shot again, this time the shot going wild, and I tossed myself on top of Kira, forcing us both to the ground behind a group of rocks. I pulled her completely beneath me, below the nearest boulder, as Nathan fired the gun for a third time. But this time I held back a shout as fire lanced the side of my leg, and I cursed.
What are you doing? We have to stop him. Get off me. Oh my God, you're bleeding, Bodie.
I'm fine. Stay down. I forced myself up, ignoring the blinding pain running down my leg, and kneeled so I could see Nathan.
Everybody's going to know this is your fault. You killed your old man. You killed Courtney. They need to see that you are the monster.
I had no idea what had twisted Nathan this way. He had always been a menace, someone who harassed us, but he had never been like this, and I didn't want to know the answer. I wanted him gone. He couldn't see exactly where we were behind the rocks, and as he came forward, I moved. Kira cursed behind me, and I hoped to God she listened to me and stayed put. I threw myself at Nathan as soon as his back was towards me, and the other man fell to the ground. I ignored the blood and ache rolling through my body. I knew I would deal with that later. Nathan hit the ground, but didn't let go of the gun.
Fuck you! Stop! Just stop!
We wrestled on the ground, both of us reaching for the gun, and then I fell to my back. Nathan, slightly bigger than me, wrapped his free hand around my neck.
I hate you!
I had gotten that, and I had no idea why. All that mattered was that Kira was safe. I kicked at Nathan, and he fell to his side, the gun still in his hand. But when he tried to aim it at me, I lifted my elbow, getting Nathan in the chin. We rolled a few more times, both of us shoving at each other, and when Nathan went to aim the gun at my face again, I knew it wasn't enough. This was going to be the end. But as long as Kira was safe, that was all that mattered. And then Nathan fell on top of me, the sound of a crack echoing through the small clearing as the gun fell out of his hand, and I looked up to see Kira standing there, a very large branch in her hand, her eyes wide, and she practically shook. I shoved Nathan off of me, kicked the gun away, and pulled and tried to stand up. However, this time I realized that I was still bleeding. And yes, I had been shot.
Oh my God, Bodie! Kira dropped the stick and threw herself on me as she put her hands over the wound, trying to stop the blood.
What the hell were you thinking?
I have the same question for you, I grit out, black dots dancing around my eyes. This wasn't good.
Bodie!
I turned to the right a little too quickly, and I nearly fell back, with only Kira keeping me up. Thatcher and Keeley ran towards us, Keeley on her phone, a gun in Thatcher's hand. Good. Kira would be safe. And that was all that mattered. And as she kissed my forehead, trying to keep me awake, I let the darkness come. It was over. Finally. Chapter 19. Bodie.
In light of the upcoming fall festival, I would like to propose we plant trees that will predominantly turn the colors of our East Coast friends. The peak hours at certain times truly bring in tourist dollars. It brings a sense of community. If we were to bring in trees that are no longer evergreens, we would prosper. Global warming is changing the way that leaves alter during the fall season on the East Coast. The Northeast has nothing on us. We shall prevail.
Kira's shoulders shook next to me so hard I was afraid that she'd fall right off the folding chair. Is this what all town meetings are about? I whispered through gritted teeth. I ignored the ache in my thigh. Healing from a gunshot wound, albeit a through and through, wasn't easy. But in the weeks since the incident, I was walking just fine and now had one more scar to add to the others. Tegan groaned beside me.
This is pretty tame.
The man who had actual colored contacts of different trees that had nothing to do with this ecosystem pointed directly to them with his laser pointer.
As you can see, some trees even have a violet hue to them. Think of the possibilities.
Thank you, Mr. Masters. Your time is up,
the deputy mayor said as she gestured for him to take his seat.
As we have told you for the past 5 years, we are in Ashford Creek, Colorado. We pride ourselves on being duly conscious of our environment and our ecosystem. Deciduous trees such as this would not thrive in our climate. And where would you choose to plant these 6,000 trees that you propose so we can get the full color array?
We would have to take down a few evergreens, but that will be fine. The other ones will grow. Cut down trees to build more trees? We have enough tourists,
somebody called out. That started a shouting match between people discussing their favorite types of trees and wondering why some trees didn't lose their leaves. Our school systems are failing us. I pinched the bridge of my nose as Kira began to giggle outright. The idea that she was finally laughing after everything that had happened let my shoulders relax marginally. In the weeks since the attacks, neither one of us had been sleeping. We'd wake up in a cold sweat, and nothing would feel right. But she would roll over, and my arms would be open for her. It was a far cry from how my nightmares had once been, and for that, I was grateful.
I think he's going to throw a punch, she whispered.
Wouldn't be the first time, Tegan said loudly.
Don't tuck your thumb,
she advised, and this time Kira threw her head back, laughter spilling from her lips. I grinned, wondering why the hell I had said yes to coming to a town hall, though the show itself was a little interesting. Ridiculous as all get out, but Kira looked like she was having a blast.
We'll see you next year with your tree ideas, the deputy mayor said, looking far more exasperated than her tone suggested.
She blinked that away, though, and grinned.
Now, who is next?
Promise and Keeley strode up the center aisle, and I sat a bit straighter, not having realized they would be up. What's this about? I whispered.
Normal things,
Tegan explained.
This is your first town hall in a while. You'll get the hang of it eventually, the ebbs and flows.
I gave her a look. We'll see how many times I actually show up to these things.
Well, whenever we're in town, we're coming. This is the best.
I held back a roll of my eyes before draping my arm around Kira's shoulders. She patted my knee and gave me a worried look. She'd had that exact expression on her face far too often these days, but we were getting better and finding a balance. I kissed the top of her head in reassurance, and she sighed in relief. I wasn't hurting that bad, and honestly, it could have been worse. So much worse. We'd had time to heal, and that was all that mattered. Not to mention, Nathan and Jeremiah wouldn't be bothering us again. Ever. Bridget was in rehab, and I wasn't sure how things would work out in the future, but Kira never had to do anything alone again when it came to her sister. Although she'd truly never been alone in the first place since her band had shown up the day after the shooting and had proven to her and the town that she had a stronger family than ever. Kira would be going on tour soon and still needed to go to the studio to work on their album. My workshop was here, my family was here, but I would be traveling with her as much as possible. Ashford Creek would be her home base. My chest swelled just thinking about it. I was finally leaving town, for a little bit at a time at least, and I would be doing it at Kira's side. I wasn't quite sure I'd be able to completely get over the idea that people would be watching our every move and actually care about our relationship, but I would get over it. The band Wilder was damn good at what they did and protected each other. I had dealt with it before when Mal had been alive, and I would continue to do so. Honestly, it was anything for Kira. Promise cleared her throat as she stood at the mic.
Hello, everybody. As you know, I am Promise Adair, and in case you don't know, this is Keely Keller.
Everybody cheered and said hello like this was a PTA meeting or something, and I settled into my chair, positioning my leg for an easier angle. Kira leaned into me, and the ache eased.
I own and operate High Country Bed and Breakfast, and am, of course, the innkeeper who sometimes sleeps.
Everybody laughed.
Keely is our chef, head cook, head pastry chef, and pretty much everything rolled into an amazing bundle.
People clapped, and Kira sat up straighter.
We are here to announce that we will be having a celebration soon, right on our property, and just for the town.
What is it about?
An unfamiliar voice asked.
Keely is coming into the business as a partner. We will now be co-owners of the bed and breakfast, and that means we are going to party.
Everybody cheered, and I stood up and used my fingers to whistle loudly. Finnegan did the same, his phone in his hand as he recorded the whole thing, presumably for the girls who were with their grandparents.
We really wanted to thank everybody for being here and for seriously helping me figure out how to do this whole thing when I first started. Keely has been a godsend, and, well, I'm just so grateful we can be partners in this.
She wrapped her arm around Keely's waist, and the two of them grinned at each other. Keely moved forward and tapped the mic.
I'm terrible at this whole public speaking thing, but Ashford Creek has truly welcomed me to this town. And I know you've done it for a few of us.
She winked over at me and Kira.
And, well, I'm just so happy to be here. And please come to our event where you'll be able to see all the details on the flyer that we hand out, and it'll be on the town website and the bed and breakfast website. I promise I will have the cupcakes you all desire. And I'm bringing the muffins,
Bronwyn called out, and Keely held up both thumbs and winked. Bronwyn had bought the bakery from Fiona a little while ago, and the Sweet and Tart Bakery was open for business, and apparently doing damn good. I had missed so much when I had been hiding in the mountains, trying not to think about healing or what a future could be. This town was slowly thriving, and perhaps it was because we didn't have to watch dark corners for our father to show up at any moment. But we were making it work. Keeley and Promise went to sit down, and Kellen slipped into the side, forcing his teenagers to actually sit together, and made way for the girls to sit next to him.
Good job. Does this mean that you're going to need some part-time help?
He asked.
Are you trying to push your kids off on me again?
Promise asked. They were all in the row in front of us. I couldn't help but listen. Please, I beg you. Anything for you, Miss Promise, Bo crooned, and I pressed my lips together since the kid was terrible at flirting. Promise did the one thing sure to hurt the teenage boy's ego. She leaned over and patted him on the head.
Lucas and Olivia have already asked if I need any help for this event, so you should join in. You too, Adam.
She shook her head.
Purely on a volunteer standpoint. There will be cupcakes, extra ones just for you,
Keeley promised. I tried not to laugh at the crestfallen look on Bo's face, but he rolled his shoulders back and looked pleased with the development. While there were more than a few faces I didn't know in this town hall as the event continued, we were surrounded by the people who had been with our family since the beginning. The Ashfords may have been part of the founding families, but we weren't the only ones. The Carters had been there, as well as Thatcher's family, the Bowens. We were all enmeshed in the town, and frankly, I had been hiding from it for too long. The next phase of business was discussing the Christmas, Hanukkah, and other holiday events occurring in December, and I tuned out, considering it was still months away. After 45 minutes on that path, my ass hurt from the small seat, and I was grateful when they called an end to all of the volunteering and organizing. Thank God we might be out of town, I mumbled. Kira snorted.
Right. I mean, I'm all for volunteering and helping the town, but please don't make me dress as a snowflake. You would think they would want the kids to be snowflakes, Elizabeth said as she came up to Kira and hooked their arms together. They apparently want multiple-sized snowflakes. I want nothing to do with it. We led the procession out of the town hall, and it took another half hour before we were finally out of the meeting and heading towards Callum's house. It was a family dinner, and it felt like it had been far too long. Although Briar wouldn't be there, everybody else would. I pulled in behind Callum's truck, and we all piled out of our respective cars and went inside. I had dropped off food earlier, a layered dip that Kira and I had made together, and I hoped that it would taste good. Callum and Felicity were already there, making out in the kitchen. I clicked my tongue at them, and they broke apart, albeit slowly. Felicity's ears pinked, and she cleared her throat before going to the fridge and continuing to take things out.
I see you guys are here. Sorry, we had to duck out of the town hall early.
I cleared my throat as Callum turned on the oven. Your shirt's inside out, bro.
I always wear it this way.
I suppose leaving town hall early to set up dinner didn't quite work out as planned?
Kira asked, tongue in cheek. My shoulders shook as the laugh rumbled through me, and my brother just looked at me, eyes wide. I don't think they would get used to me smiling, laughing, but they would have to get over it. I was figuring it out as it was. Tegan came through and pushed me out of the way so she could help Felicity as Finian walked in with Sterling, both of them in a heated discussion about something I wasn't paying attention to. I knew usually we would invite some of our friends and more of the town, but for now it was just the Ashfords and those close to us, and that meant Kira was by my side as I walked down the long hallway filled with photos and paused at the one that I had asked Callum to put up the night before. Kira's breath caught, and she reached forward, her fingers playing along the edge of the frame.
Did you do this? Did you know about it?
I nodded and pulled her close as I kissed the top of her head. He'd had it up before and hid it for a while. I figured it was time. Kira sniffed into my chest as she wrapped her arms around my waist, and I looked down at the different photos that had been added to the wall. One of our mothers, smiling and not looking like she was scared of the man who would eventually try to break all of us. Another of Malcolm, behind a drum kit, flipping us off, although his symbol blocked the movement just enough that hopefully one of the kids wouldn't ask about it. And next to that was a photo of Courtney on the beach, our single vacation we had taken when we had been a family of 4. She sat on the sand, the water coming up to her knees, as I stood behind her, Henry in my hands, and Josie was wrapped around my leg, all of us grinning at the camera. I remember that day. Courtney asked a stranger to take a photo for us because she could always do that. I hated talking to anyone, even back then. But she asked everybody to make sure that we had family photos, rather than photos of just the 3 of them.
Usually it's the mom that doesn't want to be in front of the camera.
Courtney used to try that, and I would take the phone or camera and switch our roles. But there were plenty of digital photos of the 4 of us. None of the prints survived, but we can put them in frames again around the house, if you want.
I'd love to have them in the house, as long as you're okay.
I kissed the top of her head again, let out a deep sigh. I think it's time. I only have a couple lurking around the house as it is, but I don't want them to think I forgot them. Kira pulled my attention down to her, a frown on her face.
I don't think they'd ever believe that. But I love you, Bodie, and they loved you. Let's make sure that the house has space for all 5 of us. Because no matter what happens, no matter who comes next in our lives, those 3 are my family too.
I slid my thumb along her jawline before taking her lips with mine ever so gently. I don't know what I did to deserve you.
You didn't run away when I came at you with a bat. I'm going to count that as a win.
I snorted. Yes, that must be it.
If not that, then it's the piercings,
she whispered, and I groaned.
What piercings?
Finian asked. I whirled on him, wondering when my little brother had walked down the hall. None of your business. I have so many questions, but then again, you're like a sister now, Kira. Maybe I don't have any questions. I took a step forward, and Finian held up both hands. I'm going to go check on my daughters. He pulled out his phone and ran back down the hall, leaving Kira in a fit of laughter.
That man sometimes sounds like the happiest, most comical guy there is. I don't know how he can run his business and be a single dad at the same time.
You know, growing up, I'd always hoped that I'd have a bigger family, or at least a family that cared about me at all. Now there are so many of you. And eventually, Callum will start breeding, and Briar will have another kid, and everybody just keeps adding to the pile.
You brought me in, so you are part of the problem,
she said dryly. I took her mouth with a quick kiss and led her back into the living room, where everybody was talking at once, snacking and just living. I don't mind being part of the problem.
Who knew? I love you.
I love you too.
That's so cute,
Finian said from the other side of the room, and I moved 2 steps toward him this time before he scampered down the back deck, leaving the rest of us laughing and the sound like the warm buzz of bees from my hives. Settling. A sense of home. And perhaps no longer at a crossroads of decisions that met the world. This was family. This was our new life, and I was ready to face it. I squeezed Kira's hands, and never alone. Chapter 20. Atlas.
Are you planning on coming home anytime soon?
My younger sister asked, and I rolled my eyes, even though I wanted to come home. It was in the plans. After all, I got a couple of months at the end of each season for myself. I could travel the world. I could train, and I would. Or I could go back to Ashford Creek. And considering that's where the rest of my family lived, It sounded like a good bet. Yes, I'll be there, Pipsqueak.
You don't need to call me that. It's quite rude.
She fluttered her eyelashes, and I noticed how happy she looked. She had a job she loved, even though I knew she missed her boss, her old boss who had passed away recently. She was near the family again, no longer a couple of hours away, and was dating one of my friends. I scowled at that, still a little annoyed just for the show of it. I liked Callum. He was a good guy and seemed to care about Felicity. I trusted him with my life, so I might as well trust him with my sister. You're still my little sister, so I can call you what I want. You know I can beat your ass, right? A deep voice said from behind my sister. I snorted. Listening in on private conversations, old man? Felicity just rolled her eyes.
Stop calling him old man. You're not that much younger.
Ouch, Callum said with a laugh. I joined him in his laughter, but it took me a few moments. My body hurt. Our season had ended, but not exactly how I had wanted it to go. We'd made it all the way to the third round, and I hadn't been good enough. One too many pucks had gotten through our D-line, and then soon to the net. I hadn't been fast enough, flexible enough, or just good at my job. I knew we were a team effort. I was the one who was the last line of defense, literally. I was still as strong as I ever was. Hell, I was stronger than I had been when I had been drafted, but I was 31 now. Ancient in terms of the NHL, and the Portland Gliders still liked me, but I only had one more year on my contract. I wasn't sure if I would be picked up and re-signed or traded. It could be time for the scary word no one mentioned. Retirement. My hands hurt. My neck hurts. My lower back. My hips. My knees. Everything. I had a damn massage therapist on call and worked with PT often. I wasn't even stupid anymore, like when I thought I could just handle it on my own. I would take everything in my power in order to play better, improve my worth. I made millions just by blocking. I fucking suck. And I had failed. I'll be there, Felicity. I'm just dealing with a couple of extra meetings with my agent and the team, and I want to get in a good workout with the guys. Plus, it's Benny's birthday in 2 days, and we're throwing a huge bash. 21 is a big age. I rolled my eyes at that, wondering when I felt like the granddad of the group.
Tell Benny I said hi. He was nice the last time I was there.
How nice? Callum asked as he came forward so I could see him on the screen. My lips twitched, feeling slightly lighter than I had in a while. Overprotective much? Don't worry, she'd break Benny. He's far too much of a young pup.
I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or hit you through the phone,
my sister said dryly. I shrugged. You love me.
I do. Although you should probably start plucking your eyebrows a bit. I know you're not going gray yet. They are looking a bit bushy. What will your Instagram followers think when their favorite eyebrow account starts posting those?
She stuck her tongue in her cheek, and I flipped her off. Excuse me, I have beautiful eyebrows. The others just laughed at me as we continued to talk about the comings and goings of Ashford Creek. My eyebrows were damn amazing. Yes, I had a scar on the right one thanks to a skate that had gotten a little too high, but they were perfection in the eyes of many. Hence, a fan-run Instagram account that haunted me. I didn't actually go on there. People loved it, and it had even gotten me a skincare campaign. My friends could go pose in their underwear like I used to for billboards, but I have 3 products to nourish my skin, because apparently getting wrinkles when you were 31 wasn't a good thing. Mine were usually laugh lines. No, I hadn't really been laughing lately. No, I wasn't going to think about that.
So you'll be here? You'd better tell Mom and Dad, too, so that they can plan your welcome home dinner.
You know we'll need to find the fatted calf, Callum said, deadpan. I flipped them both off. I hate you both. But yes, I'll be there. I'm sure that there is some summer festival that I need to be part of. Having grown up in a small town, I was used to festivals. There was one every month. It brought in tourism and kept the town's morale whole, though the underbelly of the town was always where I tended to reside. Because my friends were the Ashfords, and that came with its own notoriety.
Anyway, send me your details, and I can come down and pick you up from the airport if you want.
I think I can handle it, hotshot. NHL money's a little bit better than decade-old NFL money, I said to the former tight end. He flipped me off because he loved me, and we said our goodbyes. As I hung up the phone, my shoulders dropped, and I finally relaxed. It had taken all within me not to ask about her. After over a decade, I would have thought I would be able to breathe without chest pain when it came to thinking of her. But she was the one who decided to stay home. She was the one who loved Ashford Creek so much that she had never left. And I had hightailed it out of there for my dreams, to bleed and sweat and break down on the ice. I'd made something of myself, and I wouldn't feel shame and anger over what I left behind.
Hey, Atlas, are you planning on coming to Toppers tonight?
My left wing, Thomas, said as he moved forward and looked around in his locker. Toppers was our local bar that many of the players went to. The owner was a former glider himself, Toppers named because he had once hopped over somebody in the Olympics and scored the gold medal winning goal. That meant that he protected our sanity and our privacy. We could go in without getting mobbed by fans, unless that's something that we wanted and we had time by ourselves. Of course, there was always a puck bun here to pick up on the way out, though I didn't indulge in that. Oh, if you would look at any tabloid or influencer feed, you would think that I was with a different woman every night, but I wasn't the playboy they thought I was. Well, not anymore. I shook my head, ignoring the lies within my own mind.
Atlas, you good?
I nodded. I need to see Coach later, but I'll be at Hoppers. I want to get in a few stretches while the trainers are still on call.
You're way more disciplined than any of us, and I like it.
Tom came forward and put his hand on my shoulder. He was my height. Considering I was well over 6 feet, that was saying something. Then again, most hockey players were mountains. It wasn't your fault, you know, none of it. We got to the 7th game, and we all worked our asses off. It wasn't our year. Stop blaming yourself. Thomas, buddy, you've been in this as long as I have. We both know that's not happening. My friend sighed before squeezing my shoulder and grabbing his bag.
Be safe. I'll see you tonight, and maybe I'll come with you to Ashford Creek just to annoy that sister of yours.
She's taken, you know, I said dryly.
By a football player, come on.
He rolled his eyes and headed out, leaving me alone in the locker room. I was usually the first one there, last one out. That's what happened when you were the captain. I would settle my affairs and head to Ashford Creek for maybe a week, maybe less. I knew my parents wanted to see me more. How I loved them. There were reasons I didn't stay for long. Then again, after next year, I wasn't sure what would happen, because my joints knew the truth. This had to be my last year. With that lovely thought, I headed towards the back room, ready to meet up with my trainer. I walked past the showers, noticed one of them was on, and frowned.
Anybody there?
I asked. With a shrug, I went and turned off the water, annoyed that one of my teammates would have left it on. Probably a rookie. Though, since the season was over, they weren't rookies anymore. That made me smile, and I turned, ready to head out. The blow came out of nowhere, and all I saw was a shadow.
As something slammed into my knee, I called out, hit the tile floor, water splashing, and as I reached out, trying to figure out what the hell was happening, something connected with the side of my head, and there was nothing.
Bonus Epilogue. Kira. The heat from the overhead lights practically boiled any condensation in the air, and the bands on either side of me weren't really doing their jobs, but I didn't care. I rolled my shoulders back and hit the snare with my stick, leaning into the beat, and singing along when I was able to. The crowd chanted our names. Even though it was harder to hear in the back, I didn't notice anything. I was in the zone, moving around with a manic energy that I had held back for so long. With my sundress hiked up to my knees, my biker shorts underneath peeking out, I moved and hit every beat and tried not to break a freaking stick. That had happened on the first show of this tour, and I didn't want it to happen again. I remembered in that moment, even though I was on beat, feeling the zone. I couldn't help but remember the time that Dave Grohl had mentioned when he had been on Saturday Night Live for the first time, playing with Nirvana, and had broken his stick on the first beat. He'd had maybe a second to pull out another one and continue on, and though I technically hadn't been alive yet when they had played, I still rewatched that performance often. I moved with the beat, hitting every single note with precision and a force that beckoned. Rocky winked at me as she turned, before moving back to the crowd, egging them on. When Gabriel pushed his hair back and winked over at Briar in the side of the stage, I smiled big, feeling the music, letting it take over. I turned to the side, following Rocky's gaze this time, and my breath caught, and I nearly lost the rhythm. Bodie stood there, menacing as always. He'd folded his arms over his chest, his beard longer than usual, and I couldn't help but stare at the slight glare of the light on that slutty little nose ring. I loved that man, and he looked like he was having the worst time of his life. One of the stage crew gave him a wide berth, and I rolled my eyes before I continued on. When I looked back at him, he just stared at me before giving me a slight wink. So much winking in this band, but I couldn't help but soar in that moment, because he might not be smiling underneath that bush of a beard, but that meant he was just focusing. And though I had never met the man, at that moment it felt like Malcolm stood beside me, critiquing me. I could always get better, but that was Bodie's twin, and I played with every ounce of my soul, knowing that we would play again in 2 days, and then on the Grammys soon after, and Bodie would be with me for it all. When the song ended and I stood up, waving my sticks in the air, the crowd roared. I came around my kit and threw my arms around Rocky's waist. She leaned into me, laughing. "Your man looks like security over there." "I know, right? Very hot. You know it." When I had first brought Bodie to a session, everybody had paused. That intake of breath when they had realized it wasn't Malcolm there. There was enough of a difference between them that it wasn't too shocking to see, and I had warned them that I was with Bodie, and I loved him, and I wanted to be with him. The oddity of the situation wasn't lost on anyone, and the news cycle continued to run with it. There were already social media accounts that focused on different aspects of their relationship and practically weaving a story of their own. I didn't pay any attention to it, as my focus was on my career and my man, and I wasn't even sure if Bodie had any social media accounts, other than the one for his art that Tegan used to run. Of course, my social media team had taken over when the spotlight of the relationship had pushed Bodie's art into an even greater sphere. The initial burst had died down, but now more people were noticing his art, and while he had already been famous in some circles, his pieces were worth so much money it was insane. It had only elevated him, and from the glare on his face, I wasn't even sure Bodie liked it. Of course, I couldn't help but be proud of him. We all moved off the stage and I set my sticks down before running. Bodie smiled for the first time and opened his arms. I jumped into them without worry, knowing he would catch me. As he twirled me around, nausea set in slightly, and as he sat me down, he raised a brow. I'm fine, just a little thirsty." "I've got you." He handed me my bottle of water, and I chugged it down, realizing that he had added electrolytes to it. Before I could ask, he had my granola bar in hand, and I snarfed it down so quickly that I nearly choked. "You're going to have to tell them soon," he mumbled, and I just smiled and kissed his shoulders, since it was the only thing I could reach in that moment. I slid my hand over my stomach and let out a small breath, knowing that things were about to change. Then again, our band was taking another hiatus soon, after years of working far too hard, so we could continue to grow. I'd still be able to play the drums as my belly grew, but it would be interesting to see how that worked. I wrapped my arm around his waist as he hugged me close, and I couldn't help but kiss his ring finger at the black silicone band that lay there. I was a married woman, an Ashford, and I couldn't help but want to scream it from the rafters. When a few giggling girls and women who had gotten backstage waved at Bodie, he didn't say a thing and I just smiled quietly. "Mine," I said, and they laughed before waving at me and asking for an autograph. I signed their passes and answered their questions since they weren't too deep, and Bodie stood behind me, protective as always. I knew this pregnancy was going to be hard for both of us, me physically and mentally figuring out how to work it in my career, but I would make it work. I wasn't alone, and while I may not have any family by blood, the Ashfords and my band were the family I had made. We would all find a way to tour with families and make space for each other. Yes, while it was physically demanding on me, emotionally, it had to be draining for Bodie. Some days he woke up shaking, and we would talk about it in therapy. This baby wasn't a replacement. It was his third child. We would always make sure this baby knew that they had an older brother and sister who would have loved them very much. I no longer felt as if I were standing in Courtney's shadow. But like I had felt Malcolm before, sometimes I wondered if Courtney stood by, watching the man that she loved. And I didn't mind that. There was so much to love and crave about Bodie Ashford, so as long as she didn't mind sharing, I would welcome her and her memory. We moved to the tour buses, something that I knew was hard for Bodie still, and yet he went with me, but he paused as we made our way to an alcove hidden from the cameras. When he wiped away a tear, I realized that one had escaped. "What's wrong? Are you feeling bad?" "No, just thinking about how our family keeps growing." He leaned down and brushed his lips against mine. I couldn't help the moment that escaped as Gabriel clucked his tongue behind us. "Get a room! Or a bus of your own." "We're all piling into this one," Rocky warned. "Team meeting and group fun." I rolled my eyes and followed my band. Bodie was close behind me as we went up into the bus. Food spread out before us with drinks and waters and so many snacks that I knew I would be full quickly, and then I would get hungry in about 10 minutes. Yay for my metabolism and this baby. "Well, everybody, I have an announcement," Rocky said as the tour bus moved out onto the highway and we started our journey to our next stop. Rocky looked over at her wife, who just shook her head, smiling and grinned. "We're pregnant." I beamed as Bodie stiffened next to me, but nobody else seemed to notice. "And I am the one carrying. This one over here has her whole season coming up, and I'm going to figure out how to play with a belly. Maybe I can get a chair." "Damn right we're getting you a chair," David rumbled as his wife laughed softly. "We will figure it all out. Congratulations." Everybody cheered and hugged each other, even though it was a tight space. And then Briar gave me a look, and I swallowed hard. Bodie squeezed my hip, and I knew that while we were here, it was time. "Well, I don't mean to step on any toes," I began, and the cheer in the bus was near deafening. Briar nearly threw herself over the table at her brother and hugged him so tight. I knew that the bond of the Ashfords was forever, and I was so grateful to be part of them. We all cheered and laughed and toasted, with mostly non-alcoholic beverages, and realized that the band Wilder wasn't going to be the same, and maybe that was exactly what we needed. I settled back, my hand over my still mostly flat belly, and leaned against Bodie. That went better than I thought. You do realize that Tegan and the others are going to be pissed that we told the band before them? At least you told the band not to send out any group chats. We'll call them when we get to the next stage, when we can get on our own bus for privacy. It won't be in person, but I don't think they will mind. I clapped my hands, giddy and nervous. We're going to be able to do this, right? Damn straight. I'm scared as hell. But I'm usually scared when it comes to you. I kissed his cheek, wiping away my own tears. I like you scared. It keeps you on your toes. You do like poking at the bear, don't you? I thought you could be the one poking later, I mumbled. I heard that, Gabriel said with a sigh. Please stop making sexual innuendos when you're sitting right next to us. I've watched you make out with my sister for far too long. Get over it, Bodie said, in his deadpan voice, and we all laughed, finally relaxing off our adrenaline high from the show. And later, when it was just the two of us, we told the Ashfords about their upcoming nephew or niece, and then I indeed had every moment with my husband. After all, I had a lot of energy to burn, and Bodie could always match me. I hadn't meant to fall for my lumberjack of a mountain man, and yet he was mine, and everybody else who craved them. And I wasn't letting go. This has been Crossroads, an Ashford Creek series novel, written by Carrie Ann Ryan, narrated by C.J. Bloom and Jason Clark, produced by Wilder Audiobooks, post-production by Chrissy Farrell, text and production copyright 2026 by Carrie Ann Ryan. Thanks for listening, and keep an eye out for Westward, the next book in the Ashford Creek series.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.